In any case, not today, in the future. Tomorrow we also have an absolutely amazing
this is
show
such a
match.
cool thing.
This is the League
Such a cool.
Classic show match. Yes, everyone who's been watching for 15 years is gonna have the best time.
I cannot believe
Captain Jack,
and Wei Xiao bot lane.
Oh man,
These two
Doublelift Wei Xiao. Yeah, the season 2 AD carries. These two are some of the greatest in the world in the very early
and
days.
They're going to be playing in the bot lane together. Wei Xiao taking the support role after his time returning to the AD carry role in the Old Man Cup over in China.
Yeah,
I want to take bets now. Yes. Do you think Captain Jack can still do a Captain Jack? The cleanse, the mechanics still there? Is the timing still there?
Ooh, I think he can.
I don't think
100%. He has to. If he doesn't do a Captain Jack in the show match, then he's failed.
No!
Oh, thank you so much for the stream strip, Maker. Appreciate that.
Oh my God, he had to do it to him.
Hey, it's not just old players that are back. We are getting some talent out of the basement.
They took out the old talent photos. That's so cool.
You guys look like
it's us.
All right,
Oh my
what
gosh,
years were
that's so
each of these
cool.
photos? Mine
Oh,
would have
God.
been 2011, Kobe.
Yeah, yours is not even from a show. Yours is from player
Hey,
day.
Joe, how's it going?
Kobe, are you being held hostage in this picture?
Yeah, what is going on?
That's 2013
Did
LCS.
we just lose
Okay, anyway, I'm
going
gonna try and change the compressor a bit and
Shock was
change.
2013, surely.
I think.
Freak is like, that's got to be like 2010.
What?
That's
look
like a
at
ton.
it.
That's
Is
like
it
tons of damage. Yeah, that's 2010.
Yeah.
Wow, that's actually 2010
He
Freak.
still has his hair.
Actually, 16 years ago. That's
That's the oldest
crazy.
one.
So
the
where's
bunch.
Copenhagen Wolves?
Yeah, I was gonna
Yeah.
say he's wearing his Copenhagen
fact.
Wolves like
Sick.
jacket.
That's Deficio's
What's
favorite
Lyon's
picture of
angle?
himself.
Lyon had a
Yeah,
really,
he's very
really good early game
I
versus
wonder
G2.
why, because
He
I
really
don't
wanted
really
to-
see
And their
it.
drafts were solid. Like, that's their angle. Their
Oh my
angle is
gosh,
their
I
early
think
game
this
is
gonna be
really
so
good.
fun tomorrow, guys. I can't wait.
And
But,
if they
hey,
can
not too
survive
late,
lane
because
and
we
Spy
have
gets to
an
do
amazing
his
match
thing,
ahead of us today. Let's take a look at the bracket because we're all euphoric, no pun
then
intended,
maybe
about
they can stop Lion
making
from
it
getting
yesterday.
run over by
But for
HLE and try and play through their pretty good
there is
objective setup and
so
team fights that
much
game.
pressure.
So let me explain here. Remember what happened at first stand. Korea wasn't in the finals. Remember
Tell me
what
G2
happened
didn't kiss
earlier
Dylan because they
when
lost to
T1
NA for perks.
G2?
I don't
HLE
believe
is
that's the
sole
case.
representative of Korea who don't want to be locked out of back-to-back international finals. And crucially, the top two, the two regions that get to the grand finals,
I'd imagine Accelerate's plans are already in place.
Worlds seed. So
yeah.
if HLE loses, do they not only not win, they cost the LCK their 4th world slot. So that would mean if T1 finishes 4th, and HLE has lost this game, they don't get to go to Worlds anymore.
Yeah.
If DRX finish 4th,
Crazy.
they
Yep,
don't
that's
get
very
to go to
true.
Worlds. You know who would get to go to Worlds? If you retroactively go back? C9, baby.
Cloud9 getting the Worlds through the 4T would be so
Let's
funny,
go.
actually.
If we win, half our whole league is going
Half
to
of our
Worlds,
league.
baby. Let's go.
Half the league, it's insane.
I shouldn't have done it with that.
Worlds.
That's crazy. I can't imagine half the LCS at Worlds, to be honest.
It's
We'll
a party.
See. We'll see. Anyways, about this matchup, when we talk about the pressure, there's also, of course, a lot of pressure on the man in the mid lane. Did not necessarily have the best performance against BLG. Emily, talk to me about Zeka.
Yeah, so
I think my audio is okay. So hopefully things are going to be louder today. Hopefully things are louder today.
Talking about Zeka and how
In terms of,
a member he is
in terms of like our volume,
Draw
because normally
by
I'm aware that our
LCK
stream is
and
pretty
LPL
quiet for a
Life.
lot of the time.
Zeka.
D9 missing Worlds before Seas would be the funniest outcome. That would be really funny. I'm sorry, it would be really funny. Now they have Yamato. Now the thing is, I heard that Yamato is just a consultant on C9, and he's not technically an assistant coach. Because that's how he's like still appearing on podcasts and stuff, basically. Because it's very hard for him to do that if he's like an official coach, I believe. I thought he said he was only a consultant. Someone was saying that in chat like a couple of weeks ago, anyway, when it was announced. He's staying in EU, right? Yeah, okay. So he's like a remote assistant coach, I guess.
Unexpectedly qualified for Worlds and then upset T1 in the finals to win a World Championship. Zeka has been given the nicknames of Super Soldier by the Korean fan community and Game 5 Devil due to his propensity to always win the 5th game in the best of 5. So if it goes to 5th game,
Didn't he lose that
Zeka has a high
record
chance
not
of
too
winning
long
it.
ago, though?
He's also been known for hitting the gym, and his workout routines actually started in 2022 on DRX.
Call me crazy, but I rewatched Lion BLG and I think Lion has a chance versus HLE. I think they have a chance. Yeah, I think they do. I think, yeah. But if they get a misread on the early game, it's completely doomed.
Only being able to play melee carries, Zeka is now one of the best mid laners in the world with a very well-rounded champion pool, and it's made such a huge difference from his time on DRX to now how reliable he has become.
One of the craziest arcs in League of Legends pro playerdom, I have to say.
I like to, there was an interview and they asked him, like, are you trying to intimidate people physically when you're on stage? He was like, no, it's nothing to do with that. It's just about
He wants to intimidate people in the game.
True. And Emily, now if he loses, he would stop the future Zeka from winning Worlds, because he won as a 4th seed from the LCK. So he could cost his region that opportunity to recreate himself. Either way,
that's not a very probable outcome. You never know. We are underdogs.
But also, for people who don't know, Emily does all the drawing for that, which is always incredible. It's one of my favorite parts of drawing.
Spreadsheets and drawing, still only a Guild Wars World Champion.
Why are you trying to pit us against each other?
That's a good game. It's a very good game.
It's a great game. MG is a huge fan of Guild Wars. I didn't realize that Jab was a Guild Wars fan.
Absolutely, because he's so core for HLE's success. They love to play a really powerful mid-top side of the game with lots of support roams, but BLG kind of beat them at that game to knock them down here into the lower final. He was laning against the best current player in the world in Knight, but that still could be a confidence hit as we move forward in this MSI.
Yeah, and the big difference to me was Shun and On working together in tandem. As you see these highlights, they're always at least one of them, if not both of them, is always at the scene of the crime, right? And this was the huge difference maker, in addition to the fact that Zeka was going up against Knight directly.
Yeah, I literally think On had a perfect Gen game. That was actually perfect support play.
Yeah, this was insanely good. Do I believe in miracles? For LYON, no, not really, but that empowers them, you know. Hey, Titan, how's it going? If HLE shut down Inspired, is it GG? Yes. I mean, I think HLE, if they shut down any lane hard enough, I think it's GG. I think every single lane, if they get the leads that they got, say, against G2, I think they destroy them. This is the problem. HLE need to. I think LYON need to stomp. I actually think the opposite do. I think LYON need to stomp early, or it's GG. I think that HLE are just a bet. Oh, hang on. Sorry, the media feed was off for a long time, and now it's there. So
once that plan, actually is in accordance, then it'll look a lot cleaner.
It's true. It also
I don't have a coffee right now, so
for the match today, because we've characterized LYON as a bit of a slower team. Sits back, then strikes right at their prey when HLE is a bit more aggressive from that early game.
When LYON look at their best, it's Inspired turning up to a play that the enemy team has thought they've gotten for free and they just haven't.
I genuinely think LYON is the better team fight.
If his lanes are
I think
fire, he's gonna try and
quite hard to chat. I've just bumped up, like, by the way, some preamp, I've put the output, like, just way to max. I've just upped the output and stuff to try and up the mic volume.
Okay.
Because mic volume needs to go up anyway.
Definitely comes from Inspired, but yesterday,
okay, well, you sound like that was a pause.
So, alternate option, that's fine. If it's frying the mic, the other option.
It's not frying the mic.
Then even in that case, absolutely fine. Other option, you can put a touch of gain up here.
Oh yeah, do you remember the preamp died at points? Okay, whatever. The preamp
can also put some in there if you need it.
Yeah, no, I took it. Well, that's what fries it. The gain up on the preamp, on the yeah, that like puts the mic like into crispy territory.
Because you can gain stage.
How their adrenaline is going to recover.
But if it's working, I have
just because what Dope was talking about, like, Inspired was basically more locked in than ever yesterday to be.
This might also, whatever, it might fry the audio quality, we'll see what happens.
They've got 2 more series
to
play,
yes,
right?
we will get a copy. But yeah, I don't think you can definitively say that LYON are better team fighters than HLE. I don't think you can definitively say that at all. I think that just because LYON HLE lost to BLG does not mean that suddenly they are, you know, it doesn't mean by transitive properties that somehow LYON are better team fighters than HLE from that. I think they'll need a good draft to out team fight HLE. I don't think they can do it with even drafts very easily. I think Sane can survive Zeka in lane. I think on the form he showed against Caps, yep. And I think that the thing is though, he's not going to get silenced into our Seraphine every game, you know.
In a lot of cases, and then here you see he still had such big impact in these fights and playing to what the team.
There's a chance. Yeah, there is a chance. There is a chance, and there's genuinely a big thing. Like, I don't think it's being put in perspective. The fact that we're even remotely discussing LYON beating HLE means this is an incredible opportunity for LYON. You know.
Every time. He's performing so well in this series. He truly,
in my opinion, make Kanavi tilt or go behind win condition. I mean, yes, HLE are not a team that is used to be. Well, if HLE being the last Korean team end up getting put under pressure, that's horrid for them. Really, really horrid for them.
was so stellar. And he said it himself. He's like, look, teams keep passing on me. I'm still here and I'm doing great.
It's crazy how many off seasons we go and Douglas is not even on a team.
It's actually so frustrating.
And then they're like, oh, I guess we'll pick him up, and he performs.
For the people that don't know, he literally did not have a team going into this year until Zamudo's visa for LYON was denied. And then even after being on LYON, literally this split, they signed another top laner to say, Dokla, you better start improving or we're gonna kick you. Meanwhile, he's won an NRG, he's gone Worlds quarterfinals, he's on this team, he was on 100 Thieves last year. He shows up when it matters.
And he's an adept vlogger. Let's take a look at today's entry.
안녕하세요. 여기 도kla입니다.
Hey, thank you so much for the sub, Princess.
Toxicity is exactly how I thought it'd be yesterday, and honestly, the most toxic person was the person sitting to my left. So that's funny. Anyways, good win for NA. I still don't know what a kilometer is, but what I do know is that when I was walking last night from the arena, from a restaurant, I saw, like, I'm not even kidding, like 10 banners of Zeus on the street, and they're not even like Hanwha Life banners. They're just Zeus banners. Like, looks like they've been made by fans, and they're just on the streetlights. So, yeah, it's yeah. Anyways, let's have a good series today and make that impossible seem possible. Dokes out.
Hell yeah, Dokes.
We got you,
Hello, League of Legends customer Nymaera. Yesterday, I had a surreal dream for an EU support that G2 lost 3-0 versus LYON and released a statement to bench Dylan Falco, the unforeseen future. Anyway, such ridiculous dreams need to be shared, as that could never happen.
Print those, put him up in Los Angeles when he comes home as an MSI champion.
Right.
Okay, bro, back. I gotta get myself coffee and I gotta change real quick. So I'll join you in a second.
This is gonna be a tough one. They have met before, as Dokla himself talked about yesterday. He went 0-4-1. It was not a good time
100
for
Thieves. Ancient history, Emily.
For big jokes in the top lane.
Ancient history.
And yesterday when he was on desk, he basically did say, like, look, their solo laners are so strong. We just need to survive until the mid game. Like, he was very cognizant of how ridiculous this HLE topside is with Zeus, Kanavi, and Zeka.
Yeah, he's very respectful and he's realistic and he knows what his job is, okay? He's not gonna try and ego battle 1v1 Zeus and fight him to the death.
No?
No, maybe if he has Inspired right behind him and it's perfect timing, then he might try that and bait him in.
Yeah.
But I like the self-awareness. You know, this team is not all ego. They're a lot of banter, but they also have very realistic expectations.
Exactly. He said the ego's just the one next to me. Nobody else here. It's not that bad.
Big ego.
Hey, but if we look at it kind of player for player value, Emily, Zeus, right? One of the most hyped top laners in the world in every facet of the game. Maybe wasn't able to show exactly what he wanted versus BLG, but he has something to rectify here.
Yeah, and I mean, this is, when we talk about the strength of HLE, it is this top side. Zeus is so good. He has such a broad champion pool. He's so reliably, consistently great, especially in lane, which I think is why Dokla is looking at him being like, I just have to survive, because he just, any mistake, he will punish you for immediately.
Yeah, multi-time world champion, probably a Jace that LYON is going to have to ban the entire series, which is going to hamper them in draft as well. I feel like LYON's draft's been really well, but it's just when you're up against that caliber of player, your options get really limited.
They get limited, but as you said, a lot of humility from the side of LYON. That's why Berserker said, I'm just as good as Guma. So,
okay.
This is so cute, man. I mean, Berserker, he started his career on T1 Academy. Let's bring up the pictures, because the memories are going to hit you so hard. Look how cute.
Look at that. Yeah, and Delight is there too, right? HLE support. At that time, I believe he was called Crescent. And then he played with Owner and Delight. And there's Berserker and Delight again. Basically what happened is Guma kind of stepped up as T1 starting AD carry during this kind of 10-man roster shuffle, ended up winning that spot. Meanwhile, Berserker came over to NA and became C9 starting AD carry.
And I feel like Berserker's always had so much potential and has delivered on that potential when he's been playing in North America, but I feel like when he's gone up against top AD carries in the world, he has lost confidence in himself, and I feel like his confidence is such a core part of what makes him great, which is what makes it even more interesting that I feel like he actually has confidence today against Guma, which gives me more hope than previous.
So you're happy about
Berserker.
the quote, basically.
Absolutely, very happy that he thinks he's as good as Guma.
Yes, and of course I wanted to ask him specifically about his history with Guma, and I did so in the Verizon Game Day interview. A win is a win, and a very, very confident win, I think, for LYON. Now you're going up against HLE, and there is, of course, history there with you and Gumayushi from T1. Can you tell me what it is like going into this important matchup versus Guma and versus HLE?
I'm back.
I mean, is there some story? I mean, especially in 2021 when I was in T1 Academy, and then he was like T1, and then T1 was like did play well that time, and then I was also like didn't play well, and then we met like in the restaurant, T1 restaurant, and then we were just talking about life is so hard, and then like just that kind of thing, and then now I'm just like facing him in like MSI like top 3. So yeah, I mean I'm really happy about that. And
G2 Art of Choke.
Yeah, I mean,
oh come on.
Like, lost for him, especially when I met him in the international league. So yeah, I mean, I hope I can revenge.
Look at them now.
I know. I love this idea.
Life is hard, Emily.
Life is hard, but we go on.
But look at us now.
Yeah.
The huge arena, and they get to play against each other.
They're in enemy territory, I gotta say. I see a lot of HLE jerseys.
Loads. Yeah. But
Even,
are they actually,
Even versus G2, the whole crowd was G2 already too, so at least they're a little used to being in enemy territory.
They're used to it. But hey, do we actually think we're going to see Gumayushi and Berserker fight in the bot lane?
Well, that's the thing.
Man, the game from yesterday still hit so hard. Honestly, just want MSI done to get back to normal league play. I get that. I do get that. I mean, for EU fans, it's like nightmare scenario, right?
Is Delight just leaves.
Yep.
Guma's able to hold his own in 1v2s, and it allows them to play through the top side. So when they do that, I think LYON needs to be ready to really push the pressure bot lane.
Yeah, I think the way that both of these teams play through their AD carries is so different. Berserker is so often a win condition for LYON, and that's where I'm really looking. Like, Isles, obviously, his step up from his previous performance at this tournament was massive yesterday, especially the Bard game. I'm also looking at Delight because this is kind of their road. They both did their time on lower teams, but looking at these champion pools, you see the only shared mage between Berserker and Guma is that Ziggs. And then I did love the Tristana response and the Shen response from Berserker Isles. But the way they play is so different because HLE really relies on
Berserk,
the fact that
now this is something important.
And you can leave him on his own.
Guma has been playing on his own. Yeah, this is actually one of the problems that we actually have versus BLG is that they don't play enough through lane pressure.
And the only team that we've
I think to
seen
beat BLG, we saw this from JDG and Split. One obviously didn't last, but one of the more consistent ways to beat BLG is to play through lane pressure. One of the easier ways to do it. What happened to Smolder a strong little while ago? Very good with Deathfire Touch and Black Cleaver, and they nerfed the interaction. And they nerfed Deathfire Touch, which is the thing which is actually broken, not Blackfire Touch. The Deathfire Touch and Black Cleaver interaction.
Because Viper was kind of styling on Guma.
They also nerfed him directly, yeah, they did. So he got like triple nerfed, like the rune, the interaction and him got
we talked a lot about Inspired already, and I just think we have to take a little bit more time to talk about
I'm an EU fan, but more importantly, I watch a lot of LPL and BLG and my Kings. That's how we view it now. You have pizza? Fantastic. What kind of pizza?
Kanavi, thank you so much for joining me ahead of your game. What do you think of LYON, the way they made it so far, and what makes the team stand out maybe?
LYON is the #1 seed from their own region, so their laning phase is really solid and their teamwork with their jungler is on point.
Anything more you can tell me about Inspired? Because in the West, he is regarded as one of the best jungler, if not
Sorry,
the best
LYON, I can't support you. The Zez bin ship needs more content. They definitely do respect each other a lot. That is a way to put it.
I'm pretty sure Inspired, doesn't matter which team he's in every year, he always finds huge success. I think it's because he has great mechanics.
Thoughts on Perks head coach? We've got to wait for the results, really. I mean,
when it comes to facing off against a team like LYON, who is going to be a mismatch with you guys being much stronger, is there anything that you feel like you have to be careful about? Do you think they're going to maybe surprise you more with champions or with plays on the map?
The fact that LYON made all the way up here means that, you know, it's not a mismatch. You know, they are also a very strong team, so I don't want to let our guards down, and we will focus on
yeah, it's way too early to tell what's going to happen with the Pokes head coach thing. But Dylan has been so core to G2 that it's going to be very hard to move past that era.
Very measured response.
I thought that you were adorable.
Yeah, I mean, what? I think this was recorded actually before the G2 match.
Oh, I didn't update the fraud wall as much. So by the way, if you're
if you watched that match, but still giving the credit where
certainly shows. It's because Zeus and Ben have played each other in so many. The difference between the interview and the death volume is really high. But basically, Zeus and Ben have faced each other in so many finals. Yeah, I know that, Angie. I know. Basically, the difference in volume, of the interview and the desk is very different. The interview is very low volume. You have a fraud wall? Yes, that's the other thing I was going to say. Haven't updated the fraud wall for a little while. Apologies. Basically, while we're in the G2 office, I didn't get that set up in time because I had to set up things within a very short amount of time. So yeah, if you had a fraud wall or you remember someone else's fraud wall, I'm just going to take it on good conscience and I'll add it in if you put it in chat. Okay, I'm going to run an ad break, and I'll run an ad break and then we'll get ready for the game. You think HLE only prepped for G2 yesterday? I actually think that could be a factor. I'm sure they will have done some, but I do think that perhaps they thought they were facing G2. After they beat T1, I'm sure that's where their efforts were focused. But LYON play in a different way. They play in a different way through jungle. So there is a chance that, yeah, they're taken off guard by that. There is a chance.
This is such an exciting matchup, and everybody is looking at the jungle. You know, Kanavi going straight against Inspired, who's leading this team and trying to always craft a plan.
But yeah, Kanavi is one of the greatest junglers of all time now, at this point.
So, you know, he always is looking for that way to kind of nullify the biggest piece, the biggest
component. Why that specifically,
Montes? To it for the opponents. So I'm excited to see what sort of plan he comes up with.
Yeah, Kobe's always excited when
also Core JJ isn't on there.
I mean, yeah, you're just like, I'm excited.
You need to add Core JJ and Ben for that.
If there is one Inspired, I think is going to find it.
The difference is I never doubted them, and I'm not.
I know someone who wanted to put Dylan Falco in superhero. I mean, he still technically should be. Oh yeah, G2 were like all over superhero. They might have to get moved down now.
LYON can garner a little bit more support in the online sphere or whoa!
Oh my god, HLE are actually really close in line with the fanfare though. That's kind of crazy.
What?
I mean, honestly, I knew we were going to lose.
Need to arrange Zeus to be princess carried by Ben on the fraud wall.
I thought this was going to be 90-10. Also, the fan prediction rate has plummeted over the past few days.
It's still over 50%.
It's about to go even lower, everybody. Yeah. They didn't predict LYON to win.
Yeah. Also, 0 perfect pick'ems. They can't predict to save their lives. They're just like us.
True. Like us for real.
Most of my predictions have been wrong.
Well, maybe today as well. Let's get into those predictions then. I'll kick us off. I don't want to jinx anything. That's only why I picked HLE to win. 3-1. So I'm on your side, really, Emily.
I think HLE's top side is going to be way more difficult. Are you shaking my mic away?
I was trying to put my
You hate when I have to say so much, Kobe.
Don't touch her.
Yeah, I think it's just going to be so difficult to deal with this top side. It's going to be really difficult to deal with Kanavi. I think Delight is going to be out roaming Isles on the map.
Oh, we actually have a split desk. Damn. Wait, 3-0 LYON. Sure, get that Hopium in. Sure, why not?
You're 3-2, so you're going to give a little wish.
Okay, I'm going to have to go get a coffee because I don't know. I think sounds good.
Every series that NA has played at MSI has been a 3-0. So giving anything but a 3-0 or a 0-3, everyone is.
Yeah, this has been the tournament of 0-3s. This has been all 3-game series pretty much. You know, we've had like a couple of good series, but besides that, this has been like whitewash the tournament.
They cannot lose.
It's just, well, not whitewash. What is it? Clean sweep the tournament.
Seed. I think that's going to matter. But then also, if people
there is another phrase for like saying 3-0, which is like the wash in it. Saying something's a whitewash is also with 0-3. That is also a right statement, I think. But I would have grabbed coffee. Yeah, Sam said he was going to do it. It's just that Sam's putting a lot of our time and effort into it. So it's coming now.
It's a long shot. Listen, LYON is not supposed to be here.
No, they're not. And I think that's a really big kind of like mental pressure off of LYON. They know that they probably shouldn't be here.
Such a floor raiser and the plans he makes in a game. And I've never seen him have more
but there's no pressure on them
than he has in this.
Realistically, you know, like this team massively overachieved. This is one of the most successful NA international runs ever, regardless of the result from this point.
Of course they can say that.
Perhaps the LYONs can rise up and roar as loudly as they did
But like, if they beat HLE on home soil, that is absurd. that's one of the greatest achievements in Western League of Legends history, let alone like NA history, because like yeah, you know, I think EU typically has had much better share of the international success. You know, for NA to actually have a couple of times where they've gotten really close, when you think about FlyQuest last year, sorry, Worlds 24, and a couple of the times where they've done very well there. You okay? Cool. Get your chair in here. Us US NA fans are just jazz. What about the non... no, us NA fans. I thought you... I don't know why I misread that. I was like, well, what about the non-US NA fans? Because it's not just the US. What about them? What do the Canadians feel? What about everyone else? Yep. Okay, but look at this then. Again, like the volume between desk and the B-roll is not B-roll. The SAT is really different. Okay, so when we sit like this, it goes down a bit. Canada mentioned exactly.
Pressure on you and a lot of expectations, and I do think that he stood up to that pressure. 구마유 씨가 새 팀에 합류하고 열흘 뒤 라이언이 인스파이어드를 품었습니다. 두 선수 모두 새로운 도전에 나섰습니다. I think Gumayushi is a very smart player that really
I'm gonna change around the compressors as well, so it allows us to get up to the
clutch situations. He always finds the way to be useful.
Oh, I thought you were gonna do it.
No, I can't. Oh, I could. Yeah, I suppose. Yeah. Sorry, that's fine.
No, I can do it off here.
No, it's fine. Can we just? But that'd probably be easier, only because it saves the.
You're in charge already.
Yeah, that's.
라이온도 분명히 강한 팀이지만 저희는 녹을 만나도 이긴다는 마인드로 임할 거기 때문에 저희가 이길 수 있을 것 같습니다.
각 지역에 자존심이 걸려 있습니다. 한쪽에는 자존심이 걸려 없는 유산이, 다른 한쪽에는 기다려온 꿈이 있습니다. It's been 7 years since LCS was at this stage of the tournament. I think everyone is looking at us from the underdog mindset, but I think we're gonna use it to our advantage, play with no fear, and hopefully we can give even back to our NA fans.
Inspired, dancing on the graves of Europe. Yo, wave at me, guys. Hello. Why so quiet?
He's such an asshole, man.
He is, but he's so entertaining.
The thing is, it works though, right? You need a villain in the scene. Is he still an asshole for a lot of that? Yes, because like basically he says like, oh, it's just like the org and the fans are doing this to you. The players just kind of like have to suffer for it. I'm like, I kind of get that, but I'm like, it doesn't stop it being a dick move. However, you kind of need that, and he has every right to do that. He won, you know. So mild compared to VCC, it is. But TFC, you have seen many times how the league community does not react well to like that kind of.
I mean, reminder as well. Kalist don't stand up enough. Yeah, you're right, Alex. You're so right. But Kalist stood up to show someone he got fined for it. Yep. Like, I want that. I want the pop-offs. Yep. I think it's because he took his headphones off, to be fair. But you know,
because that means. Yeah. Okay, so realistically, even with all this hype, there is still a significant chance this is an HLE 3-0 blowout. There is a decent chance of that.
Yeah, like, you know, what happened now? We got kicked. We got our asses kicked 3-0. Went home straight away. Wait, did you win? No, we got our asses kicked 3-0.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome.
Oh, that's the meme of like, oh, there was this one time we were down like 0-2 in MSI semi-finals. You know, just got the guys together and said, you know, we can win this. So what happened after that? Did you win? No, 0-3.
Yeah, we got our asses kicked 3-0. Yeah.
I can't remember the exact word of it.
Yeah. God bless basketball memes.
I don't know if that was basketball.
I believe it's a basketball meme.
Might be NHL as well. NHL also tends to be like, oh, from NFL. Like, it wouldn't surprise me. NBA memes are very popular, but I don't know
who really deserve to take that stage tomorrow. And both these teams,
of course, it's so sad that Dagda doesn't have an LPL team to cast team. They're already in finals.
I know. I think they performed exactly as we all expected. Yeah, no issues at all.
Dude, imagine BLG go on the Golden Road and like, imagine just they go on the Golden Road. I am kind of hoping that if they Golden Road, LPL broadcast maybe gets brought back.
Man, I wish I could search information about the Golden Road.
Oh yeah.
But but other browsers just aren't doing it for me anymore. I think I need a new browser. Right? Got an idea of what browser I could use to search for information on Golden Roads?
I also love Yu-Gi-Oh! GX. My favorite ideas about internet browsers. So we now have Opera GX.
Oh, that's brilliant. Tell me about Opera GX, Alex.
Well, it can't necessarily. Well, it can play Yu-Gi-Oh!
It can.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Games.
And there are. Yeah.
But more importantly, you can do whatever you want in terms of customization, making it look like your own, and make it feel like your own as well. It has like really cool key sounds when you type. If you want, it can just like the key sounds.
Could I have it Golden Roam themed?
Yes. You'd have to find a theme or make it yourself, but you could do that. Yeah.
Community, I'm just saying we could set this up. Do you know how they could potentially support us with about this?
If you download Opera through our sign up link, there's the thing below our camera, right, which makes it like easier to check that. But basically, if you download through there and sign up for the browser, it does help us. The payout's actually very nice every month if we do have that. Okay, HLE shows first pick. Lion shows blue side. Okay, cool. Let us know what volume's like as we go through this, by the way. I'm kind of just winging it, but I think we changed our volumes a little bit.
HLE really want to try and get that rematch against BLG in the finals.
I am
a ton of world champions on their side, but not an MSI to speak of. Still waiting to add that to their trophy cabinet.
Okay, Orianna permaban. HLE don't want to first pick the Orianna. Varus is around and both teams play Varus, although Guma lost on his famous Varus versus HLE. It wasn't close actually, it was last game.
Yeah, I think I've only seen one lethality Varus win. Hilarious against G2 yesterday. Excuse me.
Yeah, I think you know, Guma is one of the best Varus players. He's the best one of the best Varus players of the modern era. I think it's you know, there are a couple of players who are on the list, but he's definitely one of them. I don't know if he can defensively say one of the very good players out there. But now that poke Varus and Varus is a little worse in general, it does hit Guma a bit. Not that he doesn't have other champions, but that was one of his like go-to. I'll always run on this pick picks. Rumble's still available. Do you need to just take the Rumble away? Do you just blind pick it for Doklo?
Or he's gone.
Orianna and the Akali, two champions. He's been great.
And also, Kanavi's win rate on Jarvan in general is pretty nuts, guys. I think it's like 76% win rate over like 50 games.
Well, they've been thinking pretty hard about it.
Put a lot of time into the champ, very successfully.
I'm gonna keep casters there for now. Just yeah, I'm gonna just put it down a little bit. Okay, so they take the Rise. Rumble is still available on the other side.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, in fairness, I actually think one of the ways that Lion could be, because again, I know that Duo says the opposite, because Duo thinks that Lion are a better team-fighting team than HLE. I don't think you can definitively say that. Personally, I think that you should be looking to stomp early game as Lion. If they don't stomp early game, I think HLE just run away with individual matchups or just individual ball.
And with that in mind, I know it sometimes seems, particularly to non-LPL viewers who may be coming in for MSI, welcome guys. Glad to have you in here. Maybe this is perhaps a little counterintuitive, but Ryze Qiyana is one of the better ways to snowball because Ryze gives you a point-and-click stun, which means Qiyana's follow-up from the jungle coming out of river can be really, really nasty. You can heavily snowball through mid lane with that duo.
If you Camille, then you might get poppied here. Because typically we see the poppy get locked in. I think you actually poppy immediately into the double dash champs. I think that's a really good draft if you have the poppy. Go on, slam poppy, slam poppy. Give us the Camille, give us the Jarvan. No, slam poppy, slam poppy, slam poppy, slam poppy. It's good, it's good, it's good, it's good. I don't want to see the knot, I want to see the poppy.
Unless they got something, yes, poppy, there you go.
Now I think that line are actually winning draft now, by the way. They're actually winning draft because now the Camille is not in a happy spot. The Jarvan's not in a happy spot. You have Poppy linking up for Qiyana as well with also more CC. That's a very good Poppy lock. And you know the bot lane matchup already because we haven't seen Ziggs flexed around. And the Camille is very likely to be in bot lane. As long as the Camille's in bot lane, you're fine with this now.
Awesome. I was saying the same thing. My only other option would have been, hey, if you want to do it, you could try a Talia. But you need to be prepped for it. I don't know whether Berserker really is someone you want on the Talia compared to something like your traditional carries like your Caitlyn or Hell. Of course, he was once a great Zeri, remember?
We see something blinded by Zay.
You have to download and sign up for it once you downloaded it TSC, otherwise it doesn't log it. Otherwise you can just spam click the link and download it, which yeah. You have to like make an account and sign up to it on there, basically.
It's like a 20-second job.
Okay, so banning with the Ezreal, what else they ban? You can go Caitlyn Poppy. Yeah, I don't think you do it in this draft. You can,
and you can also stop
Nymaera.
being able to escape with the
technically you can Corki. We haven't seen a Corki this event, I don't. No, we did. We see a little bit at the beginning of it. We didn't see much of it.
Still not seen an Azir.
Yeah. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not missing Azir being out of meta. We've had it literally in meta for years and years.
Yeah, no, I know. I'm not either. I'm just saying it's been that is a huge thing. We just ticked up as well there. Fantastic. Thank you, TFC.
he doesn't want to take risks. He wants to play really steady. When he's playing against someone like HLE, that he says, okay, you are the better team. We need to get spicy. We need to have surprise picks. We need to have aggressive moves. We need to take risks.
There's the Vayne ban. Okay, they're thinking potential. Nah, I think now.
What I'm thinking of with this Flex Poppy, with this Camille, you know, rather the Kiana coming in early.
Yeah, I'm not missing Azir being away from this tournament. I'm not. I think that there's so much playmaking elsewhere. And the problem with some Jin's a good pick here, actually. Then there's no hyper tank locked in. And even if there is a hyper tank, you have like Ryze Kiana, which aren't bad versus tanks. Kiana has so much damage that everyone kind of dies for it.
Yeah, she struggles into bruises because in the 1v1s you don't quite kill them and then they win the extended trade. Against tanks, you get to go through another rotation. They can't threaten you. Well. Syndra's slightly annoying. And the Scion's not bad. I think HLE have got themselves a fine comp here. You throw down a Jarvan Cataclysm, you throw down a Hextech Ultimatum, you hit R on Syndra and Ziggs, and you blow people up inside the Cauldron, is the plan. The only thing I will say is Kiana into Jarvan can be a little bit scary for Jarvan because your Cataclysm can literally set up for the mother of all Kiana stuns.
Because honestly, there's not much in the way of AD damage on the opposite side. Sure, you got the Jarvan.
Zion's not awful here, actually.
Zion is a good lock-in, because that means that the Jhin has much less value. I know that we said that, you know, the Kiana and the Ryze are good versus tanks. It doesn't mean that Zion isn't good. Ambessa gives... Now you have, like, point and click into Ambessa follow-up, and Ambessa's fine into Zion. In terms of overall comp, HLE are very happy for this to go slow. Yeah. The only real damage is magic damage, though. If Jarvan doesn't get going, you can just slam a lot of magic resist. Like, if you get a more on Ambessa and Kiana, yeah. Not that Kiana can do it too easily in her build, she wants to follow as well. We're going to go into an ad break so we don't get ads during the game, folks. I mean, you could theoretically go for Merc Treads, deal with it. Like, it's not fantastic with Kiana, who loves the Ionian boots for her cooldown, but be honest, if you do that and then stick an Axiom Arc somewhere in the build instead, you might be fine. Apparently that meme, by the way, is like, oh no, we got destroyed. Apparently it's a Counter-Strike meme. Which I do remember now, actually.
Okay.
Yeah, I remember that being like, oh, we were like 15-2 down on blah, blah, blah. Did you come back? No, 16.
Yeah.
But I think that this is, HLE want a slow game. They just want to play into late game team fights. And again, like, this will be really interesting because, again, Duo, you have staked your analytical reputation on the line. Thank you for the extra optics, but I'm not sure so much. Because you're saying that you said that HLE are a worse team fighting team than LYON. HLE have picked a slow comp which is meant for team fighting. So now we get to test. And this is very cool, obviously. Whether your opinion that LYON are a better team fighting team than HLE actually holds water, especially in a draft where I think that the team fights are not easy from LYON.
No, they've got really good mid-game power to get things off, and they've got lots of tools to do it, but the bar to execution with a Kiana, with a lot of moving parts where you need to kind of have really good follow-up and CC chains and damage chains needs to be good. Needs to be good.
Hey, if LYON actually win through team fights, yeah, absolutely do it. That's a great mark of, yeah, you know, be confident in your analytical takes like that. Be confident, you know. Like, I was very confident with saying, like, okay, BLG will win through solo lane dominance and, you know, XYZ, but I also, you know, the way that I triaged T1's failures, I felt like it's very on point. But unless you say that clearly, then actually, then you don't get the props for it. Yeah, no points for half answers and no points for, like, no, half-assing it, you know. Commit. Gotta commit to it. And again, if you're just like a casual, then it doesn't matter so much. But, okay, right, Kiana's going bot to top, Jarvan's going top to bot. It's doing okay at level 1, but Syndra Qs are really nasty. Oh, really, really nasty.
Good DFT ban, at least.
Yeah,
dodged Q.
Comet is scary, though.
Saint's gone Ghost again. He does this every time on Ryze. He never runs to teleport.
It's matchup dependent. You do it into Syndra because it allows you to, like, have level 1 threats we saw the other time. Not bad. Guess the W start versus Camille level 1 are actually really good here. I'm surprised that they blind... What? This is actually quite a disrespectful part of the draft from HLE. Now, the solo lanes do save the draft, but I think that the Camille into the Poppy is... And Jarvan Camille into Poppy is utter, like, disaster, no? Like, Poppy's been permabanned the entire event when people have been thinking about picking that.
Yeah.
Up, you know?
And again, I'm looking at this and you're going, okay, Ryze stun into Kiana ult, into Jhin W, into Poppy wall stun with them. Better follow-up. Like, the CC chains onto things like the Ziggs or the Syndra is going to be very difficult to stop. Because I don't think a lot of that's particularly satchelable. You can try, but I think, like, especially if you can burn the satchel with one, the additional follow-up is going to be pretty hard. Oh, good W.
I'm not going to lie, Sam. That's the easiest W of ours to play.
Yeah, I know, but it was still quite good. Hang on, behind, Kanavi behind. He's dead, he's burned the W, isn't he? Oh.
Yeah, now he doesn't have the W, he's just evaded and he dies. Nice. The thing is, like, whenever Camille W's is like easy, you like that, you're like, oh, I'll press W. So he fucking dies for it, because it's such an easy one. It's like, oh, that's the easiest one of my life. And now he's not there. Okay, really well played from HLE. I'm not gonna lie, I actually think this could be the beginning of the end for LYON. If you've died as the Poppy into the Camille, you are not happy.
Yeah, Kanavi goes on a really weird timing there as well, because it's not a 3-camp gank, it's not a full clear gank. That is a, I will do everything but blue buff gank, which is a fun time to hit people at.
Yeah, dropping like a single camp is fine. Also, just dropping a buff is okay, because buffs are such a long cooldown anyway. You don't lose that much XP or gold in your second, third clear, because it's your regular camps you care about time as well.
Yeah, exactly, because again, it doesn't affect your regular camp time. But you can afford that to be like 10 seconds later. It's not a problem at all.
Suffocating for the enemy team if he gets ahead, if he plays the way that he wants to, and setting up plays like this.
Right, I'll Kiana out.
HLE fans want to see.
Exactly. The gold went right where you want it, right? Guma is able to get that gold. The only thing
okay, they can get onto Guma here, maybe blood flash.
They're going to try to get bot and see if they can
punish Guma. Way too far.
This could work.
Is the timer there though? No.
Oh, what are we doing, Guma?
Flash stun into the wall, coming out for Miles. Guma Yushi with the flash away, but he's
blocked
there for the steadfast presence.
Oh, no way!
One more hit coming out from Inspire.
Got it. Oh, shit. You know what? Not bad.
Guitar go juggling. Duckload dead. But the thing is that the Camille is on the map. Gets flash out of Camille, doesn't do anything with it.
Yeah. He pops the pot. That's what he does.
He has cookies. Yeah, still cookies. He's safe.
Going back to the bottom side, Guma Yushi having to use that.
And Spud gets that kill too. I mean, most people on the Rift are very Kiana-able.
Yeah, anyone not named Sion is going to have an interesting time. Jarvan's weird. If you don't get Giga far ahead, the Martial Cadence Auto plus Sundered Sky means that you kind of end up in a position where it's like, I don't actually do enough to finish you off now.
Sorry, say that again?
So, Jarvan's weird for Kiana. Kiana is, in 1v1 specifically. Basically because if you don't get Giga far ahead, you throw your whole combo down. Which Jarvan can EQ through Summer Wits, also in your Grass Blade, which can be a bit annoying. And
I don't think you can EQ through your combo, okay?
He can go through your Q stun if it's done right.
Well, it's not a stun, it's a root, so yeah.
Yes. And not your R. But you do it in positions like, okay, I've done 2/3 health bar, but the third remaining means with the Martial Cadence or
but even like your Q, like he can EQ as long as like he's able to cast abilities, right?
Yes, and what I'm saying is, again, what the issue is that basically he is able to sustain through the back end of the fight if you're not Giga far ahead.
It's not like you can avoid your damage, basically.
No, but it's very rare that it's one shot.
I mean, like, if he puts a W shield on, and he has, like, a little bit of HP, then he can fight through bits, but I mean...
If you're ahead, it's a different beast, but if you're, like, in an even game state...
That's kind of the case for any Kiana match. I think it's specific jump, but I guess it's the one
It's specifically into bruises. Shyvana, for example, is an atrocious matchup for
Yeah, well, Shyvana's tankier than Jarvan. Jarvan's actually fairly squishy for a bruiser. Oh, hang on, don't be having that flash. Oh, he did. And now your realm will... You have to cancel... Wait, they're really going for this? I don't like that at all. I really don't like that at all.
Where's Kiana?
Where's Kiana? You need Kiana.
Can't see the pictures. Oh, he's not going in spies over the wall.
Well, that's a very bad realm.
Oh, dear.
I'm not gonna lie, LYON are kind of... That was a huge in, actually.
Oh, not bad. Oh, see, that's the... Oh, my God, that was close. Nice. Okay, just get...
He's not even ahead and he did one shot him there, in fairness.
To be fair, Kanavi was already relatively low.
Why do you commit to that realm up? I have no idea. It's not a good play. I mean, Inspired getting extra gold is important. Getting 1-for-1 on junglers is better for the Kiana.
So here's the difference between today and yesterday is that basically LYON don't have the numbers advantage. they had pretty much every play yesterday.
Yeah, because HLE are much better at moving unseen across the map, and G2 were really bad at one, moving, but also just seeing where people are going to. I think he should have just played distance. Play distance. Just go into the alcove. You know, the Sign had already used ult. Just go back and then try and... Like, the realm mob's not that far off, you know? You don't have to play it as quick as you did. And then you just lose, like, an extra kill for that.
Even having Kiana there in the back line as well.
You know, this is pre-1 items, but like the points we were making about the Jarvan counter, they don't really apply at this point, you know.
Yeah, and also Jarvan was half HP, so.
But this is like pre-1 items.
Yes. Oh yeah, yeah.
It's not really relevant, that conversation we had before for this point anyway.
And again, it's a anyway. I like this matchup between Jarvan and Kiana. It's a lot of fun because again, Jarvan ult gets really weird into Kiana because you give her a wall. Which can always be fun for things like
I'm not gonna lie, I do think that Kiana's just... I think it's just a pretty good matchup into Jarvan, because unless Jarvan's invading you and taking camps away, like, you're not really at threat from Jarvan, because you can always have enough to kind of escape him in terms of mobility. If he uses any of his CC onto anyone else, if he uses his EQ, he's just sitting duck. So Jarvan has to, like, perma-sit on EQ, threat of kind of, like, just getting blasted.
Yeah, I mean, team fights, I really like Kiana into. I think 1v1s, 2v2s get a bit more interesting.
I think that 1v1, Kiana's fine versus Jarvan. You just double to the side and never get hit by the knockup. If you have a skill available, you pretty much never get hit by the knockup.
Yeah, you just don't have kill threat on him.
On Jarvan, yeah, you do. Yeah, 100% you do. Your cooldowns are lower than his, like way lower than his. Your W comes up way faster than his EQ again.
Thunder Sky Marshall Cadence orders means you really struggle to actually burst him out, and he just wins auto trades unless you've got really good grass blades.
You don't need really good grass blades. You just need a grass blade, and you can stay out of range as well. You can W out of his melee range after his EQ's down. So you W to the side of his first EQ, or like you ult him out of it.
But they're going to have to be very clever about...
If you ult him out of him, he just ults you in turn, which gets a bit weird.
Yeah, but then you just W out of his ult. He still takes the damage that way, because his ult then sets up for just the particle will then hit his own ball.
Thunder Sky Marshall Cadence also is really silly.
It is really strong. I'm not saying Jarvan's bad in 1v1s, but like...
I'm also saying it's not bad into Kiana 1v1.
I just think that Kiana just escapes most of the time.
But yeah, anyway, my point is, you don't necessarily get the full kill. It's fine. It's just, I think it's a fun matchup.
Would love to try and at least
whereas I think my opinion is that I think it's a good matchup for Kiana. Because like I think there are a lot of things with it. Like 1v1, you farm better than Jarvan.
Yes.
You have more mobility in terms of because your cooldowns are lower, you have more mobility than Jarvan because your W allows you to cross walls very nicely. Both in terms of pathing and in terms of 1v1 angles as well. And he struggles to get consistent auto attacks down on you, basically. You can get the first one, which is really good as you're saying with the Thunder Sky plus passive. But yeah, and there's a reason why Kiana has managed to stay in meta for a number of reasons like that, right? Even if you don't farm that well, even if you don't farm that well, you still most of the time have better options than Jarvan.
You knock the crystal off, you have the passive, you could all of a sudden execute that tower
and
get this massive injection of gold, which could make things.
Well, HLE have a better team fighting comp on the whole, and they have a slight lead, and they have a dragon. HLE, Lion do get to probs.
All right, Dragon down to below 15 seconds.
Spire 2 kills is really good though. The question is, can you do anything versus Zeus on the Scion? Because you know, like Kiana's not bad versus Scion on the whole because just like you have just such ridiculously high damage. You get to a point where even Scion can't shrug it off, and you do have the Rise. So between the Rise and the Kiana you have and the Ambessa, you have like okay Scion killing potential. It's just not from an AD carry, but it does mean that at least the Jhin doesn't feel too bad because at least you have some tank killing potential. Can you actually fight this?
Exactly.
You're in the river, you got Kiana ult with Voltaic, this is doable. Kiana can do this for sure. For sure! Oh, that's so sad. He will die for it though. Yeah.
You're not getting the dragon. You're losing this pretty hard. Oh, that sucks.
HLE has lost their support.
Well,
well,
that was everything on. You needed another form of engage. You didn't have Poppy 6 to get them pop up or anything like that.
Saint stepping up again, managing to get the dragon in the middle of all of that.
Oh, Saint still
dragon now. What?
Saint still with an EQ, I think.
I just blanked on that. What?
Yeah. That's huge. Again, Kiana in the river. Wicked team fight there in some ways. Like, you get that big off, but you do need something else to follow. I wonder what happened to the Poppy. Because they did. I'll just takes a bit of damage going through the minefield to get in.
Yeah, that's what I was worried about because they weren't really in position here. Jump over. The damage goes onto the Camille.
It gets onto Kanavi and Guma as well, I think. Yeah, it does.
If he uses all of his mobility going forwards and gets hit by Jarvan, full combo into Syndra into Ziggs.
Yeah, that is the knife's edge of this matchup, which I love in the river.
Oh, it was the Q bounce that gets it, weirdly. And this is without Sion or Ambassador into it as well.
Navi had Smite on cooldown, by the way, as well.
2 for 1. I don't know whether... Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. It's the first game of the day. I'm not cracking this.
I think we're starting to see from Inspired, like, that kind of risky game.
Navi's 100% KP on Jarvan again. Like, this guy is ridiculous on the chance.
Inspired 100% KP.
Oh yeah?
You know.
Hell yeah. He's 66% of the team's kills.
I completely agree. I mean, this is something that...
Hang on. And he's used DQ. This is, I don't know whether it matters. Oh, no! Don't get it anyway. Might get traded. Yeah, he will do.
He actually should have been able to get out cleanly, though.
Yeah.
Give me just teleport on top side. But I mean, flash down on Syndra is big. That's nice from Dogs.
And his Hextech ultimate is quite a long cooldown.
Hey, Cyclone, thanks for the resub. Appreciate it.
Almost a year, baby.
Incredible. Almost a year.
Gets that Eclipse, goes in aggressively,
2 months, yeah, that's almost
Zeka, and Zeka's going to be very vulnerable now with Inspired having Flash, and Isles' Flash will be up.
Yeah, Inspired having Flash is the next big thing, but like next time Inspired goes into a fight, he can't just get soloed out in one shot. You need to coordinate the engage well. Ooh. That's out of vision too. Nice.
Just about get out of that. And yeah, but still, I think you're in a decent
block it on Isles too, so it's a bit hard to kill. I was having a worse game this time though, in terms of his decision making anyway. The top lane play is just unnecessarily goal to give over. I mean, it's not a blowout from HLE.
I wonder whether it might be, to be honest.
It's been, yeah, I mean, 1-4 in Dragons, HLE goal advantage. It's not, I mean, HLE is still winning this game now, but is anyone else coming up? Kiana's coming up, but...
Hey, decent rebuttal. Repudiate, rather.
It's just not close, man. They still have Syndra ult to throw at him. It's just not close.
Gonna put in work on the turret, bringing it potentially low enough for a
wow.
I wonder if there is an angle though for Lion to
They
try
do use double ults. These Jarvan and these Ziggs, but they still had Syndra ult. That was overkill.
Yeah.
There's not really any backup.
I didn't say you were.
I didn't say I was.
I didn't say you were.
I know. What?
I know. I was confused.
I'm just agreeing with you.
I was agreeing that you were agreeing with me.
Constantly shifting Gumayusi around the map, looking for these quick plays to take down turret plates. Only a single plate now standing on that turret in the top side, and Gumayusi just going to roam mid to pick up the wave.
And we were talking about how close they were keeping it. Well, all of a sudden it is a 2K gold lead here for HLE, just like that, and that is before a first tower was
Hexoptics Jin. Don't see much Hexoptics Jin there, MSI.
Lion have got to try to hang on to this.
If you don't need the Ghost Blade, I prefer it to Collector first.
Who's already so accelerated, is able to get up there
by a significant margin.
It's going to be a massive
and it does mean that if you get involved in the first kill, you're just able to stay miles and miles away.
100 more than what Berserker has on the Jin. Gumayusi very powerful.
Basically, in the space where you would have built a collector before, I think this is often the better option efficiency-wise. Plus, Jin with his auto range can often be just fine to get the value from it anyway.
See if they can make a play towards Dokla again before that flash comes up.
I think this is too much gold to give up to an arguably better scaling team. At least they get the dragon. At least it stops like HLE just like slowly sliding in towards Soul Point or something.
There's the edge of Night Influence by, which I think is actually really smart in this game. Oh, can you? Oh, Ghost in. Okay.
He actually dies here.
Oh, he doesn't.
Close as hell. I thought the DPS. Well, it was close to DPS.
Here comes everyone else. They need to leave. All make this fast.
Well, Camille Ziggs is yeah.
Calls in the cavalry and looks for a counterpunch. Gumayusi gonna throw a bomb. Won't get a whole lot out of it.
Well, that's 2 dead.
Hang on. Hang on.
Better than I thought. Oh, boys, a lot better than I thought it would be. That's so much better than I thought it would be. Dokla might just go for Gimma here.
They get Herald off that. Yeah,
they do. That's an incredible turnaround. I did not expect that at all.
Yeah, Kiana got mad value on that ult.
Yeah, they all stacked against the wall. I think that's very disrespectful positioning from HLE. You know, when you're against stuff like Camille, Poppy, Kiana, champions with wall interactions, your positioning has to be a little atypical. You know, against Poppy, if you think you're gonna get, ganked by her, you don't stand next to a wall. You actually have to stand Gianna's closer to her in the middle of the lane.
Yeah.
And against Gianna, similar, if you're chasing her, in that case, you can just shift left and you're not going to get hit by the ult nearly as easily.
Giving up Dragon to play for the turret. It should be first turret, you know.
This is okay. This is enough gold for it to matter.
And it's kind of been the story of how they're trying to go for this just far. And it's
they don't even need to use the Herald for this. They have a Herald for another turret to take someone else.
Yeah, and that's their gold lead for like. Doka needs to be a little bit careful because I think with Delight getting a stun could have been in trouble. But
I think Doka's plan is maybe go. Wait, is he going to play next into the Scion? I don't love it. This is something that who's the LPL player that did this all? Anyway, it's an LPL thing where you just go like Black Cleaver into Scion second, where it doesn't actually feel.
It does give you HP into Ziggs Syndra.
Yeah, but there's a lot of things that give you HP into. Oh, he just used a stun. He actually might die here.
Yeah.
They didn't. That's a really good recall cancel from Doka. They should look for a topside fight.
Okay.
They're bringing up Rise, but he doesn't have Rumble.
Okay.
And Bess is coming out. Bess is coming in now. Bess is coming in now.
Oh, inspired. Great combo. Great combo. Okay, try to slide for it.
And Bess is coming in. Bess is coming in.
Nice.
There you go. So Guma's dead, I think. He has flash.
No way out.
Nice. Facing back. Okay. I actually think Dokes should have moved quicker.
2 for 1. Did Zakus have to TP out? Wow. The light should be out.
Yeah, he's out.
Incredible stuff.
Okay, alright. I mean, the damage from Inspired is getting out a boatload of damage before he dies. Now, because the Herald user is dead, they don't get to summon that. And by the way, how's volume on like when it gets to times like that? Is volume still like okay, or is it not? Because on the last YouTube video, we had a lot of people, well, not a lot of people, 1 or 2 people saying the audio balance was rough. That wasn't highlighted live, so I mean, I guess it wasn't bad enough for you guys to notice it in the time, but if it is too loud, just let us know. I know that like interviews and SOTs and game are a little bit different volume.
But it's a game
volume sounds fine to you.
Hey, one will die so the others may live and thrive off the back of it, right?
I mean, Doka, really good recall cancel. Credit to LYON, they're actually playing a mean game here. The burst is pretty good. I think HLE are not, I mean, much like G2, they're not actually, and this is one of HLE's strengths too, they're not tracking where LYON are on the map. This is very creative play. They're actually getting to the point now where they're winning these skirmishes later on. These aren't 5v5 team fights. These are skirmishes, and we'll see what happens if we actually see a true 5v5 later. But I think the draft was good with like the Poppy into the Jarvan and the Camille. And I think that the Kiana Rise has real value.
I'm a little nervous that Zeus has managed to get 30-odd CS over an Ambessa. Like, the Scion in team fights could eventually just become a bit of a bulwark that's going to be very unfun. Oh, double stun. We're all right.
To answer everything these guys are coming at him with, and finding that pick on Gumayushi is exactly what they needed.
You say it's a rare occasion, but I'm thinking back to FlyQuest and GENG pushing them to 5 games.
Yeah, I know. I remember, Doctor. There's been a couple series against LCK teams where, like, they've been LCK wins, but there's been a few 5-game series for NA versus them. Yeah, exactly. Getting it over the line's been the issue.
Dude, if HLE bomb out here, this is one of, like, legitimately, if HLE bomb out here, despite pre-tournament expectations, you think about first stand and then MSI, and also T1 being here too, so you can't use the excuse of it's just not T1.
Yeah.
This would be one of the worst international year. This might be like the worst international year for LCK since like, well, not different. 2018 was probably worse, I think.
What did they win in 2018? Did they win anything? Nothing. Okay, so 2018
because in context, that was the year that the Korean era of dominance ended. They lost MSI and Worlds.
Yes.
They lost to RNG, like Kingzone, being heavy favorites, lost at MSI 2018. And then Worlds, they lost to RNG, to IG.
And it was again, KT was the KT-IG in that quarterfinals, man. What if that had been later?
Even looking at that top side, like Zeus
losing first stand in the way that they did, and then if MSI, you know, T1 goes out so early into the bracket, then actually bomb out against an N18, that would probably be one of the worst results for LCK ever, especially since it's on Korean home soil, you know?
It would also be pretty good for the West, frankly. The fact that we've had an NA team doing some good stuff, we've had an EU team, again, obviously the drama now with Dylan being benched kind of immediately after the loss to LYON and all of that stuff going on, but theoretically you've got this position where actually the top teams from EU and NA are able to consistently take out fairly big Eastern teams. That would be a pretty huge thing.
Okay, I actually think once you get like a significant amount of magic resist in, I think that HLE starts to run out of damage, Sam.
I'm a little nervous about that too.
I think you can kill one target with Scion, Jarvan Burst on top of it, and Camille too. Like, they have enough physical damage to like threaten one target. But if you have a ton of magic resist, don't you just like struggle to have DPS to kill the whole team? Now, it might be enough to kill like Inspired, who's going GA next, which I think is actually very valuable here. He's not going Cyrilda, he's going GA just because he's like, I need to stay alive. And I actually think Lion have enough turnaround kind of CC and damage to actually threaten. Oh, this is a dead Herald, I think. That's a shame. I think they should have battle heralded with that, if anything. I think you could have used that. You could have used that for a battle herald around Dragon. That's a waste. That's a shame.
So nice job from HLE, not giving Lion the opportunity to use the herald the way they want.
Oh, just about.
What's the rumble? What's the rumble? It went into boss the jungle. Okay, so Delight has no flash now, and his HP is low. But you did just use 2 ults. Really good stun.
Okay.
That's Dragon Gone. That's Dragon Gone now. Well, Kiana has to get a camp to heal off. So he's going towards Wolves, who's respawning now. No, top scuttle maybe? Oh, hang on. That's a little scary. Okay, that's good, good dodges. Good dodges.
Yeah, and that's gonna be an HLE
really good stuns from Zeka. So Zeka's stuns by them Dragon. But like, as soon as you see Inspired going to that Dragon's just gone.
Yeah.
Like, you can't fight back without.
I was wondering whether with Zeka being, well, again, because I saw them looking for the curtain call, if they kill Zeka fast there, you can maybe play that with Zeka being dead.
They still had Sion to body block. They still had Sion at full HP who could ult back in, you know.
With Optics active, it would have been a little harder for Sion to threaten the...
It wasn't active, Light didn't die.
If you had killed Zeka, then you would have had Hex Optics active. If you killed Zeka fast with the curtain call, you could have come on over with the man advantage.
By the time they were looking... Oh, hang on, Delight doesn't have...
So they able to back away, and he had that flash to escape.
So then the point was that then he would have had Hex Optics active.
HLE, their patience paying off there because they avoided a lot of that.
GA's done for Inspired.
Okay, so important to note, right now Inspired has his Guardian Angel on Kiana. Saint is 2 stacks away from fully stacked on
Saint's been having a good couple days.
Yeah, fantastic. He is really good versus GT. Now, I think the Silas game was a freebie. Like, you never... I think G2's draft versus them, by the way, I have to imagine the way that G2 were drafting and playing yesterday, even that it was so 0 to 100 to 0 across the tournament, that tends to happen when something's not right backstage. And I do wonder whether... I wonder whether it was planned in advance, the Dylan thing. I do wonder. But I wonder whether it's accelerated because things at MSI went a bit off the rails.
Yeah.
I do wonder, given how poor they looked on the day. I do wonder. Not to take away from Lion's win, but you do
Delight?
There's no Poppy there. No Poppy.
Oh, this is very bloody deep. Okay, they killed Delight. But it's traded for good. They can maybe turn back. Zeus, they keep his verdict.
They get rid of the Ziggs. Oh, that's not bad from Dux, actually.
And Zeus needs to be really careful.
It's no flash.
Yeah, this is all started the wall. I don't have damage.
Unending Despair just went wild down. Dux is actually getting a really good fight here though from Vessel. They didn't have Poppy in position. It's a good send from Delight, actually. Send 1 for 1. There's no Poppy there.
Oh, and they satchel the turret. There we go.
Yeah, that's actually a good send from Delight. And now the problem is you're on Soul Point. HLE are on Soul Point, Lion are not in a happy place playing it slow.
Zerka's not going to have flash up for this dragon either.
You shouldn't walk up. And as soon as you see that E cast, you need to be so careful, man. The flash isn't great either because he still kind of gets hit by a boatload of stuff.
That Ziggs ult is just so much damage.
Yeah.
I thought Dokla might try and ult Zeus while he's underneath the tower. He didn't have that the flash, but instead
I agree. I think they maybe should have tried to ult him under turret, but
it means that Zeus is just able to kind of back like.
And the Unending Despair healing from Sign is kind of insane, actually.
If you because what you can do is if you've got your Soul Furnace running, you get healing from Unending Despair while the shield's taking the damage. You come out of the shield with more HP than you went in with, which feels very good.
Kites and TFC, I don't know whether you're like bullying each other or flirting, but it is quite funny.
Still comes out on top in that one, and the round death cap now completed for Gumayushi means his 2,000 gold lead on the Ziggs will be disastrous.
Yeah. Look, enemies to lovers. It's enemies to lovers. I'm seeing it. Yeah.
Get AO3 on like the Nymaera. It's like the alternate universe of like Nymaera Initialise Twitch chat.
He's gonna do everything.
Oh man.
That Ziggs ult is going to be...
Love and deep Twitch chat.
And this is the... Oh, God.
Which is why it works so well with the Camille.
Love and deep chat, yeah.
Makes it so easy.
And now the thing is, now whenever you start like going out to Twitch, you won't be able to think about it the same way again now.
Oh, well, there might be an emote required for this.
Okay, 3 items for Goomer is insane. He's 2k up on Berserker. He's gotten a lot of gold from kills.
Oh dear. Well, that amused me. Thank you guys. I appreciate that you're the butt of the joke here, but it was very amusing for me, and therefore that's all that really matters. A minute till Dragon.
Yeah. GA is almost in for Kanavi. Spide's going towards Cyrilda's now.
Syndra might be face-checking the Kanavi there. Oh, he gets more close.
The Kiana, not the Kanavi.
Yeah.
In fairness, I do exactly the same thing.
Yes.
It's a similar syllable, and I've seen Kanavi play Kiana too much.
That's kind of my thinking. Actualized done for Saint. That's pretty huge. Death captain for Goomer. But he still has no pen, but then again, no one's really built magic resist.
No infetch for Berserker. His build's not bad to do damage, actually. It is pretty good. It's just, you're too much gold behind now.
Yeah.
I don't think... Now, this is the point where, like, again, Dio said, LYON are a better team fighting team than HLE. Now, it's even-ish in gold. Team comp is towards HLE. LYON needs to out-team fight here to win, I think. This is hard for them to play.
And this is what I'm talking about, trying to arrive.
They've got a lot of tools to get onto Goomer, which can be potentially quite valuable.
No problem.
Oh, Saint tries to buy some time, but it's just not enough.
And that's game over. That's game over. HLE better around the objective setup, better at setting up for the 5v5 here. So that's game. Legitimately, that's game. You can't have the Poppy everywhere. The Camille just has too much value away from the Poppy. That's a shame, because I think that LYON were looking for like a slim angle, but that's just instant death, sadly.
The soul is theirs. It's a beautiful play there. Delight setting it up. Hookshot.
And Hex Soul is pretty rough with Ziggs. That was pretty rough with Jarvan, because you can trigger it so easily with his E.
Priceless moment of the game. HLE now with a stranglehold on this one.
Yeah, Jarvan loves it for loves the dragons for. Oh man,
they can't see a damn thing.
No, but you can't be stood there as the Rise. The Rise is the one target that you don't have a Zhonya's. If you have Zhonya's, you can do that. You can't do that with this though. At least it looks like LYON won't be hand stiff. Yeah, no, I think that LYON have put up a really good fight this game, and I'm not being condescending with that. This has actually been a very contested game. I think LYON, the play top side where they just lost an extra kill when Doppler died, that felt unnecessary. I don't think the Realm Warps have been that impactful, despite Saint being actually quite good outside of that. I think the biggest problem has been basically being able to make sure that the Poppy is correctly matching the Camille at all times, and that just hasn't really happened. It's been enough to make sure that it doesn't blow open, but all it takes is like one good play, and then suddenly the Camille takes over the game.
But the Hex Tech Soul, the slowing chain lightning that you get from the proc on this thing is going to be so obnoxious for LYON to try to deal with, and I feel like HLE feels like they had to have just won the game with that pick into the objective.
Very likely. I mean, the only hope for LYON is one-shotting one of these carries, because they are going full damage here. None of them working towards that Zhonya's at all so far.
That's only the like third turret of the game, by the way, for HLE, man.
Oh, by the way, Shut Up and Scale, one of our topics next week. I put a tweet out about this, but yeah, if you have your own answer, reply to that tweet there. It's basically, with no other factors involved, what is the best team of player names you could make? Just purely based on player names, what would you choose? It's a very fun topic. Oh, I mean, you can Q out, right? That's not bad damage. Oh, God, the damage is insane, man. He didn't use his locket. He didn't use his locket. Maybe he thought he was safe. Does it matter?
Baron.
I think maybe he lives if he lockets. Would have taken an extra skill shot anyway. That's a shame. I think Isles has not had the best game.
No, he recovered a bit from early on. Inspired needs to have a monster flank here. Delight's going to try and stop him.
He needs to look for a steal, really. Yeah, they use Realm Warp for vision. He's spotted now. It's really, he has GA. He doesn't have Edge of Night up now.
Hang on. Oh, bloody hell. Delight's dead.
Delight's dead. Hang on. Oh my God, they were left. Oh, that's wild, Poppy. It's okay. That's fine. They don't care if Poppy dies.
Look at Dokes. Goom over the wall.
They don't have enough on.
Oh my God, Goom is free firing. And Zeus is alive. Oh my God, Zeus is alive. Finally falls. Hang on. Berserker.
Oh, I think he dies. Oh, Sion. They couldn't quite kill Guma. If they get Guma, the extra damage just does not come through, you know?
Guma just got to
whenever Zig... Well, he didn't at first.
At the end he did, though.
He did go down to like 20% HP, you know? I know it's completely fair to say it's free. But the JDG Kanavi, of course, his last MSI winning team.
At the end of the fight, he got to free fight. He got over the wall and stopped. I agree, he got down to 20%. Fine if there's a phrasing issue there, but I do think he actually got a lot of free time and did a lot of damage.
I actually think there is a winning angle here for LYON. They just haven't threaded the needle enough. Delay going in just onto Inspired, big mistake by him. Like, that's his instant kill. But he does get Kiana ult. Guma surviving on that amount of HP is fucking huge. And then just like, look at the damage just random. Dokla just basically loses half his HP to Ziggs. If he has the extra half HP, he probably manages to get the kill. And he gets the ult onto the backline, like just after this, I think.
Yeah, just before this. He gets 2 full rotations and an ult off. That's like 5 skill shots to give him.
And then Inspired ends up flashing over and dying. That's really bad for Inspired at the end.
So did Berserker as well. They both flashed in and just died immediately.
Even the TP from Miles was great, but ends up getting the dash onto the... or doesn't end up getting the dash onto Zeka, which just means that Zeka's able to play it back. Dokla doesn't end up with the public execution onto him. Tiny things.
Yeah, the thing was tiny things and then a massive overforce at the end. So you burn 2 flashes to have both people who flash die.
And you could see in the damage recap there the big difference.
Okay, Dokes, good rebuttal. Hang on, this looks okay. No, actually, that's really good to die. He's dead.
Light's dead.
Yeah,
they're teleporting him with a Sign, but Sign doesn't die here, I don't think. He is very tanky.
Knock away.
You have to get rid of him.
Hang on, Kanavi. Hang on, buffer.
Ziggs ult goes in the wrong place.
They're gonna kill Kanavi.
That Ziggs ult went in the wrong place.
Dokes.
Not enough healing, not enough healing. I actually think that Ziggs ult went in the wrong place. It should have gone to the Cataclysm.
It's 2 for 2.
Yeah, it should have been better for HLE, but the Ziggs ult, I think, goes in the wrong spot, to be honest. You guys are such brothers. That is us. That is us. Yuma doesn't have Seraph, so he doesn't need it. This game he's actually just defend. He's got enough defensive like stats from his teammates, really. It's understandable for him.
There's a Medjai's done for Zeka, by the way.
Yeah. I mean, I think that basically LYON have not been able to get through the Sign. The Sign has basically been. I think perhaps I overstated how much the tank killing would be from the Rise Kiana, because I think they're too short range to deal with him. And I think that as soon as he gets into range, starts healing with the Unenvious Sphere, it's just kind of mood.
Like Syndra's Kiana is a good like part of a tank killing combo. Okay, not bad blast cannon, but like Kiana's a good like part of a tank killing combo. Voltaic plus a roll, decent chunk of tank damage, but you are never one-shotting a tank. You need other people to do the work with you, and that's just not happening right now.
And I think, like, on the whole, I just think HLE have been way more confident. Like, I think they've been way better at just getting into position and just playing through it. Now, LYON don't have the best 5v5 comp. Now, they can sometimes flank, but it's much harder for them to play out, like, even late game fights, I think.
They're on Elder. They're on Elder. They're rushing Elder. They don't know.
Oh, they're not going to get it in quickly enough, surely. Surely not going to get this down early quickly enough, are they? They don't know about it yet. They should know about it now. Wait, they don't know.
Oh, boy.
Oh, they're going to...
Ult from Inspired. Ult needs to be really good for Inspired. Oh, he got it. He actually gets it. So he's trying to get out. He's out.
Wait,
no way. No way.
Oh, my God.
No way. That's fucking wild.
That is one of the most... Are you kidding me?
You psychos! St. Gold's the ult! Kanavi's got 2 deep!
They can actually win.
Oh my god!
They can actually win on this now. They can go through bot lane and they can look for an all-in onto the Syndra. They can actually go through bot lane, the wave's there.
I cannot believe that.
That is one of the most... That is... Zell puts it right. That is a stroke of dream genius. You should be dead and buried. How the hell does this work out?
They've got the control wards.
Well, they have one pocket of vision to thread the needle through. But you see Sane and boss side, I guess they think, oh, they'll just recall.
Genius. And then, of course, you're still in the river versus Kiana. She can just ult.
I mean, they don't have the damage to one-shot. The Edge of Night comes through, so he doesn't get hit by the E. Does die pretty much immediately afterwards, but who cares, right? He survived long enough. Sane gets to survive because the Realm Warp's out. That's necessary too. That is Inspired, legitimately.
And then Dokes just gets to follow in and pop off.
Now Lion is looking to do even more. They've still got the Elder.
They have Elder, they have Baron. Can they actually break the... So the gold is, like, obviously not great still. They only have... I think they should have stayed bot. I think...
But Gumayushi's wave clear alongside
They get Zeus in. It's okay. It's okay with first opposition. They're not pushing in other waves. They needed a 2-lane setup, I think. But can you afford to do that versus Jarvan, Sion? Maybe not. They're not getting that much done with this now, then, you know? Oh, sorry, they don't have Baron. Baron's up in a minute 20. Minute 20, so that's my bad. I misread that. That'll be why they can't do it. But all this ends up doing is stabilizing, sadly.
But you take what you can get, frankly.
So, yeah.
Also, we are going to start getting to the point where I get that the zone use is really good there from Satan, you know, and actually probably the active is worth it. But I just wonder whether a Banshee's Veil somewhere in the build to get that MR into Ziggs and Syndra might be worth it.
For Saint?
Yeah.
I mean, you need the Void Staff, or you need something into the Sion.
Yeah, it's just like, do you have
Zhonya's? You have Zhonya's into the Ziggs, Camille, Syndra ult. I think Zhonya's is the better defensive item. You need everything else.
Zerka's gone Zhonya's.
Yeah, we saw this from GT versus T1.
Yeah.
Game 4, we saw this from them. We saw Zhonya's Vayne, and we saw that onto Varus as well, even though he's an AD Varus, like an on-hit Varus. He has flash.
Seekers might in these situations, so this is a game where Berserker is saying,
and you get more coming in from Dokla finally. He also has Serpent's Fang, which is a bit mixed this game actually. I would have preferred more earlier from him.
Serpent's Fang is good into Sion, Emil, Jarvan. Yeah, not awful. If you're gonna do it though, just do it first into the bloody Sion.
They can be burst out at a moment's notice.
Especially when you're going to get ganked theoretically by a Jarvan as well, who'd also have the shield.
Spawns yet again. Scuttlecrab vision secured by Zeka. Level 20 on Zeus' Scion.
I think Inspire should have been looking at more as well. I guess he's never tank enough to completely survive, but more is so high value in this game. I guess there's a Void Staff from Guma, and Guma's going to be doing damage anyway now, you know, but you need magic resist, like, everywhere. I do wonder whether Lion are losing a little bit to Shopkeeper in terms of their lack of magic resist versus this. Sion is so fucking stinky, man.
Literally, Isles picks Bacanic Rooken and life is good. I think Dope should think about a Spirit Visit.
You need them more.
Yeah, I know, more Spirit Visits.
Zex down a half, just get hit by random skill shots. Isles, not awful. Yeah. The question is how much do you buy from this? You mill it down.
Nice. Dokes? Hex problems.
Well, HLE just take 1L and then they just walk back into the game. Well,
how did Inspire get caught there? I didn't really see the setup for it.
Overpush on sideline.
Well, GG. It wasn't a quick game, but it was done. We're into quick games, something very northern on it.
I think HLE had a much better late game comp in terms of just how easy it is to play around a Sion like that. I think the Poppy probably should have done more in early and mid game. I think that the first realm ups of the game were a little bit missed as well. Yeah.
Greetings, Ultramariner.
I think I just saw Lion's
Thank you.
heart break in 4.
Yeah, I mean, I also think they probably should have pushed in with the Elder immediately after that fight and then just try and enter a bot lane. They had a wave there. I think they were actually a little too bold, a little too conservative. You don't have many chances to do much with that kind of like, you don't get many chances to get a late game objective steal like that. I think that because they didn't get Baron with it at the same time, they couldn't get themselves like the actual game winning push. I think they should have just after Elder gone for a game winning push.
Yeah. And you look again, I think it is a harder draft to play from Lion in the sense of like, look, you do need to actually make your combos really stick, but no vision, face check, Zeka gets over the wall, oh boy.
I don't think we should count Lion out yet. No, not at all. I think that they're in actually, significantly better spot than I thought they would be in, which is completely fine. Appreciate for the sub, by the way, Mini Diablo, appreciate you. Mini Diablo 4,
fan of Lilith. Good bullshit. I can't play Diablo 4 anymore.
Oh, because your account got
my account got hacked and then banned. So I just don't have it anymore. It's very sad.
Yeah.
I had a really cool sorceress.
Yeah.
I don't anymore.
Goes down, gets first blood
Okay.
for his
Right. I need another coffee.
There's still half carafe.
I'm gonna go put an outbreak on this first. So we don't get any coffee. But yeah, folks, next episode of Shut Up and Scale, recording Wednesday. Try and think of, this is my teaser topic for it, basically. Try and think of the best team you can make with nothing else considered, just a team of team player names. Keep the names in role. What is the best team you can make just out of player names? How cool does it think? It's very subjective, but I think it's something which I think is pretty cool. I'm going for a Team Olympus angle. I'm trying to find a Greek god in each role. So you've got like Zeus, you've got Ares in mid lane, Artemis, Sadie carry. I've got to find some more outside of that.
There was an Athena, wasn't there?
Mid laner. Yeah. That's true.
There's a Loki, but that would be the wrong...
There's Loki and Athena in there as well. Yeah. Anyway, I'm gonna try and find that. I know Thanatos also overlaps in top lane. I need to find a jungler, I need to find a support. Everything else I got covered.
Yeah.
Those are the ones I need to get. Oh, there's also strawberries and apples in it.
Fantastic. I've had a strawberry too.
I feel like picked things that needed to accelerate.
Was there a Kratos?
And then HLE is the ones that pick things for a later game.
Might be, I don't know.
Ended up favoring HLE. It was like a nice pivot in the draft that I think really favored them.
Well, I really liked the Camille on top of the Jarvan, because Emily, if you're starting out and we have priority for Kanavi versus Inspired, Jarvan is one of the most proactive and early game junglers where you have a lot of options, and if you have a Camille with you, you can create so many things. So the first gank towards bottom side, and then the second one on top side where you have the Camille going up there early too. You know, you just have a lot of options early on to get them going, and then we get to this. Despite that, still the goal pretty close for a very long time.
It was close, but is that what we're gonna walk away with here? Like, how do they make it not close?
I hope that the fact that they made this game so hard gives them confidence to pick more scaling. Because I think they all ended in the early game so they didn't get blown out. They said, okay, we didn't get blown out. Now let's play our game. They can play Ezreal because Ziggs is gone. They can go back to what got them here.
Oh, Inspired, he's reviewing already.
Oh,
we
this
know
is classic.
sometimes he doesn't hold his words back, so he'll be firing up his team into game 2. Let's see what we get if Lion can fight back after this.
Oh. Right, folks. We've run some ads, haven't we? Have you considered Opera GX, guys? Have you considered Opera GX? Opera GX is great. It's an awesome browser. You could download it using the affiliate link with the command !Opera GX and support me and Nymaera in our ability to pay this thing called rent and do this thing called buy groceries, both of which are quite important. Does it work on iPhone? It does. There is actually a really cool Opera GX app on the iPhone, which I actually highly recommend, and it will work if you're using the link. So you can use a mobile version. It's not just PC. In fact, I have it downloaded on my phone. So yes, thank you, Kai. It is not just... Not. I think I feel like it only works for PC though. I think it works for mobile as well, as far as I know. I'll check with Alex. It worked when I did it, I think. Alex said it's PC only before. Okay, well maybe it is then. Maybe it is then. In that case, I may have just spread misinformation on the internet. But for you to get paid, it only works on PC. Well, when I clicked on the link, I got the option to download it as ever. Maybe it does. Maybe it does. Countess is happy PCs. Oh yeah, maybe. I don't know.
Tired of the off-season blues once Worlds is over?
If he sees the count and says happy PCs. I mean, you might be right, Happy Ennis. Maybe you're
Esports Nations Cup, where players split from their
right.
For national pride. Will China test every limit imaginable?
Let me see if I can.
Will South Korea turn every game into a macro masterclass? Will EU and NA actually play in the correct lanes? The final event of the year is not to be missed. Esports Nations Cup 2020.
See if I can find. Where's the Elder Sneak? It's too far. Relatively late. Here we go. Okay. Right. Let's... Oh, do we not have this? Maybe we don't, actually. Let me see whether I need to do a... Is this the one we need? Actually don't know which one it is. Is this? I actually don't know what we're using on this. Is the thing. I actually have no idea. Is it this one? Ah, there we go. Right. So this is the Elder Sneak. This is great. Awesome. Elder Sneak was, we've been over this bit already, that's fine. I want to know. So, here's the go. Right, so, we've got 3v4. Oh, so, no, 2v4, right? Got a wave bot. Someone's got to go back and deal with the wave. Saint can do that. Probably. I think you probably send Ambessa bot immediately. Try and take this turret because you've got the wave there. You don't have a wave anywhere else. By the time you've cleared this, you're just not, because it's super minions as well. This is just not going anywhere. You'd love to get the outer turret because it's the close one, it's the safest one. But I think realistically, 40 seconds. Yeah, by the time you reset, get this shoved and get here, Ziggs just is up and can ult that. You play for this and try and cascade across. You send Saint here to shove this out, maybe with something like the Jin or whatever. And you just send Ambessa over here to go get this. She's relatively safe. She'll have flash up. Hex Drinker. I think if you're going to make the most of this Elder, you send this immediately here. And then you try and have one person shoving here and one person shoving here. And you get the most out of this you can. You've got 40 seconds to get as much value as you possibly can. What do they end up doing? So this is the replay. Hang on. Oh, we're in the replay. Don't care that much about this. It's fine. Cool. Yeah. We come out of replay. The waves end up getting shoved out. See, the waves now here. So they got waves in awful positions because these are both shoving this way, or they're going to be a ways away from getting over here. Kiana's just respawned. It's hexgated back out. So you tried to group up here. But again, by the time you get here, the Ziggs up and can TP into the wave, and now this turret is just not under threat. You're going to get like 2 plates from a crystallized proc, if that. Okay, so there you go. You get 2 plates from a crystallized proc. That is the grand win for your Elder Dragon. Yeah, I think you should have shoved up here and try and split the rift a little bit. It's probably somewhat risky into Sion ult running at you, but I think you've got to take the risk, right? You can't afford to just sit here, and you want to take as much advantage while you can, because now the wave's just nowhere near it, and Sion comes charging in. You don't get anywhere near this. Arles tries to be on the flank and is immediately threatened. Even with the Elder Dragon, the damage is still ridiculous with Hexel. So yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
Hey, what's up?
I think this is probably the mistake.
I figured it out, Andre.
Figured what out?
A way to go back.
Mr. Sam, can we add to the MSI wall? I remember seeing a wall here. There is indeed a wall. There is indeed a wall. The fraud wall. If you would like to add things to the fraud wall, subscribe. And you can add something to the fraud wall or move something one category.
Is it season 1? Is it season 4?
Did we have a... There is also the ability to spend a lot of channel points to do it. We have got this here. Raz, as you'll notice in Fraud Watch, deservedly so. Have you ever seen him and Nymaera in the same room? No, I didn't think so. Thank you, Mr. Sam. You can. So you want to do it? Throw a sub in. You can do this, or spend a lot of channel points. Both things can be done. Please put bin really small on Core JJ's forehead. I could do that again if you... Oh, that's the plan. Someone move me a category. I mean, again, you just pay for it. That's the deal. These are the boons, the benefits of subscribing to the Great Nymaera Twitch channel. As you can note, we're up in Superhero, as you can see. As added by Aries, I want to say. We've got Max Verstappen. The whole continent of Europe's in frauds. Max was you, Trinity. Added by... Oh, it was fake who got added by Aries. That makes it... Yeah, that makes sense. I thought it was Trinity, but I saw added by Aries. And I was like, hey. Rebel Racing is the Ford with the rear wing. Fair enough. Fair enough. There's a real world where he leaves for McLaren now. That's kind of the rumors right now. Why are you guys watching live here? Because we're cool. Why wouldn't you be watching live here? Because we're good analysts. There you go. That's the fraud wall. If you'd like to add things, you know how to do it. Fraud wall for Happy. Yes, what would you like to do, Happy? Duo and G2 roll swap.
There are only 2 best-of-5s remaining before we.
Do we have G2 on here? We don't. We need to add a G. All right. Let me make a little note. G2 needs to go in, but we're about to get into draft. I'm not going to have time. We will do this in the next break. I'll tell Alex when they come back. But G2 can certainly be added.
In this first game, but HLE's superior cohesion and team fighting brought them the win.
And it's that on your screen right there that was able to do it. The Ziggs working wonders for Gumayushi. It just fits so well into his playstyle, right? Like, hey, I'm fine to just be left on my own. I'll clear the waves, and I'll just be an absolute menace when we get to those team fights. And honestly, he was taking towers, he was taking kills.
I need... That's what I need. We might need to move... We've got an extra person who's downloaded projects. Thank you very much, guys.
Making it work, so you can call him Weakside King, you can call him whatever you want, but he was the one beating
he was
in those team fights. You know, one-shotting.
Guma's a very good team fighter. He carry on given the opportunity.
But Lion definitely came in with some good prep. They have a clear idea.
We have got a request to add G2 to the fraud wall or switch them in duo. Just now, apparently.
That they are.
No, there goes. It's restarting again. I think it's just being a bit dodgy. Okay, well, it's kind of stuttering a little bit. So I mean, it just...
I'm not blaming him.
No. I'm not. Again, it's just doing this.
Okay, so...
There you go, back again.
Cool. Well, it's stopping and starting a little bit. Okay, should be okay for now.
Teams kind of have to decide which do you want.
Blame me, it's alright. Okay, it does that sometimes.
Yeah, HLE would want to give over both of those.
Okay, I'm going to draft.
You kind of have to make that call. Do we prefer Nocturne? I think most.
And that's what you want to move you up. Yeah, that's one. Duo to be moved up a category.
Yeah, G2 already are on the fraud wall, by the way.
I couldn't see where they were. Yeah.
And then literally the background edit.
Oh, I could not see that. There you go.
I think that's why we see the Nocturne first and gives that opportunity to then try and play for these 1-3-1s and have that backup that it'll.
There we go. Been moved.
Now I'm kind of thinking about
okay, so Nocturne gets first picked. Double AD carries Top's band, the Gnar band, the Jace band. Fair enough. So a lot of top lane picks. Ezreal gets locked.
It might just be Karma Ezreal.
Inspired always hovers in Italy. He loves that champion. One of these days he'll get to play it again.
Yeah, and I think it's actually not too bad in this meta in terms... I think there are angles for it where you just shut down enemy jungler. Now, it's hard to actually get a win condition with it. Obviously, Canyon tried it and failed with it. It's weird because, you know, Canyon's notoriously not great at the invading jungle meta, but his Nidalee is so good, and you think that's, like, the champion to do that. Nocturne Lee Sin, it's okay. You need to kind of go like, what, Annie now?
We're no longer there when you do the shockwave, right? Like, Lee Sin dashes out, the Ezreal has that arcane shift, like, trying to time that combo, looking kind of difficult with the champions that I see on the screen, so it does feel like that's going to be the call here from Lion. Get Saint on to pick he's comfortable with, and try and avoid that combo to begin with.
You know, I honestly really respect it because this is obviously incredibly risky. This is considered the best mid-jungle.
Okay, so you let the Orianna go through as well. You've given Nocturne Orianna over?
For it, you can know exactly what the game plan is,
Isn't
how you want to play around it. and you can.
Isn't Nox and Orianna giving that over? Isn't that just draft lost already?
You talked about in game 1, right?
Misfortune is also great with the Wombo combo. There's no Sion to like tank up the combo either. You can't Bard to interrupt or catch out the double immobile carries back in the backline. This might actually just be a draft complete loss.
I feel like it's probably a volley, but there is a possibility of going a different angle too. His Silas has been great. His Yone is good. I would be surprised if it is just kind of like standard control mage. I think it is.
You were called out at the start of the game for my prediction. Yeah, I mean, well, no, we mentioned that you said that Lion were going to win and that they were better team fighters than HLE. And I think that the team fight thing we haven't. Yeah, I mean the draft last game kind of covers it up a little bit, but yeah. My take is effectively that Lion needs to smash early, otherwise they're dead. I think that if they don't get an early lead, I think that HLE are just better individuals who can clutch it out more often. I think you can see that from Goomer in the last game. I think you can see that from Zeka in the last game, who both had very good take games on the Ziggs and the Syndra. Still a call out? Yeah, I suppose it is. Yeah, you can view it like that.
And Nico, those would be the two obvious ones for me. So it feels like you are trying to deny the best support pair.
Akali into Orianna's fine. I think Ezreal just dies to the Noct and Orianna, sadly.
To like go for this heavy roaming style as well. Basically saying, look, we've got the ultimate on the MF to use as wave clear. We can leave Gumayushi down in that bot lane and still keep Delight active.
You left it on my chair.
I'm curious if they are still looking, which is the Nautilus ban.
It was literally on my chair there.
So. I didn't put it there, so I wanted to pick it up.
Maybe you left it on the keyboard, which is not normally I leave my phone there, so maybe I picked up your one there.
You can also sometimes set it up where you throw down that bard, you shockwave off it. That's obviously been banned out though. So it'd be curious to see where
you need backline access from Lion to get onto these double mobile carries. Rumble not picked or banned in either game so far, by the way.
That is kind of the aggressive pairing alongside Ezreal if you want to play for the lane. And Nico is also something that
banned. Sure, it's fine. You can Ezreal Nico, but Nico is just. You might have to Nico here. You need some big backline engage. Alice is okay versus Noct and Orianna. Okay in bot lane matchup here, I think.
Actually just answering for the Nico, right? As the Nico tries to go for the ultimate, you just headbutt her out when she's going for the pop blossom, and there's little that you can do. Also, still very strong.
Yeah, Alice into enemy Nico is not a bad shout actually. Dagger, I like that thought process. That's good.
So already kind of Lion trying to snooker it, so HLE pivots.
Yeah, it is kind of cool, right? You know, they're thinking a couple steps ahead here. Delight obviously is excellent on the Alistar, so like you say, if they go the Nico, then he can take the Alistar, so they take the Alistar.
Ooh, last pick Anivia. Okay. So that Anivia's going. Is that blind? That's blind top lane. Does Douglas have anything into Anivia top? I mean, Zeus plays a lot of this. He does. Now this means that actually don't have any tanks, and there's no tanks into Lee Sin Akali. So if Lee Sin Akali gets super fed, maybe they just one-shot people across fights.
Gragas would be cool. Gragas
isn't awful here, actually. It's good against the immobile backliners, which is what we've been asking for. Now, sometimes you can be really tricky with your Gragas. If you get eyes on Orianna as the Nocturne Orianna comes through, you can ult the Orianna so she's CC'd as the Nocturne flies in, and it means that you can't press your R button. You just throw your ult to Orianna. Sometimes you can disrupt the combo. Okay.
Storm for all of this damage coming through from HLE.
There is a lot of interruption though from this Gragas as
okay, we're going to quick ad breaks so we don't get ads in game. Thank you for supporting the channel. If you don't want adverts, please subscribe. Makes a difference to us.
Knock her back or interrupt that MF ult. Could be the game plan here from Lion as well. So I really like this last pick coming through from Dokla. But again, it feels like HLE get a lot of comfort in game number 2.
They do, but I mean,
you need Akali Lee Sin to do some magic here. Akali Lee Sin need to do some magic. This is an outdraft from HLE. They get Nocturne Orianna, like, every lane is completely fine. I think this is not a great draft from Lion. I don't see why you'd give over the Nocturne Orianna. In fact, you could have just picked the Orianna on 1-2, right? HLE's draft is Frunky. Things that a lot of their combo, I mean, like, the Nocturne Orianna Misfortune is all completely on team. The only thing which is really odd for me is the Anivia top, right? Especially as a blind pick. But that's just there saying I'll beat you in lane.
Can you execute on a high enough level to beat the best LCK team here at the tournament?
It's a very difficult task to do. Lion, they hung with them there for so long in the first game, but HLE ultimately proving triumphant through their team fighting. Now
Gragas over Mundo? Mundo can't play into Anivia wall.
You already said it, Azael. This duo is so strong together, and Lion has got to be prepared to try to deal with it. I do like the cask against 3 utterly immobile targets. It means it's harder for them to make sure that Dokla can't get the right angle on them for the knockbacks, for the knock-ins, whatever he wants to do. But let's see what we're going to get
There's no ward on enemy Raptors from Lion. They get a defensive ward on their own bot side. Rid of bone plating on Saint.
Push in mid for Zeka, push on top. It should make things a little bit easier for Kanavi if he wants to try and look for these camps.
MF for Khan's in a pretty happy spot. This should probably be a bit of a sweep, I think. I'm not gonna lie. I wonder whether HLE do just sweep.
As is on Melee Champions, you are going up against Zeka. And you are playing.
I think Isles is having a harder time than yesterday. I think his Poppy was not fantastic in that last game. Especially given that you're into the Jarvan and it's the Camille. You expect that Poppy to be kind of game winning. It wasn't really.
To be able to minimize the damage you were taking, to Zeka and get to a point where you can actually farm.
And you talked about it in the last game, Isaac, but Zeka...
Mid lane matchup's fine. Oh god. Nasty for Dokes. But it's not like he can do much here anyway. He just wants to collect wave at turret. The question is basically how much farm he loses at turret.
This guy was known for his melee champions. Now on HLE, it feels like he's really been given the room to develop as a traditional control mage type of player because he's got such an aggressive...
Yeah, Zeka was the melee only guy. Cream had a very similar story on Top Esports. Top Esports used to be the Silas Yone guy. Carly as well. Right? And then he became the mage player eventually. Hey, Vasi. 56 months? That's almost a year. Thank you, Vasi. Really appreciate you. Good to see you.
And Gumayushi kind of showing him what for with this Ziggs.
Well, the Ezreal early pick has not worked out for Lion at all. I really don't like this early pick Ezreal. I know that Berserker look, it's comfort for him, but I don't like it. Gragas is losing like 4 minions to top lane turret.
On the MF, and it's going to be difficult in the early lane. Alistar is just useless in the early game. And it's kind of just the
Alistar isn't always useless in early game. You just need to like either wrap around the back of bot lane and like a headbutt towards turret, or you get like a big all-in out of bush. You can do that.
You think about the Sivir getting to a spot where maybe you can carry the game. You think about Berserker.
I really don't like the early pick Ezreal. I think the early pick Ezreal throws Lion's Draft under the bus.
You need Berserker to have a good series to even stand a chance, because
oh yeah, by the way, did anyone find like a Greek god-inspired support player? There's a couple for jungle. This Hades was a UK jungler we used to cast, or like an NLC jungler. I can't remember exactly where they're at. Yeah. I can't think of anyone for support. I mean, gonna have to go searching for that.
He would love to add that, but you have to try and not only take down Lion here today, but try and take down BLG tomorrow once again.
I don't know. I want to have faith, but Goom is stomping him. Yeah, it's not particularly close in bot lane matchup right now.
Raptors, but of course Inspired did take it, and now Kanavi had not yet base, so it is that double Ruby Crystal buy for Inspired, meaning there's not really a shot to challenge him there since Kanavi hadn't spent his gold. Dokla was having a pretty tough time in that top lane, and he had to take an early base NTB back because Zeus had been holding the wave on him. So he's just trying to get that wave in, trying to get it crashed. And it'll be interesting to see where he goes because he's going Stormbringer.
EP God does not count.
But I'm curious to see, is it just AP into tank? Is it like...
Is finals tomorrow? Yeah, tomorrow. For the finals is tomorrow. I think there's a show match though on League Classic though first. So there's like 2 lineups playing a League Classic game, which got announced a little while ago.
Which is why,
oh, if he hits that Q, he gets the egg. That's annoying from Dokla.
Oh, that's annoying. Yeah, unfortunate. Yeah.
I think it's time to maybe try to go back to base. So he's going to try to push this in. He obviously wanted to egg him, and then, if you can get the egg early, you can threaten him with ganks. You can use that pressure to bring up your jungler.
Typically, Nivea players don't mind losing egg early as long as it's for a good HP trade, but obviously not the case here. It's more of a mid lane thing than top lane thing as well.
Kind of push it back into the meta, and also that flat damage reduction does scale with AP. So if you do go full AP when you have that W active, of course you have to put additional points in it to really get much from it. You can become relatively tanky, and so people kind of have different opinions on it.
Ooh, Delight getting caught out for a quick little trade down here in the bottom side. Berserker and Isles still pretty far behind in terms of farm, but Inspired is looking maybe from an angle here in the mid lane towards Zeka.
Inspired, buddy. Is he just trying to leech them? Inspired, buddy, you have been spotted there.
Moving forward, Saint has found the opportunity to go in here for the ulti. Ooh, Sonic Wave misses, so the Lion play fizzles.
The Lion just back away.
Inspired definitely not getting much of an angle in this early game again, actually.
Dicey, but fancy feel on Zeka doesn't even have to bring the flag.
I feel like Lion's level 1 wards meant that Inspired couldn't really get off of vision and get around into camp steals or lanes as well as he wanted. And I feel like Lion really need to stomp early game. I think HLE just want, even if it's just a comfortable early game, they're happy with it, I feel like.
They would have liked, they were trying on the initial trade that Saint was going for to get his...
I think Zeka kills the shockwave, but it would force Saint out lane. Howdy.
Now, Saint does have to be a
I don't like the draft from LYON. Bot lane is quite HLE dominant right now.
Yeah, so they get the Ezreal plus, I guess the idea is to have a lane that gets Alistar out of lane.
But there was a blind pick Ezreal into Orianna, into Nocturne with Orianna picked then after. So you get Ezreal into Nocturne Orianna.
Oh boy.
Solo killed if he's not careful though. Nearly taken down there as the Aerie flies out. Saint still hanging on with about 100 HP. Zeka's out of mana though.
So mid lane's not looking great either. Inspired also just hung around in mid lane on Vision, trying to gank Zeka. He steps outside of the brush.
Navi's here with 6.
So plenty of backup for both mid laners.
And that's why I expected Inspired to
So I know there's been this conversation that's been said a few times by the desk and stuff like there's conversations about how Inspired talks about drafting in terms of like if you're against better teams or if you're against better teams, they take a lot more risks because you're not going to win a standard game. Like, you can sort of see that here, but you need like this Lee Sin Akali to pop the hell off. Not bad, actually.
Bad trade. You can't really stand in bullet time there either. They could just use his ult in threat there. That's not bad, actually. That's okay.
But look at the farm, gentlemen. It's still
This is literally 1,000 gold just off of lane lead.
Just off of lane lead. Flipped on towards Gumayusi, so happy to try and go for the all-in, but as you say, Flowers, like Gumayusi still picking up a lot of the CS, has a nice gold lead. And as Gumayusi, that's perfect. Like an early BF sword is amazing for the MF.
Yeah, it is.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it is.
MF has really strong early laning, but it kind of gets worse once he
the key to winning, to actually winning is quite early games. Yeah, I think so. Duo actually thinks the opposite, where Duo thinks that LYON are better late game, so actually LYON just need to not get stomped early. I actually think it's the other way around. I think as long as HLE are on a comfortable draft and they just get through early, I think they'll just win. I think they seem very practiced with their compositions. I think their carries know what to do. We saw like Xer, Sekka, and Guma have really good late games last time. I think that Delight was a little bit... he had to deal with the Poppy, right? But Zekka and Guma had a really good last game. The Syndra was landing great stuns, getting great damage. Some of Zekka's stuns pretty much just solo won them standoffs in mid lane. Remember that one where they got the double stun over the wall, Inspired had to back off, they lost Dragon effectively. Then Guma's Ziggs was really good. Whereas I think that...
Parky.
Here for Kanavi, he will smite down the first one. LYON shows up, Inspired flies in, wants to grab this grub here, should have no difficulty doing that.
Hang on, that's not...
So far. Isles
can you get the trample?
Wants to try to get the
turn.
There's no Alistar.
Shockwave flashed out from bullet time. All kick.
Yeah, I still...
Oh, he missed his Q! Inspired misses Q! Okay, he's alright, he's right.
Hold on to the CC target. He was still moving after that. It sucks that he misses it. Okay, this is 1 for none. That could have been worse for him.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be, I'm not going to lie. I thought if that Q lands, might have been able to do some more, but yeah, I don't know.
End up using that auto attack into the spell shield of the Nocturne, but it means that he's put in so much time chasing after the Nocturne.
Yeah, this draft feels pretty unplayable, I'm not gonna lie. Unless the Lee Sin and Akali get a huge lead, I don't see it.
Yeah, I don't like giving Ori Nocturne up at the best of time. Hell, I don't like giving Orianna up in general because there's just so many easy plug-and-play combos with her. So they get the grubs at least. And yeah, well, okay, Grand Trade is actually 3 grubs for 1 kill.
I just think that this is the reason why I'm saying, oh, this draft's unplayable. This is a high roll for Leon, and it still looks not great.
This just makes it so hard for them to realistically have the damage.
Maybe the Alistar with ult later on is disruptive enough. I don't see it though.
Gumayushi's in a great position there with the ultimate end of
if he gets that Q, maybe, but then just a light start flash, yeah, you never kill him. I take it back.
They got the 1 grub that they wanted just to stop that 3 grub stack.
There's no 3 grubs.
All right, 2,000 gold lead. You already said it, Azale. These lanes are bleeding from the LYON side.
Yeah, I mean, it's effectively 3 losing lanes, no?
About 4 waves worth of farm over Douglas Gragas that just has not been a successful answer to this Anivia so far.
Yeah, and you can see the gold leads at the bottom of your screen, and it only gets harder for LYON to try and interrupt these. Inspired would love to get active into these lanes, but against the Nocturne, that becomes so incredibly difficult. He can constantly show up to match you on those side lane plays, and when you already have sizable gold leads for the individual laners, that can only balloon if it goes wrong.
Yeah, maybe Akali gets to the point where she's able to blow up pretty much everyone.
And you have got to be able to make that play.
Hey, only down 10 CS there, that's fine. I'm more, but the fact that Berserk is down so much is really frustrating. And the Grag is also down 20 CS. A lot of that's feeling generically miserable. Yeah.
It's just lane leads, you know. HLE aren't doing anything that special. They're just playing stable early games and just outvaluing.
There's vision in there. Rage here.
The flash being down now puts a target on Dokla's back.
But this is the kind of pressure you want to see from HLE.
So not even, and I have to say this word, the Gragassi can save them. That was the quote from Twitch chat.
A complete fluke.
I mean, like, it can sometimes disrupt the combo, because if you throw the ult at Orianna while the Nocturne's coming in, then, well... So, I don't actually feel like HLE needs Nocturne Orianna. You can do it with the Rakan as well.
Yeah, I mean, you have got 3 immobile carries, which theoretically can do some work. That's turret shots.
Ooh,
actually, I know.
Use ult for that, you still got egg.
Okay, River.
Nocturne, not great angle.
Knavi's exhausted. Zeka has to flash. Exhaust on Akali. Hang on, bullet time, but it's still not got that much value. That's not bad!
That's good, Inspire's doing really well.
Oh my god, and the Akali got a couple as well. That's huge!
Yeah. The shockwave was not good from Zeka. He ends up gonna have to use it defensively.
Oh, Zeus has to flash.
Oh, Q misses.
Burn!
Egg. He's got egg. He's okay with burning egg as long as he gets out there. That's actually okay. He's not okay with it. What the hell, Nani?
Yeah, that's excitement. But you get flash and egg there.
I think Caps might have just hit the screen.
Yeah.
Cap flies rather. Caps.
The Cap. That's America's voice.
That's a really good fight from Leon. Like I said, I think for Leon to win this game, they need like a really good performance from Inspired and Sane.
So a massive fight there for Lion.
The tier 2 players count for the team thing? Yep, as long as they're a registered pro player. Yep. Am I wrong now?
Yeah, I know, I was a little nervous.
In what sense?
I mean, it is a good team fight for them, I give you that.
Yeah. I mean,
doesn't actually matter.
I don't think the combo's in point just yet. I don't feel like this is gonna get much better than this, you know? Gumid like has his ult cancelled early.
Inspired was doing so much work and Berserker's position in this one.
Good for Inspired though.
I will say that the Misfortune ult is very interruptible. Very interruptible. You've got Gragas Alistair plus Akali Lee Sin. Like that, you've got either kill threat or disruption threat pretty consistently there. I do think it's a game where you don't need the Misfortune ult to be successful because the Orianna combo and the Anivia will be good value there. That's not a little bad little luck, but he'd be alright.
He's got less opposition.
To get the follow-up auto attacks done. Inspired hanging around right behind him. Wants to at least steal away the big
here comes everyone, okay. Oh, hang on. Kanavi.
He's just dead. Nice,
yeah.
nice.
Really good. Oh, true shot barrage. Buffy through. Ah, nice. Saint got the kill onto Kanavi though.
Okay. This is actually now, you're still down 1,000 gold. But the gold is going to get brought back if you keep misstepping like that. Kanavi's now not in a happy spot.
Yeah, but the thing is like, okay, where is the gold? You've got it into Anivia, which is, again, you've got, but that's into Gragas, who's happen to be lower economy. The bot lane's more problematic, but as I've kind of noted, we both kind of know, like, the Misfortune is theoretically quite punishable, in the sense that actually, what is the likelihood of Misfortune getting more than 2 or 3 ticks of her ult?
I don't think they have that many consistent. The thing is though, like if you cancel the Misfortune, or I think if you have to hold the Gragas ult for a cancel, I don't think you have the damage though in the team fight, do you? All the time?
Because my thing is, of course, you've got Gragas can ult it, Alistair can just headbutt pulverize it, and that cooldown's a lot more reasonable to expect to come back up in a fight. You've got the Ezreal Akali Lee Sin, who can get on and threaten her if she's ulting because she's a standstill target. Like, I think that's 4 people who can kind of potentially pretty consistently get to the Misfortune to either disrupt or threaten a kill on her.
Do that through Anivia, Rakan, Orianna disengage.
Again,
what does it cost you to do that?
Yeah, I agree. Again, I don't think it's necessarily as straightforward as, like, you can get to her, but at what cost?
Can you displace the egg with the Gragas ult? I believe you can displace the egg, yeah.
Take it to wake it.
He has been playing for a very long
Dokla only being down 10 CS is actually completely reasonable now, though. Although Zeus is stacking up fine. I mean, the problem with the Anivia top lane is that unlike like Quinn, Lucian, Vayne's, well, Vayne's a little bit, but like your lane bully top lanes that you traditionally think of, Anivia's okay to not completely stomp lane because she's still scaling. Very hard to deny value out of Anivia. Oh, good teleport. Very good teleport. Oh, that's bad. He just punched him over the wall.
Does it matter? Gragas ult. We got the Herald. Dokla dies. That's a bit messy, Lion. Saints now in danger. Get to the back line. That's not bad. Okay.
Okay.
Isles dies probably for this, but that's a good pulverize. There's the bullet time. And goes in. Inspired. Kick. That's a bit messy. They're so low. They're so low. Oh!
Saints going over.
Lion smells blood.
Okay.
Okay, alright. Maybe Lion actually do have the backline access. Maybe they have the backline access. I thought that actually would be better at disengaging, but the teleport from Saint is really, really good. I thought that with Isles headbutting the Orianna over the wall, it was game over. Yeah, okay, you know what? Fair play. I think Lion actually have the disruption and the mobility to get onto the backline.
Yeah, the headbutt's a bit weird there from Zek. I think if he gets the pulverize better after, it's fine. And again, Guma actually gets, to be credit to Guma, he actually finds an angle for a bullet time I didn't think he was going to find.
I think he was actually a bit cheap with his flash too. Bullet time's not actually that good though, is the thing.
Almost brilliant though, because I think that's the right idea.
I think he didn't need to flash when he did, and I think there's a chance he could flash after Lee Sin uses his next round of cooldown.
You know what, I hear that, that's fair. That's fair. I mean, if Saint had flash there, he gets another.
Thing is, now I actually think that the Lee Sin Akali can carry this game.
Yeah. Inspired's a little frustrated, like, damn, I wanted him over the wall, didn't quite happen, yeah.
That terror that was stacking for them doesn't quite stand when it comes to the kills, but either way, I think Line looking good, 4 to 6.
Okay, it was back to even in gold. And again, I think the Akali getting fed is really problematic this game. Oh, hang on, Zeus has got egg. We're doing this anyway.
He has flash and he has, I think he dies here, no? He just dive with ult. Nice, okay, freebie kill, and you get the passive.
Gonna give it to Saint or Ezreal? They give it to the Ezreal. Nice, okay, and then lock it to tank the chariot shot. Really clean.
Alistair sideline dives. Can't kill the full wave either. He grows, needs to take this. Okay, Lion get the gold lead. A lot of gold's going over to Saint. He has Dark Seal stacks as well.
Oh, Faker subscribed, thank you.
Yeah, Duo, thank you for the gift up to Faker. Oh, body slams failed. Hang on, he gets out of the double E.
Fared, yeah, unfortunate. A valiant effort. They're gonna get tier 2 for this.
And they have the extra grubs to keep pushing with this too. So they're gonna get 2 full turrets. That's gonna swing them back into like, well, not like a 1k lead, but you know, it's gone from like 1k down to slightly up, I guess.
That could get a fairly good shove top.
I think Saint can carry this. I think Saint can carry this. I think this is a really, really good Akali angle now. Yeah.
Saint's genuinely be having 2 of the better days of his career ever, actually.
So at the end of the day, we are dead even in gold. Back-to-back games that we are looking like it is going to team fights. It's going to be a Hextech again.
Quite a gold graph.
And the question is, if HLE drop a game to an NA team, what happens to the mentality? Because like I was pretty open. I didn't like the strat from Line. I thought that like realistically, giving over Nox and Orianna is pretty much death, and it still might be. Still might be. And I thought that, you know, once the laning leads came in, I'm like, how do you escape the chokehold? I think the thing which hurts it is Zeus blind picking the Anivia. I actually would have much preferred a blind pick Santec at that point. Just something which can just be a frontline. And buy you some space for your carries. Because the problem with the Anivia is it doesn't, and perhaps I should have viewed this one at the time. Oh well, that's a lot of ults, but they do get the kill. Anything else happening on the map? No, it's just a quick kill and out. Yeah, I think that the Anivia doesn't provide the same amount of disengage and safety for the carries that a full tank would have done. Of course, you can't pick Sion because the Sion was picked the last time. I think you could have maybe Kassanda'd. Although, was Vayne unbanned? Does Dokla play Vayne?
It was banned, and he does, I think. I think Dokes does at least clear the wave there. I wonder whether a Seraph's might have been wise. So I get you Rocket Belt's actually quite important into Anivia to dodge out on the stuns. Especially if you're using...
You tried Rocket Belt on Karthus jungle, it's broken. I'll take your word for it because I haven't tried that.
Not defer to others, to do what is best for him because they believe in his ability to carry in team fights, to step up.
Actually, still have the... Well, with that kill on the tower, they managed to swing back. Hang on, does Saint just kill here?
Yeah.
Just hold your E, hold your E, yeah.
Nice. And he's out.
No, he's dead, I think. Teleport out. How close can the Anivia get? Don't think he gets there in time.
Oh.
Well, this is the problem without going for Rod of Ages versus the Akali. The Akali does just one-shot you on cooldown. And he has 10 Dark Seal stacks. So he's got Shadow Flame now.
Oh, sorry,
Shadow Flame, and he can get a Magi's next once. If you go like Seekers and Shadow and Magi's, your game is completely done from the Akali. Saint's having an incredible last couple of days. And I remember when he first came into line, kind of shit. He's had to ramp up to this.
Yeah, he has. And he's playing really, really well here. And again, he's always been enjoyer of the melees, right? The Silas's, the Akalis. the fact he's got the angle for is good. Also, he's picking Akali against Zeka of all people as well.
I mean, is he going to play for the rest of the series? Yeah. The thing is, like, while Zeka is one of the most iconic Akali players of all time, it doesn't mean other people don't play Akali.
Yeah.
Pretty much everyone is a good Akali player at this point, you know? And, like, Knight did it against him in the last round, and destroyed his Yone, one of his other iconic champions. If you don't get hit by the E, if you cancel the E with a shockwave, you're in a bad spot. But, yeah. Dude, imagine this HLE goes down to fucking LYON, man.
What, we good?
Yeah, safeguard, yeah, safeguard.
Inspired, buddy, pal. He survives for a bit longer. That's not backing up, he's dead. Inspired's still healing. Oh my god, the cask. The cask.
Oh my god, Guma had to flash to kill.
Oh, Saint.
Guma had to flash to kill Inspired and he died. Oh, he didn't have he had to like overextend to kill him. You don't have dragon, do you take it anyway? I think you do, right?
Yeah, you just do it.
I mean, Zeus is 100% dead here, no?
Oh my god, that's... He gets egg down immediately off cooldown, he loses egg again.
They actually waited to kill him to get the egg done again, I think, there. Their DPS on Baron isn't great. The lights up, I don't think it matters.
They've got no TPs, they can't do this.
This is probably just... No, I guess it's not. I don't think Akali's so bad at taking Baron that they can't do it without Lee Sin.
Yeah, and again, no smite makes it too risky, but still, that's a huge play. What flashes you get? You get... Okay, Guma doesn't flash, so Guma does have flash.
So I thought he did, because he was so overextended in the fight, I thought he'd flash to get there. I guess I just missed another particle being overlapped with it. But he overextends to get the auto attacks to kill Inspired, but yeah, so he still has flash, which is important. Yeah, I'm surprised that Inspired
got away with so much, yeah.
Ezreal looks good, gets to take onto everyone. But look how far Guma has to push up to try and kill the kill Lee Sin. This is never a position you want to see a Misfortune.
And okay, the AP Gragas might be dying in the 1v4s, but he does have quite a lot of pets.
Misfortune feels so bad, can't pump up enough damage in time. You should be able to if you have like a good enough disruptive shockwave and if you're ult, but they're not really using those for that end. The Misfortune feels like an afterthought in the team fight from HLE.
Lordy. Good damage from Akali and Ezreal there.
I think if HLE gets set up on an objective and they get to use a Nivea, Orianna, Misfortune, they're happy. They're taking fights and positions away from objectives before they're set up and kind of entrenched. I think that's really hurting them here. And that means that just is the Lee Sin, Akali, even though it's not the Lee Sin with a ton of gold this time, but the Lee Sin Akali causes so many issues in that sense.
And those laning leads have gone. Like, yes, Zeus has got more than Dokes, but I don't think Dokla cares. Like, he might get Flame Horizon this game, and I don't think it will matter. Berserker's caught up his CS, Saint's overtaken in his CS. You've got a 3-item Ezreal with Shojin into a comp that I don't think the Ezreal's actually that much threat this game.
Oh, good call out by Blade. Rakan switched over towards Smite to make sure he might have missed the cast talk. He does actually have Smite still. They do have double Smite for the next Dragon. Okay, well, I have to say, I didn't believe in the draft from LYON. I do now. I think Saint Akali, very, very good. Ult is... It's okay if it tags Zeka. Zeka's now within 100% within range now.
Smite fight. Again, you've got to try and out-smite fight Lee Sin, which is never fun. Ooh, Dokka gets the flash. Not okay, but it looks... Look at Saint, look at Saint, look at Saint.
Delight's alive. Does Saint go in and try and go... He does. He uses the Gunblade for it.
Nice.
He doesn't even need to use ult. He just flips over. Nice.
Yeah, really clean.
Shadow, by the way, at that HP, Gunblade will crit the Shadow Flame, so the extra 20% damage. It is a surprisingly high amount of damage.
Yeah. So E's up to point and click and backs away.
But you need to do the E with your W because it gives you a return point.
Yes. Yeah. So
one of the... If you're an Akali player out there and you want to learn, like, or you're learning Akali and want to do the basics, one of the weirder ways to poke with is, like, you E backwards into a W and then you just get, like, a Q back in.
Yeah.
Because your Q gets so high damage at some points where you can just go for a Q, go back out.
And if that comes with like an auto electrocute trade in there, it's quite nice.
Have Noct and Ori ever done the combo? No. They were actually looking for it there, funnily enough. But they've not been able to do a combo. I thought that the Ezreal would be dying on cooldown to this. Hasn't. I thought that Saint would be dying perhaps onto this too. Hasn't. And now you've got a Seekers on Saint. You can't do it onto him anymore. They've killed the Gragas, but who gives a damn? One is Dokla. He's happy to be like a weak side player. And two, like if your carries are not dying to the combo, game's on. Yeah.
gets away, but the casket does.
Yeah, exactly. Catches to light, and you get the flash off of Zeus, and then Saint just goes, cool. What's this?
Gets the Hextech Gunblade
Return point.
and then immediately hops back over.
More like a LeBlanc at that point.
Got the arm guard. I mean, I understand why he's not gone Magi's. There's quite a lot of ways to get blown up this game. It is safer to go towards the Shadow Flame arm guard. I'd still like to see a Magi's at this point because you've got the arm guard. I think that's a valid option, especially to try and keep this gold lead snowballing in your favor. But you are at Soul Point. You've got the 1600 gold lead. I think at this point as well, your dive threat will always have kill threat on Guma, and actually Zeka, which makes it really hard for them to play. And I also think because Zeka's build, like, you are... I do get that this game, you want the Orianna Shockwave to hit as hard as you can, especially because Guma's bullet time angles are never going to be a consistent threat. So you want as much burst from that as you can, but then you need to actually be able to get a Nocturne Orianna combo off. And we have it.
Magi's in for Saint. So this is like the apex of your build now. You have Seekers, you have Magi's. You're incredibly fed. You have the extra move speed from the Magi's at this point too. Shout out Dio, by the way, who was talking about how, you know, the last couple of days about how, well, after yesterday, how actually perhaps Inspired could actually shut down Kanavi. I actually think he's done that quite well.
Yeah.
It's always been a team effort. Kanavi's not looked good in the first 2 games, and now he's down a significant amount of CS, not pulling the combos, getting caught out, and now you're getting into like mid-late game against a comp that doesn't have to clump up. No. In fact, they would prefer it if they're not, actually.
Yeah. Literally everyone's happy to play apart from each other, basically.
Yes, and it means that the AoE of the Orianna, the Anivia, the Nocturne kind of combo delivering that as well is, and of course the Missile. It just doesn't get that much value.
A move speed for Saint here is really nice from Magi's. And I'm glad I called it out. I said, you know what, I think he does arm guard into Magi's, and he did. No, I know you did as well, but I said, like, we both came to that one. Because I think that's quite smart here.
Yeah, it's like your most cost-efficient build. Gunblade against a team that struggles to burst you out because you have Seekers also means you just get very, very down. You have good healing.
Yeah, good job.
There's also no anti-heal, right?
That could be Lichbane on Dokla with the Aether Wisp blasting rods, and this is going Cosmic Drive. Sorry? Is that going to be Lichbane from Dokla Aether Wisp blasting rod, or is it going to be Cosmic Drive? He's got the last chapter in inventory.
Mate, I believe I want to see it. He might. I have no idea, mate. He's got fucking garage.
I'm not sure what the lost chapter builds into here.
I think he's just having it for melee. Well, that's
top kick. Oh, there's the kick. He flashes. Oh, pulverize. And Saint in the back line. Yeah, that would. Yeah, okay.
You can't kill the. You can't choose the Akali as a target.
Oh, turrets down so they can keep going. They can go Saint. Oh, Saint. Call up the Pope, he's American!
What?
He's Saint.
Oh, I get it. Yeah.
And the Pope is American, so it all works.
Here, we canonize.
Yeah.
We're here to canonize Saint. Where is it? Is it left?
Spectacles, testicles, wallet, and watch.
So funnily enough, it's different between the Orthodox and the Catholic. Because Orthodox does like left to right, and the Catholic does right to left, I think. Yeah. Well, I mean, LYON fully deserve this game. They fully deserve it. Saint is playing out of his mind, man.
Kanavi immediately tries to jump on with that
he probably gets Zhonya's off that gold as well, I think.
I don't know how long it's been since he got the item, because he just built a
1, 2, 3. Okay, so he gets like 4 waves of bullets. That's it.
But that's only onto an ulting Alistar.
And a golden Akali.
Well, so therefore it's not.
Yeah, exactly.
Just onto ulting Alistar. So this MF angle just feels really bad. You win lane, but then they've not been able to set up on objectives. They're taking snap fights, which is just not what their team does very well. It does with the Nocturne Orianna, but not when you're against Zhonya's like that. It is a Lichbane for the Gragas.
There you go.
It used to be a big build for him, and he did get buffed. So it's now got like a 6% AP ratio,
yeah.
4% now. Like
his empowered order of a W probably stings like hell now.
Right, of course does, yeah. Gragas used to build Lichbane a little bit in general top lane. Not much, but a little bit.
Yeah, you got Zhonya's for Akali and Seekers for Ezreal. Oh man. This would be Soul as well. This should be a done deal.
Yeah, you only lose this with like horrific mistakes.
Right, Lee syndrome or Akali syndrome. Yeah.
Seekers on Ezreal now too.
Oh yeah, Zhonya's. This doesn't matter.
about to die
Nice.
right here, and Dokla takes him out.
So that's Soul, it's a kill. Full got Baron running. One of the big things too is, well, you're delaying the Baron push a little bit by the Dragon take being taken so slowly. So you've wasted about a full minute of the Baron, which means that you're not breaking the base on this push. I don't think. Not that it's easy for LYON to read the base anyway. So they do get you do get a safe Soul.
And Hex Soul for Ezreal. Even Akali actually dream as well. Okay, we're gonna go. Knockwave Zonyid. Zonyid
have ult.
He's got E though. Oh, and then Doke's here. Oh, yeah, they do.
Oh, Cass isn't good.
Oh, okay. Does it matter? Guma's gonna have a horrible time. Zaka potentially does look inspired. He's got Jay.
Okay, that's the game. That's the game. They stand and fight and lose. HLE are dropping a game to NA on the international stage. What a world we live in.
And they play for a crazy high execution team fight as well.
Dude, LYON is so fucking good. I apologize, LYON. I was not familiar with your game. This team is fucking good.
Yeah, I did a bit of NA research because I was doing a little bit of cash flow, and I genuinely thought LYON was going to be good. I just didn't know what it was going to look like internationally. I had a lot of faith in people like Inspired and god damn.
Because like we've seen these players internationally before, and like they've been good, but they've never really been like a real threat.
Yeah.
Now they're actually like a good team. You know? Crazy.
Saint building Medjai's going.
This is, I mean, Saint goes Deathless. He's having an incredible back to game. Berserker looks great. Yeah, but I thought Berserker Inspired were legit really good.
Technically, LYON's not even NA. LATAM true. LATAM. That's why they're not even NA. They're LATAM. Exactly. LATAM power.
I was so
Jesus, man. I mean, imagine going back to like the Rainbow. LYON used to be Rainbow 7, right?
I think that's the what's the Providence?
I think so. But like, imagine going back like 10 years ago to like this LATAM team and going like, oh, yeah, but
draft was engineered to get Saint on this Akali.
And they give up the Orianna. And to be honest, I think Zeka's been the worst mid.
They did what Dokla said they'd be able to do.
Saint's been better than him. Yeah, Zeka's been very quiet. Zeka's been very quiet. Now, for all the comments like, oh, Zeka's gonna dog walk the whole tournament. This guy's great. Like, he's not been. He was much worse than Knight. Did destroy Caps, don't get me wrong, but like much worse than Knight. And I think Saint's showing him up. Now the question is, can Saint do that away from the Akali in the same way? Now it's still only 1-1, right? Game 1 was still quite dominant. Dude, if Korean team doesn't even make finals, that's got to be one of like legitimately one of like the most embarrassing things for a local crowd.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously Ed China did that last year at Worlds, and that was really disheartening for them. Hey, thanks for the gift sub there, Mike. I really appreciate you.
The Gragas ultimate onto Guma when Guma overchases Inspired. It's.
I don't believe they still pick it.
Holy moly.
Deska's louder than the cast. I need to turn it down when we're going to Desk.
I think we've also got to keep our eyes on what happens to champion pools as we get later. How deep are LYON's champion pools? I think Dokes is surprisingly deep, because I actually think he plays a few of those AD carries top, which I think a lot of other people weren't playing in NA. He was. I think Inspired, again, this was the bloody fiddlesticks Penta guy. Like, I'm not too worried there. I've got more questions about Saint. I've got more questions about Isles. More in terms of the effective champion pool rather than necessarily what they play.
Lose their heads trying to kill him in this fight.
I think he was very elusive on Lee Sin, and he knew he was out of position.
Yeah, like Inspired knew he was in trouble. He still managed to outplay it. That's kind of wild.
But I want to go back to Emily's draft point, because for the series, in Game 1, I was disappointed when they picked the Kiana, because to me that signaled that they didn't feel like they could play what they were comfortable with.
That's a fair point from Jack.
Even then they almost won with that.
In a situation here with better team fighting, but 3 losing lanes.
Yes.
And if you lose that game, which was in danger, that was in play. They were
2,000
gold down from laning phase alone. If you lose that game, the series is over.
Really good overview from Jack.
Up from a deficit with 3 losing lanes against HLE, the early game powerhouse. That will
I mean, yeah, LYON played for teams incredibly well, and again, it was team fights with a lot of agency. Every player has a lot of agency. It's not a front-to-back team fight. It is a team fight that says, I can dive, I can move around as the Ezreal. I've got 2 dive buddies. That means actually getting a good knockwave combo for you. You're hitting one person max a lot of times, especially once you fall behind.
What I thought is like if that person was the Ezreal in early game, it's still a 1 fight. That clearly has not been the case because the Akali has just shredded them. I thought like giving over Nox and Orianna was just like death.
I'm with you. Not Corey giving over is huge.
And 2
Sorry,
solo kills. That's
joining in.
on Zeka on top side.
Inspired top 4 jungler in the world.
He did it. Slapped him with it.
I think you have.
Let me ask you the side of HLE then, because to me, right,
obviously he actually might be verging on that now. Yeah, he's having a good series. He is.
Yes, I
mean, I'd put Shun above him right now because I think Shun is best jungler in the world.
Normally I'd say someone like Kanavi, but don't for this series.
It's not Ona Kanavi right now. It's not Ona Kanavi right now. Inspired's playing better over the last couple of days. Now, of course, it's very short term, very reactionary. But if you're talking about current form right now, it's not Ona, it's not Kanavi. Arzan was a bit off. Monkey, you could actually argue is up there. But yeah, he probably is top 4. You know, thinking about it, he probably is. Yeah.
He's playing very, very well.
And I normally would have said Skewmon, clearly better than him yesterday.
Yeah. And again, normally I'd say Kanavi, who I think has had a great year on the whole, particularly over the last.
Oh yeah, well, people are calling him like best jungler in the world, best player in the world. HLE just don't have that aura, Sam. They just don't have that aura. Even if they make finals after dropping a game to LYON, I think they're going to be really shook. And I think that now you get to see another 2 games. You have to show a bit more in draft. You have to show a bit more in terms of jungle and early game setup. These kind of games or finals really hurt.
Can I paint a scenario for you, Al? LYON win this year.
Yeah, go to finals.
They go to finals. What does that mean for NA going to Worlds? How many slots are they going to have?
You get 4.
How much of NA goes to Worlds?
Half of NA goes to Worlds.
Half of NA goes to Worlds.
Yeah, they mentioned that on the desk and I tweeted about that yesterday. It's absolutely absurd. You know, given that all of the Doomers around NA, which there were reasons for that, I suppose. That is absolutely insane.
Yeah,
it's clear why Inspired hates G2 so much, because he wanted to play with Caps and G2 said no.
Yeah.
Because I believe G2, I would imagine, I don't have any information, I would imagine that Inspired is not a good character fit for G2. Because he, just given the way that he communicates, I think that G2... Is that a correct way to describe it? I mean, one, I think that Skewmon is a good player. I would have kept Skewmon over Inspired. I would have kept Skewmon over Inspired. I think Skewmon, over the average of the last year, has actually been better than Inspired. I think Inspired obviously beat him yesterday. Go to Worlds last year, though, go to first stand. I think that Skewmon was better at those events. So I don't think it's like clearly Inspired is better than Skewmon. Obviously, yesterday, the better jungler. But if you're looking at the average of last year, I think G2 is still happy with him. I think that Skewmon is a better fit for G2 in terms of personality and in terms of like fighting as a unit.
Because I think any good GM will tell you that looking purely at a player's how good is a player, like isn't actually indicative of how good they'll work with your team. Because if players don't vibe or their styles don't mesh, then you've actually just made both players worse.
Yeah.
Or the team worse. Like you can be a great player and just not fit with a team. Like that's very possible.
Okay, right, gonna go put an ad break. I'm gonna go actually get myself that coffee last time I did.
Good for me.
I'll be right back. If Skewmon made that Baron call yesterday, I mean, I think it's a team call thing, right? Yeah, the Baron call yesterday was awful from...
They also got like 5-man death ray chaos stormed over the wall. It was pretty brutal.
That's like worst case scenario, but it was still losing.
Reckless G2, is that? Yeah, it wasn't a great culture fit, right? And I know like Yankos and Reckless just didn't, as far as I understand it, they didn't vibe particularly well. Yeah, no wonder G2 can fight back. The LYON skirmishing team fighting is legit. Yeah, I also just think that we never got to an even team fight because LYON were making moves that G2 had no knowledge of because their vision game was atrocious in the early stages. Very poor indeed. Very poor.
Gives you wings.
I think Live Dominate just tweeted, crazy that LYON can draft 3 early lanes versus one of the best early game teams in the world and navigate the game so calmly. Really impressive stuff. I agree. Oh. Fun fact for Lana. I had a good fun fact the other day, and it is now. I've got to be fun, and I've got to be factual. That's not a good combination. Oh no! Right. Okay. Let me think. I can do this. We run ads. We have run ads. Okay. I need to think of fun facts. What's a good fun fact? Fact. Willow bark is a painkiller. Contains the active ingredient quinine, which is what makes aspirin kill pain. So it was one of those kind of bits of like herbal medicine folklore that turned out to have some serious bite to it. Quite literally in this case, because quinine is the active ingredient in aspirin. So willow bark as a painkiller was a thing. And indeed, that is because it has aspirin, well, effectively aspirin in it, by transitive properties. There you go. How's that for a fun fact? I've done it in Overwatch. DPS was ranting, but both the teams were fighting, so I told him to shut it. It's a fine event, but there's the time for it. Yeah, mid-fight, ain't it? Yeah, exactly. And sometimes you just need to say, shh, guys, stop tilting. Like, actually, I get you're annoyed, but you know what's really not helping is tilting everyone else. Like, sometimes you just have to suck it up.
Try to get the fight going. They don't have an Eevee.
Where is it?
Bot side.
I mean, put. Can come?
We are coming.
We're coming,
but we're far.
Look. I ulti here. Yeah, I'm coming.
We're fast still, guys. Yeah.
My ulti 10 seconds.
I'll chase. Keep going.
No flash. Nice! Wow, battle of who's more useless top.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to MSI 2026. It's the penultimate match to see who gets to play against BLG for the championship tomorrow. HLE took game one, and in game number 2, they were slamming the lane.
Thank you for the fun fact. You're welcome, lad. Quinine is anti-malaria as well. It's anti-malaria as well. These days use tetracycline. I didn't know that. Less fun fact, malaria is potentially coming to Europe because we're getting more mosquitoes moving this way. A friend of mine is doing a PhD on the migration, on like new versions of malaria coming into Europe. So be advised, especially if the weather keeps getting warmer, we end up more tropical, therefore more mosquitoes, and therefore Europe may end up becoming a malaria hotspot.
Exactly what their opponents are going to pick. When you leave that up, they know they're going to be playing in Kali Lee Sin into it.
And there ain't much way to do anything about it. Actually, was it malaria? It might have been something like yellow fever, actually. I forget. Anyway, they might actually be something else. But one of the ones that's incurable. And the only way to deal with it is just like not get it in the first place. So have bug nets, basically. I have to double check with them. Katie, I apologize for misrepresenting your PhD research.
Very well thought through.
But yeah, less fun fact. Love your commentary. You're doing a great job. Oh, thank you very much. I'll make sure to pass it on to Alex as well.
Nocturne Oriana even got through was not main stage. It was.
But actually, Knock Oriana getting dealt with in team fights like that, despite being down 2,000 gold. Come on, Sam, we can move this over. I hate Alex. My face is sensitive.
So many games having been played, and that is just.
All right, Jace Narban. I'm just not going to give those over to Zeus, who's just generically really good on those champions, however strong they are. We're going to get the Varus Vayne ban against Dokla, because of course they are. Nautilus is basically double top lane bans.
Targeting that top lane, targeting Zeus. Meanwhile, HLE banning out the Varus, the Vayne, and the Nautilus.
What's the last ban here?
Will the Vi get banned is my next question, because very strong, especially for a player like Kanavi.
Or you could first pick it, I suppose. Actually, who has first pick? It will be HLE, so you ban Bard, I think, here, unless you got an answer to it.
Leave it up, and they try to take a page out of Griffin's book, because he and NA had been leaving that up and going Shen as an answer into it, even at times if the
good call from Azael. Yeah, you can give up the Vi and Shen it, because basically every time Vi ults, you just Shen ult the Vi target, and Vi just loses value.
They're trying to set up a bait. If HLE don't
is Inspired finally going to win a series against an Eastern team with his group of misfits? You gotta hope, right? Like, he's come close, so he's got a 0% win rate against it. There's the bar ban. Expected that. Vi, this might well just get Shen'd. this might well just get Shen'd.
See what the plan is going to be.
I think we get Shen.
Yeah,
I agree as hell. I think that has been the NA special.
Very strong into it. You just ult the target that's been ulted by the buy. Makes it very difficult to try and follow up, but we'll have to see because Lion. Like,
maybe you Nasus as well, but need to see more of the comp before you do that.
9-2 so far at this tournament. Very, very powerful. Over an 80% win rate. So you can't just pick something normal. You've got to have some sort of answer pre-planned. And first and foremost, Lion is going to go with the Lucian. 7-1 here at MSI has also been a very powerful pick.
Yeah, Lucian Melio obviously really good as a bot lane just in general, but also specifically into this, especially if you are expecting.
Okay, Lucian Melio.
Cleanse the charm coming through with.
Is it a Cogmore angle? We've been hearing about this.
Hard, though. I think that is not an easy 2v2 to deal with, but I'm not sure if they'd be willing to just slam it down right
Man,
now.
don't hate it. They have played it domestically.
They actually had the Shen for themselves.
Oh, that's locked! Neela!
That was not what I had on the cards.
Guma's locked Neela.
No picks, no bans, no presence at this tournament up until this point.
Senna very strong alongside the Neela.
Yes.
Draft has disappeared. Maybe they were cooking it a little too hard.
Well, I guess you don't do it that early, because Neela is actually something that weirdly turned up in a piece of content with Viper and On. It's like, oh, complete the bot lane. It's like Xayah, Rakan, like Cogmore, Lulu, or whatever, and it's like Neela, Senna. So they like, it was weirdly mentioned, not that it was brought up unprompted.
You get knocked back by the Ultra Mega Fire Kick. That can be really tough. But these are always these weird situations. We've had this.
It's Ultra Mega Blaze Kick.
Like, if it is an accidental pick and the other team
Fire kick. It is Ultra Mega Fire Kick.
Then it can sometimes be okay on that remake, but it depends on.
You've played Neela before? Yeah, but like, has anyone played Neela in top tier for
a while? Yeah.
Right. The rules are generally always, if it was some kind of a technical issue or whatever, and the player couldn't make the choice they wanted, okay, we remake for that. If the player just didn't lock in time, any sort of user error, you got to play it out.
Yeah, I am curious though what they're going for. Like, say it is remade and they don't want this Neela, like the Lucian Kog'Maw, because traditionally what I've seen
it's not
is
been
like
played in tier
Lucian
1
Kog'Maw with like Zinzao, or like some of these kind of on-hit junglers, because you want to try and have that Lulu to support them, something that works very well in the early stages, but also something that can clear quickly to help support the Lulu Kog'Maw in the matchup. I feel like you kind of need that little shove from the jungle to really get the Lulu Kog'Maw.
Kazi and Kalist played one game of it each last year. IU and Jiru played one. So last year we had 4 games of it in tier 1. This year we've had none in tier 1 so far. But I would imagine it's a mistake.
So the draft is going to be remade.
Now the thing is that when you're on stage, because of like stuff like you know, like audio errors and whatever, sometimes it can be quite hard to hear each other. Often, if something is mispicked, even if technically it is a miscommunication, often they'll let you redo it on stage just because. Because
you've been here for several weeks. Have you not learned?
Because you can blame it on tech a lot of the time.
Dokla's doing pretty well with the.
Or I like women with whips, says Happy Ennis in chat. I mean, you're not wrong, but come on now.
I'm in a place.
Man, I grew up in a cornfield. I do not know.
I doubt Nasus picked this game. We haven't seen Nasus. We saw Nasus once from Furia, right?
You've got me beat, brother. All right,
it is the Cogmore Lulu. Okay. Oh, okay, right. That was what we were wondering what they were going to do. They did hover it and then went to Neela and we're like, wait, what?
It's a winning lane versus the Lucian Miller. That is actually a problem for Lion. That's pretty hard winning versus. However, the last time we saw Guma play Cogmore, he frontlined and almost lost HLE the game. This is actually something he has struggled to be like the central hyper carry. Because if you look at his games in Road to MSI where he played both the Xayah and the Cogmore, he actually had pretty grievous missteps on both of those. If you do that here, that actually might put you down in the series, which is insane to think of, by the way.
Satan had a really good Victor game the other day, so I'm kind of fine with that. There was some discussion about whether you immediately slammed Shen into the Vi, because that's been the NA special. Griffin was doing it. But basically, whoever Vi ults you Shen ult, and Vi goes, well, poop. And then Vi really struggles into that. It's a pretty hard counter. But now that we've seen the Cog Lulu, maybe you just need more ways to consistently make Cog's life hard. Shen can, but you have to really full send. They'll give it to Zakazari. Good with the Vi. Into the Victor, it's a bit meh. But so be it. It's kind of just good combos, I think. Sometimes you take the slightly more dodgy lane matchup just to ensure your combo's good. Annie, I think, then becomes the additional ban here. Trundle away from Inspired, fine. This might be Trundle Shen then. Also, Pillar's really annoying for Cogmore.
Trundle is really, really good into Vi, because it beats her so well. Trundle beats everything at level 1, but Vi just can't compete.
Which is kind of why I like the Victor, right? Zone control, because Cogmore has to try and run through.
Tron beats everything.
To make sure that you can actually
it's going to be an Annie ban, isn't it?
I do like the way LYON are already considering kind of how you can control the zones that Cog can play through.
Where's Rumble fit into this equation? Ban of the Cassio as well. Cassio's a winning lane versus the Victor. And Vi Cassio's nasty as hell.
Yeah, true. That's fair. That's fair. That's fair. I kind of forgot about the miasma issues with cease and desist, where you just sort of end up forever stuck in the spot.
Do they actually have to ban something? Well, so what's happening with stuff like Rumble here? I think the Cassante ban. Yeah, I wonder if HLE. Well, Cassante's really good versus Vi in fairness, and not bad versus Coglu. You can just press W and just delay the fight a bit.
I don't hate Rumble into Cogmore because the equalizer really makes his positioning quite challenging. Yeah. And so Rumble, and so like the ult from Rumble can be kind of annoying.
Ghana's not bad into Vi. Vi can't really interact with him too much. Cog doesn't mind this at all, but
yeah, you do. Like Cog's percent HP damage is ridiculous. Well, it's just a Rumble angle. You get Vi Rumble. Yeah.
Yeah,
you've got to have an answer, right?
I do wonder whether they should have locked Rumble on 4. Unless you have a really good answer into the Rumble.
The fact they've left it up suggests they might have something. Okay,
that's really good for me. That's a much better draft. They have much better side lanes this time. Yon into Victor is a bit spooky at points, but this is a lot of comfort for HLE besides like bot lane.
Yeah, you are. My one. Okay, I wasn't worried, but one note is that basically your easy engage is Vi, and the Vi needs to have ult up to guarantee things like the equalizer and the Yone ult getting value. And that could be a little telegraphed.
Whoa, okay, that's not something I expected from those.
Okay, I mean, he is a carry player, well, at least regionally he's been a carry player.
I just don't expect it versus Zeus on Rumble. He's one of the best at this at all times.
Okay.
What else I was going to say? I was going to say something else as well.
Maybe the Rumble nerfs hurt enough into the AP matchups. Back to calling. Maybe. You can just run
a go to ad breaks so we don't get any ads in game. Thank you for supporting us. If you don't want ads, please subscribe. Otherwise, support you can download our projects. It is free. Sign up for it once you've downloaded it. It'll help tick up this thing below here, and it gives us a payout at the end of the month. It's very cool. Also, you can donate to our Ko-fi as well if you don't want to spend.
Do all of those things
give money to Bayless,
simultaneously, and you unlock a special viewing experience.
LYON only have one form of engage, which is Skarner. Delight is on a ranged champion, that's what I wanted to say. Delight's on a ranged champion, which is typically not good for him. Guma is on a hyper carry, which is typically not good for him. However, the top side of the map is very HLE all
yes.
Bot lane is a strict counter map.
Yeah, I agree. I would also... You have got Milio behind Gwen. And I think with Skip and Slash Plus, I'm pretty sure the Cozy Campfire gives Gwen pretty ridiculous auto range.
Yeah, in fact, we saw bits and pieces of that in like 22, or when it first came at 23, rather.
Which can be quite scary. So just keep your eyes on whether the Cozy Campfire ends up on a Gwen in a team fight, because that can get pretty messy. Also, Cogmore can have a really tough time into Gwen, especially if she runs the Ghost. She's gone Exhaust. Okay, that's what you used to do into Rumble back in the day.
You do this into Yone a lot.
Yeah. But the idea was then you had Phase Rush to match it, but Phase Rush is gone, to be fair, actually. So maybe the old anti-exhaust tech won't work anymore.
Storm Raiders.
Yeah, Storm Raiders. Yeah, but can you get the 25? But my point is, does Storm Raiders work in the same way? I'm not sure.
It's not the same, but it's comparable-ish. And what that means is that you obviously the slow for the slow resistors. So there's wards spotted. Actually, no, there's a ward on their Raptors. Obviously, Kanavi Vi, one of his most powerful champions of all time. I mean, and also, like, yeah, I mean, I am actually seeing the angle now that actually HLE perhaps not as comfortable late game as I thought they would be.
Yeah.
And I think now in this kind of draft, Guma has to be the one that actually like makes the most out of this Cogmore. But like he's not been a great frontline hyper carry player.
Barrier down at level 1, by the way. Yep. Gone already, so that's a big one. I think he used to block the Vigilance autos from Berserker.
Yeah, it was Lulu Shield plus that.
So anyway, that's okay. I will also note that there is a world where Gwen plus Exhaust runs at Cogmore, puts Hallowed Mist down. and actually Cog can't auto you. Yeah, and you can't polymorph, you can't auto. You have to get into melee range.
Gwen is one of the better picks against this. Might be able to get level 2. It's actually not too bad trading from Berserker and Isles there, considering it's level 1 to level 2. They're doing quite well. And like I said, strictly this is a bot lane counter matchup for HLE. HLE are happy with the Cog Lulu. Mid lane's going fine. Those campfires.
Ooh. He's got barrier to use on that. That's pretty good damage. Hang on, I'll keep running. Oh! Oh boy, they'll lose Isles for. He flashes. He can't get it.
Yeah, he flashes the cog passive. Yeah. Holy moly! Well, if HLE aren't winning with the counter matchup, well, what do you do?
Oh boy. And Zeka's having a. I mean, again, it's Yone in early lane, but still.
And like he's still picking up the farm. He's just losing HP, so he wants to TP back ASAP.
Yeah, Dag's got it. Bone blading down, barrier down. What does Cog do there?
Know they have more in the tank when it comes to the summoners.
Yeah, really good early level trading from Berserker and Isles. Make sure they don't take just like the random extra auto attack. And Isles, real credit to him to understand that he can like auto attack enough that the Cog's gonna die.
Yeah, really, really good. Rainover looks so tense, and I don't blame him.
Do you have Venmo for donos? We don't have Venmo. We use Ko-fi. Although, if there is there a reason why that would be better or worse? Obviously, it's just like technically we can just get everything.
Yeah, there's no reason we can't get that. Yes. We just not done that as yet.
We may in the future if it's useful.
If that's how our community is best placed to support us, we can set that up.
Exactly. Best win rate region versus region. LCS the best region of any major region matchup. That is insane. Wait, LPL has that good a win rate over LCS? I'm surprised at that. Yeah. Because I thought that actually LCS had a pretty good. Hang on, that's a dead save.
Oh, good flash. Does it matter? Oh, nearly got the shield. Kanavi, where's?
I don't think it matters.
Inspired, look for a play.
Zeka has flash. It's not long enough range. Okay. Good gank from Kanavi. Needed that right there.
And it gets the kill onto Zeka, which is huge.
Oh, it's Venmo US only? That would make sense.
We are EU based, so I don't know whether we can set that up.
I mean, if it's in dollars, that's okay, because there are some bank accounts which can do that.
Actually, there's an exhaust angle if he wants it.
Storm Raid is active. He's got all of his abilities here. There's no flash on Goomer. He does have barrier.
This needs to be a good poly. This needs to be a really good poly.
Do they get to light instead? Oh, did they kill both?
Oh, okay, not bad.
That's really not bad. That's another kill on. He doesn't kill him with that. Oh. Dude, this bot lane is not enjoying life at all. Like I said, I don't think Guma Delight are a Cog Lulu bot. I know they played it. I don't think they're that good at this lane.
No.
It's not their style. They don't. And even when Guma was playing towards lane dominance, it was stuff like Varus Caitlyn. More like it wasn't like the auto attack carries in the same way.
Let me go find a quote from Berserker. I want to find the exact quote because Berserker said, "I think I'm as good as Guma UC."
He did, yeah. He said that recently.
Well, let me see if I can find the quote itself.
I think either Sheep or DPM or Rift GG tweeted a picture. Berserker wins his first game against his former mentor Guma Yushi, because of course Berserker was the T1 academy system at the same time. It was Smash, Guma, Berserker, all three of them in the system at the same time.
Yeah, here's the quote. I think I'm just as good as Guma Yushi as of 10 hours ago.
Yeah. Well, I think he's had a pretty damn good series so far. Zazra last game was good.
Sick, yeah. Like, Saint got the plaudits for going 10-0-6. That's understandable. Zeka's down before 6, so he's going to eat that chunk and not be happy about it.
Another Elan, Zeka
might now have 6, so there's no flash.
I'm not going to lie, sometimes I really like judging Hail lanes.
But let's go, Raz.
Berserker is absolutely showing up. 2 kills now on the Lucian. The early Sheen to
hang on, Zeka, think about... Okay, won't do that. Fighting for the level 6, fighting for the level 6. Ooh, okay, level 6 now. Jumping on the Inspired, yeah.
No, he's dead. Yeah. Inspired kind of runs at that. I'm not going to lie, that is a bit of a run it.
If he gets 6, maybe it's a different combo, but you can't miss the smite.
Well, I mean, even you don't have the prior for that. Why the hell are you running it, you know? Your bot lane's why is it Edline's top side, like, running it at this point when they're actually a really good last game, you know?
I think they had prio top. Well, I need to go back. I mean, Zeus roamed, but I think it did cost him a wave. Okay.
Who has stepped away, but Kanavi just going to hop out of that.
Yeah, and that's actually big for Kanavi. He's now in a really good spot. So I think, because Saint was in the, hilariously, Saint was in the river first, because Zeka was over the wall going in. So he did have the Victor there. Zeus roamed earlier, but I'm pretty sure Dokes had the shove.
A little bit worried for the Lucian into the Vi. Now, bot lane's done really well. HLE does have, like, the murderized top lane. This top side matchup is insane. This just top side combo is so good versus Victor Lucian. If like, you know, Skarner, Gwen aren't really disruptive.
Yeah, and again, it's a bit annoying for Dokes because Zeus picked up that kill and he goes, bro, why am I not...
Spider's behind so much CS too.
Yeah, well, he just dropped another... He dropped Scuttle and 2 camps, well, 8 camp in his jungle as well. So that's an 8 CS swing, which would otherwise have put them even. So they were even before that. They aren't anymore.
On this top side, the play in mid, then finding that smite on the...
We'll see whether it matters, but Kanavi's obviously fantastic Vi. Maybe that's enough to win you.
You don't have a flash for Dokla on the top side. There's always these windows for HLE to pick up more.
And this is how HLE wants to play.
He doesn't die from this. There's no, if you can flash forwards, well, even then there's flash on Zeka.
Not
quite enough best. It's only a lost chapter. So.
But Zeka is like not stomping lane in either game so far, right?
And it is Yone, right? So he's up in gold though, which is, and again,
it's the kill and the assist.
Yeah.
But like Saint is actually not unhappy with how things are going.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the thing is, Yone, you sometimes just lose. The idea is these days you lose lane gracefully is the plan.
If Yone actually wins lane, flash but no ult.
No flash on Saint.
Ult. No flash on Saint.
Decent chunk.
It is, yeah. He has a lot of damage.
Yeah, but it's the
700 gold ahead.
Inspired here is over on
Smite's
the first one. Needs to wait now for the second.
It'll be Smite still. There you go. Fine.
And is it a steal if it's Smite to no Smite?
Gonna get up to.
Because there was no smite for either, so does that count as a steal to you?
No, not on that second one. That's kind of what you often do is you'll do smite 1, second jungle gets 2, and then it's a contest on 3, basically.
No, I know that.
Yeah.
But like, obviously Inspired smote the first one, so they kind of knew what the situation was.
Yeah. Oh, hang on. He doesn't have smite. There's 2 levels. Oh, bloody hell.
Spider's getting hard diff. Ollie, so you can't flash out. Inspired's getting hard diff.
Much better for Kanavi.
Yeah. Punch in the face, knocked up by the wall growth, and then turned into a little butterfly. Inspired did not have a fun time.
Yeah, and again, Kanavi is also, for my money, one of the top 4 junglers in the world.
Yeah, it's gonna get really hard because he's losing.
And it's another set of camps down, so he's down 30 CS now. And again, considering the Vi is your one consistent go button, you've got good follow-up with the Yone and the Rumble ult, but your go button is the Vi. Vi being ahead is massive to HLE's comp.
If the Skarner does not stay relevant, you are just food for this comp.
Yeah, like Skarner is just... He's
30 CS down, man. And the thing is that you had winning bot lanes, so you should have been fine to actually get farm out of enemy jungle, or at least not get crowded out of the map.
I'd love to have a look back when we get a chance to break to see exactly what happened with that level 6 Scuttle Crab fight, because my impression was that Saint was actually hilariously with better prior. I think Zeus kind of dropped a wave to get into River first. So like, anyway, we'll see. A 6 camp lead. Look, you can see it in the jungle pet stacking. Like, I know you do get some kind of weird double stacks if you fall enough behind, you don't get enough camps, but even still, that's a big diff.
It's just kind of in recovery mode. It is a very late first
1k up on 80 carry, but this Lucian can't solo carry versus this comp. It's too hard into Vial, especially with a Vi that's that far ahead.
So far for Dokla, which I think Lion are going to be very happy about.
Yeah, this Dragon way later compared to the first 2 games. This is honestly around the time the second
this is a much slower soul
and been fought for in the previous 2. So slower on that one, but HLE does
Gwen's even in top lane, well, slightly behind the kill on it.
So neutral objectives going the way of the team.
He's not coming to it yet, but Lion, they have been contesting late game well. They're not getting like blown out here.
This is playable as long as Inspired isn't taken like further out of the game. I think if Inspired has another play go against it, he's just done.
Doesn't Milio just delete Vi from the game? No, not necessarily.
You can't cleanse the R.
Yeah.
And the Q's got a knockback, so you can't cleanse that either.
Hold on. Exhaust use here in the top side. Dokla's got the needlework. The equalizer's already been used on the wave.
Going top.
Meanwhile, bottom lane Inspired, potentially looking for a play down here. Top side, Dokla gonna be very low. with the solo kill.
Flash value. Ooh, Guma.
Culling.
Oh, the knock up. Oh, boy. Inspired dies for this. They do get both inspired tries.
2 for 1, that's actually completely fine for Lion. Because this Cobra is not in the game at all. Berserker is so fed, man.
So I think that was Swifty death from Zeus, by the way.
It had a HP advantage before the trade.
Yeah.
Through, so.
I mean, yes. Also, of course, had the flash.
I think that was like a capitalization on lane state.
Yeah.
I think Dokes probably shouldn't have gone for an all-in knowing they were all in bot side anyway.
So yeah, I mean, he had the HP trade, but I was like, I'm trying to see what.
Look at this. Like he's up. Like he's already got the HP advantage.
But he's lost his. Oh, missed the snap. Used his W.
He didn't miss it. Went into the shield. Like he hit it. It's just it wasn't sensitive, but he went into the shield. And then both of them trade ult early, and then it's like, well, if you've gone like no ult to no ult, overheat makes the difference there. I don't even think he needed the flash. I don't think it was that like close.
Yeah, dodge double needle work as well. It's pretty huge.
Culling was really good there. Good tower aggro juggling actually.
I think Inspired saying, look, I'm behind the curve. This is fine.
Has to be the silver lining here for Lion.
It really is, and I mean it's kind of all eggs in.
Like, but this Lucian needs to be.
Yep, it's Kanavi looking to work together with Zeus and find yet
6
another
seconds on
kill
ult.
here in the top lane. HLE's game
He's too far away from turret now. Oh, hang on, that's not too bad.
Okay. He's got ult now.
For now, but
I guess
Kanavi re-enters, and Kanavi
well,
takes another
this is why I didn't like the Gwen in theory into Zeus. Nameplate's on, I'm just like, yeah, this is a shame. Because Dokes has been better on weak side. I know that the Gwen's good into the cold Lulu. Thing is, now if you just locked in like generic bruiser top or whatever, you'd be more happy because bot lane's done their job. Like bot lane has played out the counter matchup, which is insane.
Yeah. He's trying to reset skip the slash, he has no flash. He just got his ult up, so he's going to try and try that. He actually gets
teleport in.
Yeah. This is potentially just a dead Zeka. Yeah, he is. Okay. The equalizer's not awful, but that's going to be. Oh, that's a big CC chain. Shoot. Kanavi. Kanavi. Oh, the wild growth.
That healing is absurd.
Game's
over.
That's it. GG. Kanavi's just bang on Guma. Might just die to Dokes. Okay, he's gonna die to the bloody passive.
Close.
Oh, was it a 2 for 4?
Yeah.
But I mean, Kanavi's so big.
He just got so much healing, man. This Conqueror went wild, and he got like a bunch of Triumph procs.
Sundered Sky, Triumph proc, and Lulu Wild Growth was massive.
The fight starts out pretty well. There's a TP coming in behind, but they just rush down.
Zeka's getting like no value. I mean, Zeus goes in with a massive flame spitter and equalizer. Well. Like Zeus is so strong, man. Saint also doesn't get that much done. I'm not gonna lie.
I think there might have been a weird overlap between Gravity Field and Inspired's ult. You don't get Gravity Field after the Impale. So they did Gravity Field on the wall and Inspired immediately impaled, so you didn't actually get the Gravity Field.
Okay. Which at that point you just hold the gravity field long, which is easy to land the plant CC from. Not that I think it matters too much there, I think.
There's the follow, by the way. Brain Fist.
Pull their way back.
Mental Punch.
Super strong AD carry, but Zeus is now massive.
Yeah, Kanavi, by the way, on Vi.
Enormous jungle lead as well.
And that was the problem.
That's such a shame because Berserker has. Guma's had a bad game. I said like. His Cosmo didn't look great in Road to MSI from the game that I saw of it. Stylistically, I don't think it fits the team that well.
Having no damage, right? You know, if he had any
also, looking at this, Zeus is now 403.
P level is still in jungle. Inspired, not. Yeah, Inspired and Dokes weren't like so hard diffed in this game. I think this is so playable.
Kanavi gets his camp and he's 3 levels up. This needs to be a smite. Okay, doesn't get it now. It's 3 levels diff. Ooh, bloody hell! Needs it.
Barrier keeps him alive. Berserker loses a lot of
I'm not sure he should have taken the second tower shot there.
Not really worth it in the end. Berserker took so much damage from the turret.
He's all of their gold leads. Like you need him to be healthy.
On the bottom lane from Zeka, so immediately
give up Dragon and the game slows down.
And pick that one up.
Gwen needs another 2 items.
Obviously, from behind, you have your CC, but we talked about it with Dokes.
Okay, that's Flicker Blades on reset. So Berserker wanted to reset anyway, to be fair.
It was on Dragon time, which sucks.
You know, before that solo kill, he was holding even. Then he gets solo killed, then he gets dove. Now he's down 2k, and Gwen does not have that utility.
Next going Blackfire build makes sense. Question is what his full build will be. I think Protobelt second probably isn't bad here for avoiding like Yone ult and the like.
Yeah, because going Black Cleaver, which I think is actually really smart.
Yeah, we've seen that in bits and pieces.
Viper's done it a lot.
Yeah, well, not a lot, but he's done it once or twice. Viper did it once regionally.
I think the terrifying part, though, is when you are kind of one threat right now. I mean, Saint is relatively...
don't leave it.
Knavi,
will just
Knavi, yeah.
Dokla once again must cease and
well,
desist.
Not gonna lie. Dokes is not impressed on the ground, which sucks.
Knavi is anywhere and everywhere at the same time, and he is dominating
the solo kill sucks particularly. The dive I have a little bit more time for, but that's just...
But the dive happens because of because kind of getting solo kill too, though. Right?
Yeah.
It's just like extended wave control being lost.
But you know, you need that second threat for Lion because
Satan needs to be the second threat, doesn't he?
It's going to be Equalizer all on your head every fight.
Even got Rage Blade, so he's actually a champion now.
Berserker now Polymorph tries to get away, but the fate seal
they didn't cleanse quick enough. Well, that's game. I think at that point, once you lose while you're in the power spike evolution like that, give a shutdown over. You should just insta-cleanse and get away. So that's Isle's not quite quick enough on the reaction. If you cleanse immediately, it is safe. He does it late, and then Berserker can't flash.
Yeah.
That sucks, because that is avoidable. You can just lose your ult for that, and now you're actually losing double turrets, probably. There's no one defending bot side.
There was nothing that Berserker could do on that one. Now the Rift Herald.
Well, no, I think there was stuff that Berserker could do on that one. You have Milio ult into E-Flash. You should be safe there. You should be. There's no flash ult for Berserker.
There's nothing that Berserker individually can do, I agree with.
Yeah, that's why you have a support to be a free cleanse button.
Yeah. Okay, if you can shut Zeus down, that's 700 gold. Lulu's coming, but isn't here yet. There's no ult on Delight, so it'd have to be a flash poly.
I might actually die here. He's close on the burn. Okay, Gwen gets the kill, that's important.
Huge.
I don't think it saves the game against Zeus. Zeka's pushing in bot lane.
But you have to get... yeah, that's going to be a lot of value for Zeka. You sent both solo laners up there to make that happen as well.
They're still trying to make these plays happen, but they just don't have the map
Saint's going to get jumped on.
Yeah, it's very, very
difficult. Over the wall into an eye, he's dead. Yeah, GG, sped up. Goodbye. Krabby Fields.
That cease and desist is going to find a valuable target. The solo laners on Lion are being hunted. Knavi is having such an impressive game here. This is exactly the way he wants to play.
Didn't there used to be a Swifties build on Vi to stop your Q slow when you're charging your Q?
That was a Varus thing. I can't remember it on Vi.
And while Berserker is still strong, quietly his
shut down
gold lead has been eroded
in another game it would have been, because you're too far behind now, I'm not sure. Because I don't think the Lucian can play that freely to dash around in like full 5v5s. In full 5v5s, I think the Lucian loses a lot of power. I think in individual dives or, you know, outnumber fights, very good.
Okay, hang on. Flash and Pale. Oh, okay, Flash and Turn. That's not awful. What the shutdown does get Dokes is the Shadow Flame completion. He's still down completed boots. That's where a lot of the gold is, and that'll be the majority of the extra gold for Zeus, and the Swifties are annoying, especially into Exhaust, into Needlework. So Zeka's just being left alone, and that's giving him a lot of time. Again, the laning phase was mid, but that's Yone for you.
Not working in their favor. So they have made the call that we have got to send on plays. We cannot play the game out normal. We cannot just match side lanes and expect to win.
Vocal's got 2 items, still down 1.5k.
It is very rare that he gets behind, but as Flowers can attest to, sometimes he does, and he has these games where he's going to end up with 7, 8, 9 deaths, it feels like, because he believes the best way to win in a position like this is just to send it. So that's what he's going to keep doing.
He will not bleed out slowly. If he feels like they are at a disadvantage, he's going to keep trying to make a move happen. But it's so difficult against a team like HLE when they have a lead.
Yeah, HLE snowballing well is scary. I mean, you have at least gotten
everybody's feeling super
2 items onto the Gwen, which you needed. You've got the Arm Guard in for Saint, so he's a lot harder to dive. Berserker is scary. Like, you've gotten to the point where potentially Knavi doesn't one-shot his first time. The problem is that Knavi being so ahead means, actually, we saw it in that bot lane play where they tried to pick Knavi, and he just didn't die. Like, they threw everything at him, and yeah, there might have been a slight overlap in the CC chain, but frankly, against a Vi that was nowhere near that fight, it wouldn't have mattered. You'd have killed them anyway. And the fact that those are the margins you're playing with is going to be difficult. It just is.
Gwen still scales still is good. Yeah, Gwen scales well. It's just whether she gets there on the right. Because okay, this is like a concept which I think is important to talk about with scaling. Your scaling has to be in relation to having an amount of gold compared to the rest of the map. Kale at level 16 is great. Kale Impale at level 16 who's still 5k down is still... Oh, hang on, that's a trade of weird ults. I think he just dies in.
Vokes?
Oh, hang on, Vokes.
Okay.
W's actually not bad here at all.
Oh my god, Vi damage, ridiculous. Yeah.
A lot of that was actually Yone getting inside the W as well.
Yeah.
I think you can't overlook the Yone damage now. Now, you can't make plays like that if your Lucian's out of position. I think LYON are not playing very well around Berserker actually getting the damage out. You know, that play around the enemy jungle flash, sure. But, you know, also Berserker wasn't in position for that, and right there, Berserker needs to be the one in position. Also, I don't think terrain's good. There's still an equalizer to use. You can still teleport and equalizer. And that's a heavy fight at that point.
And we see him just full send it.
I actually wonder whether Berserker should have full sent on Guma though.
I would too. I think they didn't quite know where Vi was in the river.
Vi doesn't have ults at that point, and still has no flash.
And has no flash.
I actually think that's the time to full send it.
Just go. Yeah, no, you know what? Yeah, that's fair.
I mean, Kanavi goes in and he
what side is HLE on next game? Depends on, well, it'll be LYON side choice if HLE...
maybe worried that Kanavi was going to ult him immediately, but instead Dokla tries to move
well, Dokla gives up his position too quick. You don't have Victor or... hang on there.
Has been hiding in this bush for a while. I thought he'd go for the tower, but once maybe a kill, but it's just going to channel the back.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll end up backing away fully.
There is a Seekers on Saint.
4.9 thousand gold lead, 3 Drakes.
Zeus is ridiculously bad as well.
Everything belongs to HLE right now as Gumayushi steps forward.
Oscar's not tanky, man.
Really starting to hurt up here in the top.
Especially not into Cogmore, who's like...
I didn't love the Skarner angle anyway into the Cog Lulu. There's just a fire into the vibe, but...
We think back to game 1.
Both these teams have like a primary engage source of their jungle, and then you figure it out after that. One of them is so far ahead.
Yeah, you got 2 go buttons, and one of them is held together with duct tape and super glue, and the other is like chromium, hyper advanced warhead hidden behind multiple activation keys.
Started.
HLE want to force the issue. They're trying to get at least a TP from Dokla.
Exactly. Dokla down in the bottom lane. Teleport's ready. But Kanavi and Zeka can take down this Baron so easily with just the 2 of them. Teleport coming in now from Dokla. HLE, they got what they came for.
And they go on to Baron themselves.
Yeah, they keep it aggro.
Okay. No, I don't really regen too much.
And regenerated
there was a world where actually you hang on, go.
Stepped up here in the mid lane. Inspire goes over the
wall.
Impale,
gravity field.
Okay,
the try-in.
He's too tanky. Yeah. Okay, you get wild growth out of that, but you trade it for Chaos Storm and Impale, which is...
Used by LYON.
Vi still has ults. Hang on, Dokes in. This is bad. This is good for
Oh, look at the Zeka! Zeka, dead.
This is nice. Berserker has flash. Berserker gets to go now.
Look at Dokes. No, hang on, rumble, exhaust.
This is it. Blind ticket. This is good.
Oh my god,
Baron.
Berserker. Oh, Polly.
No death.
Oh my god, he gets out.
Oh my god, they can Baron off this. Berserker needs to live, needs to regen, I think. That is insanely good flank from Dokes. He stops the Vi from doing anything.
Kanavi needs to get a monster. Okay, Kanavi can steal. They need a ward. They need a ward.
They still need to go for it. It's 2 minutes till Dragon. You need to get this now before the soul comes up. Kanavi doesn't have flash.
They're still gonna zone him off.
They'll walk out over now. They can E1 found in bottom. Okay, he can't steal now, so that's Baron, and they can use that to maybe go in towards... Oh, and if he gets stunned, he dies. Holy crap, that's close. I think Kanavi still dies.
Cease and desist. Look at Isles. If they kill off...
Oh, the Q! Oh, 1,000 gold shutdown. That might just be game. How did it again? So, Dokes' flank hit is fucking phenomenal. How does he get on 6? So, we saw this bit, but Dokes stopping Kanavi meant that they didn't have the primary engage. Basically, if either jungler's in a good spot, you know, the fight's pretty... I think it's pretty HLE favored with the other damage ahead. But I think that once Vi's out of position, Berserker gets to free fire. Like, look at this. Kanavi doesn't get onto Lucian. Lucian gets like 1 tap Zeka, so Zeka gets nothing done, even though he has flash and ult. Guma can't get himself back into position.
Zeus tries. I understand.
I mean, he's exhausted. Fine, but like he has exhaust in him, and there's only so much he can do.
You know what, Duo? Maybe there's an apology for required. The LYON team fighting is sick.
It's you know, credit to it. Duo is going very, very far up to hit the fraud wall.
Oh, Guma's gone!
Oh my god, the damage from...
And they get to drive the Lulu into a wall as well. Nah, Impale. Hang on, they got the Impale on the Yone. Oh, he's blocked.
He has flash.
Look at Zeus, he's dead. And Kanavi's now in, he's got his
They actually win.
Oh my god, they win.
They actually win this. Oh my god, we're watching history. We're actually watching history.
You can win the game.
Look, I knew LYON were good team fighters. When I'd been prepping for them a couple of months back, I knew what they could do. And then I watched them fumble on lane course. And then they come here and they do this.
This actually might be the biggest result in NA. Like, this is insanity. This is up there with like the MSI 2019. This is up there, man. They go on a match point versus HLE. They go to match point versus HLE.
Delight in 10.
Berserker just massively diffed Guma.
Nexus turret taken low, taken out.
Guma's running out of mana. I don't think they can end hit. They can't end hit. They can't end hit.
The game's not over yet.
Whoa, it's close as hell.
Was too low to end.
Okay, Dragon's up now. Oh, hang on, they might have overstayed because now they're going to give up salt. They're going to give up salt. They need to get back insta because they need to hex it back onto the map. They need to spend the gold now, get it back onto the map, and need to win another team fight. Now, most summoners down for HLE. HLE, can they get into position to rush it in time? No, they can't. Hex gates means the resets are quicker from Leon. And I don't think they could do this without Hex. Okay. So they thought they could end. Now they're still favored for this fight now. There's no ult on Yone. It's going down really fucking quick, man. Dogs just needs to stop. Just rip through the needle lock. Just going. Just.
Ooh, Guma's gonna be so low.
This got. Hang on, they're trying to go for.
They try to fly away from the dragon. They try to fly away from the dragon.
Oh, Berserker's gonna die. Berserker.
Oh, they killed the black. Look at Kanavi. Oh God.
Saint
needs to do a lot of work. Look at the back.
Saint is doing work. Saint is doing work. Yone misses.
He got the dragon as well.
Oh my God.
Zeka.
Lion got dragon.
Zeka. Oh my God.
Executes him. Lyushi, the only man left alive.
HLE had to rush their setup there. That's the
dragon. He does it again.
Saint had a mega fight. He just drops the Chaos Storm in the backline and Guma can't do shit.
They think it's just Gumayushi. They were considering
Berserker got the reason why that got really scary is because Berserker got Violeted into Rumble.
But holy moly, what is this game, boys?
Saint has to
It is LCS going toe-to-toe with one of the best teams in the world, and it is Dokla creating so much.
Yeah, Dok's going in with the needlework, just have to full send it, and he does.
Kanavi, but it is HLE.
I mean, it's a really good combo from Kanavi. Kanavi almost saves this game. That's how good his Vi is. Because Berserker gets like 100, almost 100-0, pretty much, instantly by Zeus Kanavi. He did a really good job there.
You needed the extra carry. Saint steps up. Saint is having two of the best days of his career ever.
Yep.
Oh my God, what a time to turn up. I got a little nervous about Zeka with the passive rolling. I was like, we are late, gave you any angles.
You do, it's not passive from Yone.
It's on the E passive.
Oh, sorry, E passive, sorry, yeah. Oh, hang on, they spot Kanavi. But yeah, I mean, you also forget that, like, Victor scales like a mother as well.
He's got a Mage Eyes! He's got the Mage Eyes!
Yeah, and the move speed is the same.
Lion are 3,000 gold. I mean, look, sure, Inspire's behind, but he's gone from being entirely useless to being useful.
Yep.
Going for the Black Cleaver, giving
Dude,
him that little bit of extra survivability.
And he's done the Viper, but he has done the Black Cleaver, yeah.
Kept him topped up. He survived for so long in
let me see if I can find the Viper Lucian.
4 items for this Lucian. He is so strong.
He is so powerful and inspired with.
Dude, LCK has lost its aura this tournament. Like, HLE could still very much walk back in. This is insane. If Lion do this, this is one of the most like consequential results in League history. LCK will lose a world spot.
We gotta see, can they
LCK would lose a world spot then.
That'd be
there will be
mental.
four NA teams, 4 LCS teams. Obviously includes LATAM as well, right? 4 LCS teams at Worlds. Half the damn league. Not completely done yet. They need to be a little careful with this positioning. Kanavi can still get a miracle engage.
Back out. 1,500 gold lead for Saint.
I tell you what, if Kanavi loses this, it is a black mark against his international record. Again, like Kanavi at last first stand, definitely dropped the ball. Kanavi at
Baron in 40 seconds.
Worlds got to semis, I guess. The top esports, but definitely didn't look very pretty.
Don't let them look for more as Kanavi.
Yeah, Kanavi
trades it for ult. I trade it for ult.
Behind him, Isles there.
This is okay for Lion. Again, Skarner's actually tanky now. Skarner's actually tanky.
Yeah, and oh my God, the TP! The TP! Look at it! This could be a big Gwen.
Oh no, Zed still has flash, my bad. Big Gwen. Skuma's flash was used there.
Big Gwen. Big Dokes.
Ults the wave. Does Berserker just kill the towers?
They've cut them all away! They're nowhere near! Polly!
Cleanses it.
Dokes goes golden.
He's just going golden
as well. Berserker's untouched! They've got it!
They're just getting Nexus.
Holy moly!
Match point Line. Are you kidding me?
Lion are pulling off the
what the fuck is a kilometer?
LCK doesn't have the aura. The aura's gone. Now, most of the time, I think for years and years, there are teams which have played so scared against LCK because they're just aware that they're better players, high-ranked players. They don't give a shit here. They're playing so fucking well, man.
Almost upset, being channeled. They are outplaying HLE at every turn.
That is the closest they've been. They were up
I don't want to see Skumon in the same sentence as Inspired after this game. Now that's too far. Skumon still has like first stand where he's 6-0 LCK. I think that, you know, we're getting a little bit too reactionary on that. Skumon is still one of the best junglers like in the world. He is. And of course he didn't do very well versus Inspired. Inspired, I think, is currently also up there as one of the best junglers in the world. It's incredible to have them both around at the same time.
Goes in on Inspired and he sidesteps him, slams into the wall. They get the comeback in that fight. So much.
I mean, that's 2 games in a row where the Lion have just been better team fighters.
And I also think that bot lane is doing magnificent work. Like, I don't think you can lock in hyper carries to Guma like that.
No. I mean, like, Guma had a really good Ziggs game, but the other 2 games, he's kind of been second best.
Yeah. BLG did 3-0 Lion. They did, but it was also like a little bit messy in late game. BLG out-team fought them.
Yeah.
They were the ones which out-team fought them, which is kind of crazy. And I think that was with BLG not having great drafts. If it goes to finals, like, we saw what happened with BLG Lion before. It was a 3-0, but it was actually, like, relatively contested. So, yeah. I mean, you could argue that, Dio, you could also argue that BLG weren't informed in that series as well, Dio. I actually think both teams have looked much better. I mean, BLG looked much better against, HLE. And of course, Lion has continued to grow and grow. So, yeah. From my understanding, BLG did not really care. It definitely looked like their regular season where they didn't care that much. So I think finals, look, I actually think Lion would have a finals, they would have a chance in finals. BLG can sometimes overlook opponents, they can do.
Don't try to kill, take it slow. Don't focus on ending, just play.
Are you guys focusing on ending?
The Spider was like, don't focus on ending.
Everyone end.
Yes!
Holy crap, man.
This is so adorable.
Let me remind
Yeah, Lion has... Well, of course they have a chance to win MSI. They're in the fucking finals if we win one more game, you know? Okay, I'm gonna go to a quick ad break so we don't get ads in the next game, and I'm gonna go to the toilet.
When Lion was formed, everyone said they're gonna crash out.
Dude, the amount of like the amount of LCK Glazers which are now like having life crises. Yeah. Like, don't get me wrong. I thought LCK were good. I thought the top teams in the world were really close, but like. The amount of people that put down every other region which wasn't LCK was just not okay this MSI. There was so, and again, I say this as someone who loves the LCK. If you're an LCK fan, you can't just autopilot put down other regions like that. Clearly, the LCK teams were not the full package coming into this MSI. I didn't think it would be to this extent, but oh my god, they could actually get, like, on home soil, knocked out before finals.
Yeah,
it's insane.
Which would be meant, and again, like... Yeah. Yeah. Caitlyn has to go.
When they're on those comp picks and Kanavi's 4,000 gold ahead, I cannot believe it.
And here's where I want to really highlight Berserker, right? Because we've talked about, you had highlighted, Jat, where you weren't necessarily super confident because Berserker, until this point, wasn't able to play.
Don't understand how that was thrown. Basically, they made sure the Vi couldn't get onto the Lucian. And again, it's a single engaged comp threat. And honestly, like you've got Lucian with Milio, Gwen and Victor, 3 of the best kite back champions in the game.
Putting the team on his back,
your ability to like jump back from things is really strong.
Really crucial. That's such a turning point for Berserker specifically as a player.
100%. They gave Lion one area to play off of, while Inspired is 3 levels down to Kanavi, with Kanavi constantly making plays on the top side of the map and then counter jungling him as well, because Berserker and Isles had good laning and because they punished and killed Gumayushi. Lion still had an area to bridge them over and buy time until that crazy fight. And that fight was in mid lane. That's the one where they dodge Zeka and they're able to get the counter, they're able to get the turnaround, and they're able to scale.
Dude, 5,000 gold down. And you made a point during last game, Shocks, where you're saying maybe we're not seeing the other side of it. Is HLE messing up? I feel like both of these teams are actually quite nervous. I think the Inspired smite on Scuttlecrab when they were going both for level 6 is a very uncharacteristic play for him. If it's a losing fight, if he's going to lose a smite, usually he backs away. But it's, I think, a little uncharacteristic how fed they let Guma get, how they couldn't close the game with a 5,000 gold lead, and they lose a fight right in the mid lane. So
absolutely,
HLE's got to be feeling it.
They say HLE now got out. The pressure's on them, right? They're in the lower bracket. They now had 2 games where they've fallen behind. Even game 1 wasn't as nice as they might have liked, right? Do you like Elden Ring? I love Elden Ring. I 100% of the base game. I never got to finish the DLC. I was playing on my PC and I left for work for like a month. And I just never got to finish it, but I had so much fun. I love Elden Ring. Oh yeah, but I 100%ed it. At least like base one. I never really did the I was gonna call it prestige mode from Call of Duty when you kind of redo it all over again. But yeah, had a lot of fun with that.
Right? Because like you said, we've seen this team.
I thought HLE with 3-0 line. I'm kind of there with you.
When they get reverse swept and then can't close
Yippee! Yeah, I've been meaning to play some more Night Rain at some point as well. I got the game, I never got to play too much of it.
They should be feeling so confident.
When they make Berserker ahead, he's an unstoppable damage carry. The guy knows how to carry. Yeah. Yeah, remember he was insane for C9 on the Zeri meta as well. But yeah, hey, that's the London script. What, the 3-2? It could still be going back. It could still go back the other way. Because I remember G2 T1 was a thing, right? Been done before. It's been done before. I never played Night Rain 2-1-2, but no one to play with, so never bought it. Parky, I could be tempted. See if we can get Eri to come play it. Make a little community night of it. I'd be down. Imagine a 3-0 line. It could have been. Yeah, like, it could have been. That's the crazy thing. I mean, again, I think game one was good from HLE on the comeback, but still, like Guma's zigs ended up being really messy. But this is wild. Grabbing another caffeinated beverage because it's wild. You know what? Vocaloid, I'm right with you. I'm right with you. We have Sir FF to no life, my dude, and then we have the trips book. Yeah, I know. We're not gonna have time. I'm down to do it, but we just need to find time in the year to figure it out. Like I've got a lot of Final Fantasy to play still. Fan interviews.
이런 시점일수록 우리 하나생명 e스포츠 더 응원해야 돼요, 여러분. 아시겠죠? 선수들에게 닿을 수 있도록 현장 이벤트와 함께 응원을 진행해 볼 텐데요. 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
네, 하나생명 응원하러 오셨나요?
아, 당연하죠.
그러면 우리 하나생명 선수분들에게 닿을 수 있도록 응원의 한마디 부탁드리겠습니다.
하나생명 화이팅!
화이팅! 외쳐주셨습니다. 정말 라이언과 함께 명경기를 보여주고 있는데, 자, 그러면은 저희 바로 이벤트도 진행해 보겠습니다. 두 개 중에 하나를 뽑아주시면 되는데요. 둘 다 선물이에요. 어떤 걸까요? 뽑아주세요.
Thank you, Mecca, for the gift sub. Welcome in. I was just frankly expecting TL to be better, but after the LCS finals, but yeah, I mean, I like Team Liquid. I think they drafted well. I think in the end it was just level of play. Like they just weren't quite at the level required mechanically. And again, it was against T1, and I think if LYON had gone against T1, I think it would have been the worst matchup. Is the honest answer. Because I think LYON would have basically played a little bit too... They would have been a bit too slow in the game, and T1 would have been able to come into the chaos that I think they are hardly better at than LYON. LYON are a more considered team in that sense. I wonder whether that might have been the worst matchup. So it might, but well, I think HLE we do better if Kanavi wore a suit. ZZ topside with a sharp-dressed man. Oh, good. I mean, okay, one hand. Very good. On the other hand, boo that chatter. HLE wore a suit because Alex. I think HLE would do better if Kanavi wore a suit, because then it would be the ZZ topside with a sharp-dressed man.
I like that a lot.
That's foul.
He said that.
As in Gamer 3000.
Hey, thanks for the gift sub, Mecca. Really appreciate that. Oh my god, when it goes to final, winner gets 4 world seeds. That is absurd, man.
Push the wave, I'm going. Come, no flash, Kog'Maw.
Yeah, Camille and you see me have legs. True. Really good song. I like how so ZZ Top, we're obviously like 2 guitarists. Hey, thank you Full Moon for the gift subs. Appreciate you, Full Moon. Thank you.
Go in.
Why did they take that guy's sign win? I have no idea. I'm not sure what happened. I didn't see it. What happened? What happened with that guy's sign?
Are pulling off the miracle. They are on match point against the LCK's #1 in Daejeon.
Dude, if Korea doesn't even make finals, that has got to be like one of the most embarrassing moments for a host nation, you know?
HLE, and I found some fans, role swapped G2 fans.
Role swapped G2 fans, good. Free piece with the guitarist, bass, drummer. Yeah, and I know that like one of the was it the guitarist or the bassist died, and then the guitar tech that had been with him on the road for like 60 years or like 40 years or whatever basically just replaced him eventually. And he has like a massive 19-string guitar.
Knowing what they're doing to HLE right now.
Oh, what they're doing is amazing right now. It definitely makes it feel better. Oh yeah.
Do you think they can do it?
Kind of insane how poor LCK seems to be in drafting this year. Yep, I completely agree. I think that while their laning strength is really good, clearly I think the strategy has fallen behind.
Every time I see his plays, it's amazing. Yeah.
He dropped the
bassist
bomb in
type, right? Yeah.
He dropped the bomb in the all the celebrations, and yeah, in the end he's doing it. You guys want to give me a celebration? Yeah. 1, 2, 3, let's go!
Love seeing the Lion fans
show
up in the audience,
we did.
But even more, I love seeing Lion show up for North America, show up here in Daejeon versus the best team from Korea, and now it's Lion who only need one more game to take the series.
But coming in
I didn't see what happened with that. I didn't see what happened with that.
Something that would be incredibly
Lion doing this to G2 and HLE makes Wales look less bad. It does actually. Yeah, it does. Although, Wales didn't even look that bad. Dude, Wales just had to face like the second best team in the world behind BLG, you know? Also, guys, like, T1, they won play-ins, sure, and they stomped play-ins, but they, like, lost to BLG, beat Furia, lost to G2. Like, in the main stage, T1 only beat Furia.
This says to me, Jace, for
I was thinking about that, but I think there's also a possibility of going.
Do you think they're reusing the script from VCT London? I have no idea because I don't watch VCT. Not much. I watch occasionally bits, but yeah. Okay, I think Caitlyn Varus are really important in this draft. I think that Guma needs to have like a stabilizing lane pick. And Delight needs to be on a roaming melee again. I think they can't afford to put him on Lulu. I think the fact that he was on Lulu in the first place is a huge error from HLE. Vayne banned away to stop Zeus from having, you know, anti-bruiser matchups. Means that Renekton's easier to play, Sante's easier to play. Trundle banned out, that helps you with your early jungle pathing, of course. We still have Neferi for both junglers. That's better for Kanavi than it is for Inspired, I think.
Because of course Lion does have.
Not that it's bad for Inspired, but it's better for Kanavi.
They would be the ones who would be able to grab the Jace if they want. HLE have to think, okay, if we
Jace, yeah, good call out, especially with the Yorick ban. Jace is actually not a bad early pick. Of course, Zeus is the Jace guy. Lion have first pick.
All right, we've got the Yorick.
If the Yorick's gone, I'm imagining it is Jace first pick.
Dude, if it goes to game 5, Lion has choice right of first selection as well. They can choose whichever side they want.
If you don't ban Jace here, it's going to get locked for Delta. For sure.
I think Caitlyn Varus, I think if Caitlyn gets locked in opposite Mel bot lanes, which is something, but I think Caitlyn Varus Mel are on the table for me. Jace top lane is a good call out from the cast. I mean, do you first pick Jace?
If you do, you don't give it to Zeus. You banned the Jace counter to it.
I think they just have too much respect.
Ban the Yorick and the Vayne, so I think you pick Jace and say, what have you got? Because Zeus locks Gnar maybe, and you go, that's fine.
No, Renekton, I go.
There you go.
Is it a flex pick? Do they flex it mid or jungle? They actually could. This, you know, knowing Lion, like, and what they've shown so far,
I think.
You have to have the right matchup.
Check for you. On a pick like that. And I feel like there's so much history here. You think back throughout what's like 15 years of pro
League of Legends now. I don't think you Gnar into Jace, that's too bad.
for so long.
Zeus,
Going up against Zeus,
yeah, the Caitlyn's key here. We did think the Caitlyn would be a key pick. Now, does Berserker goes to Mel? Do you go Mel with this? Delight, I mean, you go for the Karma, but this is Delight on a range champion again. It's Delight on an Enchanter. I don't think that's not good for him. He is the melee guy.
It hasn't played base this year.
This time around, Caitlyn Karma has some presence.
But it's also not the style that we've seen from HLE, right? Like, the whole talking point coming into this tournament was Delight now on Engage.
Exactly. Now you put the Mel into the Caitlyn. That is the answer. I thought they might have to ban the Mel. Do you go Mel Pike immediately? Pike's pretty good at getting, you know, Serpent's Fang onto one target, I guess. Pretty good at shrugging off the poke. Can get one shot.
He's gone, so you might, yeah, it might just be Pike now and deal with it. Isles last.
Oh, Blitzcrank is pretty good, actually. Blitzcrank is pretty damn good into this lane. And if it does, it'll open up the opportunity to just like one. Okay, you go for the Pike, it shrugs off the poke, but the Blitzcrank is a similar logic where you just like one hook just ends the game. This has been the play-in. This has been the answer to the Caitlyn since play-ins. And Kate Karma is very good at poking, obviously. Uma is obviously one of the better Caitlyn players of all time.
He's had the one bad Pike game, but I think Isles is playing better today. Even the Poppy game where he fell behind, he came back in. You just have to back
one second. Neferi doesn't bring you any engage. You have 0 engage right now from HLE. It is just both teams going for poke and pick.
Target access, but yeah, that's
yeah, you can get into range with Neferi ultimate, but you can't lock them down.
Just kill them for it.
Yeah. Kanavi is a very, very good Neferi.
And everyone is one-shottable by Neferi, so sometimes I don't need CC if I just kill him.
Oh, it is Isles' Pike. His Pike was really bad that one time. I mean, if he uses it now to knock out HLE.
Again, I think it's the right draft for a Pike. Isles just needs to prove. Isles needs to prove it's worth it. And again, I think there was something about the coaching staff and him going, you know what, with one bad game, reset, go again.
You are not Carrier, says Isles to the mirror. Hey, I mean, he's placed better than Carrier. He's placed better than Carrier in this tournament. You know?
And with the Neferi on the opposite side here, I feel like that's
Lion have literally only been using scaling comps. Mel Pike's big change. I mean, Mel is a scaling champion too. Pike, of course, is the worst scaling support in the game. Why do they keep putting Doktor on carry? He has been a carry regionally, as Sam was saying. I mean, I think it's better for him to be on weak side and just tank it out. Okay, with the Lissandra ban, you may be thinking about Ahri. Ahri's good into this draft so far. I know, yeah, they're looking at an Ahri pick. Do you ban Ahri actually away from Zeka?
Interesting. So clearly, Lissandra to me says you want to go playmaking, right? I think about
you want to go Ahri.
Yeah. But then Silas, I don't feel like is that terrifying.
You want Ahri, that's why you're banning it.
I'm a little bit confused by it. There's also not really any good ults to steal yet at all on the
because you want to go Ahri.
Maybe it's like a protection ban for something that they're going to go later on, and they know that, hey, like if
yeah, they want Ahri.
Then he would want to take the Silas.
They want Ahri as well.
Those two bans feel like they're going in different directions.
Yeah, maybe the Twisted Phase is something they're also looking at in the mid lane. So like, you try and go for the TPs, Lissandra can't interrupt you, that kind of style, but still feels a little
Silas gone, Ahri gone.
No. Just going for a bit more stock standard.
Well, no, Ahri's banned now. It's banned now.
Okay.
You have 0 CC on HLE now. Yes, thank you.
1-7 so far here at this MSI for this champion. Has not seen a whole lot of success so far, but remember, this is
who got the 1 win? Was it Knight getting the 1 win on?
And also, remember, the Scion was 0-9. They won with that,
no,
right?
Maybe Cream in one of his wins versus GT. Maybe. Wukong's not bad here, actually. It gives you, like, some of the very... Well, it isn't triple range, it's a bit, man.
Shout out to Aragon as well, who called out the fact that the Wukong win rate of the last, like, patch has basically been, like, 12%.
It doesn't, really it doesn't win early jungle matchups, and it takes too long to get to your first team fight in the game, because you actually don't need, like, level 6, you need 1 item. Which is what that's like, you get that at like 11 to 12 minutes on the whole, if you're not snowball. Maybe you get it 10 minutes. Pantheon's not bad here.
Yeah.
Pantheon gives you the point and click CC. Anti-Pantheon means you actually have CC in a way they actually just don't have. Actually have, well, Aurora Annie is a fairly even lane, weirdly. That's actually okay. Jungle matchup. Mix. Mel Pike should, well, it should beat Kate Karma. I beat Kate Elise. I don't know whether it beats Kate Karma. Should do. Jace, I mean, it's going to get kind of picked now.
Just lacks so much engage, though, on HLE side. You've got decent poke here, so I think maybe that could be it. Like, try and go for...
You could Ornn or something. I don't like that at all.
That's making it hard. It could actually be Aurora top.
Hey, whoa, okay. Is that Aurora top sway in the mid?
Yeah, so I think it is going to be Aurora top. I think it's going to be Swain mid, so they are moving.
They used to be a big Aurora,
Swain is a tough.
Could be Swain top as well.
Yeah.
Be, you know,
Swain top is actually better into Jace than you think, but he can get poked out and killed.
Either way, there is, you know, pretty short range champion.
It's short range though, yeah. You can just poke out with like Mel, Jace, and you can also reflect the Nether move. You can block the you can block that, which is kind of important. Okay, I'm gonna go into quick ad break, so
similar style to like almost those bruisers plus enchanters.
Potentially deny the immediate pick, right? Because Annie, Mel, Pike, Pantheon, you get your CC down, you're probably in range of Swain. That can make things a bit messy.
Is Nitrogen Baby about to carry this one?
I mean, I think the
what does that mean?
Does
that mean Annie?
You know, if you ever are fishing with the
possibly Lime, because they were the coughing baby, they're not anymore.
Oh, right. But then wouldn't that be Hydrogen Baby?
You have to kind of whittle away at it.
Hydrogen Baby!
As a response to a hammer form Q, if he's jumping forward, you throw out the E, maybe pull him back.
Well, the K was a key pick. I think Jimmer really wanted to stabilize with that. I don't think you want to pick it into the Mel, though.
It's really big in the lane because you're getting the heal, but it's also really big for actually stacking HP for Swain later on. If you're not
Stokes needs to do well in lane for this comp to work. Swain can't just get a free lane. That's my worry here. I don't think you just naturally outscale.
No.
Which I think is where the idea of the
you do have better engage. But like on the other side, if Swain just lives with Karma Shields, isn't that just
boom? Yep.
Here we go.
If you go to pick someone else, there is a world where Swain just goes, cool, you didn't hit me, and now I just press R and you're all melee range having gone for this pick. Because Pike can actually really struggle to get away from Swain if he gets Rylai's. Same with Pantheon.
MSI
all of them.
Korea, T1 shockingly knocked
and Rylai's his first pick on
if
first item on Swain every time.
Were knocked out, it would be a repeat of first stand where we saw, you know, G2 taking out both those LCK teams.
Wait, did Ben say his opponent for finals would be Dokla? Did he actually say that? That's funny as hell.
My guy.
Tournaments would be unheard of.
Especially when you look at, like, again, the amount of world champions that are on this team. They want to try and add that.
Well, that's not good for Zerka. You shouldn't be walking up like that. I know that you want to like get the level 1, but
fighting with Viper to be the first
player
to have
it's actually not too bad. Got range autos after. It's actually completely okay. And you get the extra pot from going Dawn's Ring. Once you hit level, and he hits the Airy for the next one too.
Unspeakable when we started coming into this tournament.
He misses from Dokla. He's just getting skill shot diffs right now, and he gets another one now. He's just getting skill shot diff. If he gets another one here, he hits level 2. Yeah, Dokla needed to win lane.
A bit of a disaster for Dokla.
Exactly, that is an absolute disaster for Dokla. He's having to teleport back to level 1.
As the Jace Riftbound card comes up, that's diabolical, by the way.
Yeah, he wanted to change his recall locations to the W. He actually did. Normally he'd level up the E there, but he goes for the W just to stop the recall. That's annoying as hell. Yeah, this might just be lane domination from Zaya, sadly. Okay, nice fruit. Good hook.
Oh, Kuma has to cleanse. Force the flash as well.
He cleansed the ignite. Yeah, cleansed the ignite for the damage, which is not a bad thing to do actually.
He gets 3 summoners there.
But the bot, yeah, I mean, this is the problem with early locking in the Caitlyn. The Mel has been a proven answer for this tournament.
Inspired could visit later on. It's going to be so much
harder. The recall. That's going to be pretty close in class to cast the recall actually. Oh,
stops the auto.
Not quite. You can see this is the 3rd time the LCS has ever taken 2 games off of the LCK.
I did it in 24 Worlds, right? Oh.
Hold on. Let's see if Delight can make the move on to Saint. Rome does get the flash out of the line.
Saint has overpushed.
And that's going to make Saint very vulnerable.
So Delight using that small window that he had as Gumayushi had to reset to move towards mid. Only level 2, so didn't have access to the tether, but it does burn that summoner spell. So we've got many.
Yeah, couldn't sit in range, otherwise there was a WQE combo from Zeka that will be dead.
Shoved in that wave, expecting the base, so he picked up enough. Was able to, you know, get back here to lane. He's going to be looking to push it in and reset one more time, though, and does have the support behind him.
Yeah, but that first purchase for Dokla does not
No, it doesn't.
Good. Refillable potion being
Dude, if LCK doesn't send 4 seeds, that's so funny.
It would be quite entertaining.
Inspired, okay early game for him.
Exactly. That's all he's looking to do.
Those crashing in a wave tops, the CS advantage should even out there.
You know, with a better buy.
Might look for the fight over this actually. The Aurora's shoved in. Isles is here. Yeah, this is something Kanavi could be really careful with this. Yeah. Isles gonna stay here.
As Isles will find Kanavi about to face check into him into the brush
here.
Saint trading with Zeka in
yeah.
lane at the same time.
Kanavi flash. We'll go further. Isles for the poke. Look.
The dogs will block it. So Inspired flashes for the chunk there. Do they get a dive angle top? They actually have a dive angle top now.
Bot bot lane's trapped. They know where the Karma is.
Zes might try and push out with the wave.
The problem is if Kanavi walks up funny here, he dies instead.
Has no flash to get in range either. No one can roam. This is a dive. What's happening on bot side though?
Good solar snare. Grab, reflect back on the auto.
Very good reflect actually, and the LQ.
Kanavi's here, but it might be too little too late. There's another move, no one's taking aggro. Flash, stun, dead.
Is it two? Is it two? And they Terra juggle.
Oh, the good W.
Okay, good W. Does Inspired go 1-for-1 here or what?
No.
Okay. Oh, he doesn't get out in time. I mean, that's actually maybe not good for Isles. Mel lives on bot side, even in farm. Berserk is completely okay with this, actually.
Yeah, the problem is giving Kanavi 2 is scary.
It's really scary on the Neferi.
Okay, it does give Dokes a lot of gold, and it's a wave loss for Zeus. So the thing is, that's still really good for Zeus, who's going to go for Ghost Blader, no doubt.
You lose double flashes for one on top side in the dive. I know Kanavi blew it before. It's like 3 for 2 and top side flashes blown. I mean, the thing is, though, HLE don't get, like, I mean, I think LYON have been, I mean, again, Duro called it out, LYON have been better in late game, and HLE are not getting a stomp early game. This is an okay early game. In fact, actually, LYON have come back from bad early games so far.
Oh, Isle's still here. Oh, he can just do it again.
Well, he's not still here. He's come back.
Yeah, well, yeah, but you know what I mean.
No flash. Has the exhaust? Has the ignite on him?
No demonic ascension.
Kanavi's up. Kanavi might kill.
Don't know. He needs to get really good.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah, okay, fine.
Yeah, I mean, he's coming back with a brutalizer.
Yeah.
He had W and he got like double Q on both of them.
I wonder whether there might be. I wasn't sure whether Dokla uses E on the Swain or not, because there might have been a knock away, and he could have gotten his speed out.
I actually don't know out of that. You've got W now to... Oh, hang on! Oh, no! He kills! Oh, does he take aggro? So he has W to get out. That's really not bad from Isles, though.
I mean, Kanavi now 4-1, though.
The thing is that, like, yes, but Isles is also getting kind of fed. This Pyke at this point is actually getting, like, you're losing a lot of XP is one thing, but then again, it's not like Light's getting on the other side. But you're actually getting, like, to the point where Pyke can start shredding, like, half a HP bar at this point in the game.
Yeah, I mean, at least Dokes is now up. He's up he's up in gold. He gets a nice back. It's just Giant's Belt right now for Zeus. Actually, that's more than playable. You've got tier stacking. You're all right here.
Kanavi in the middle of the entire team, tanking up all the CC that he did in the last time.
Isles has got a point to prove in this fucking Pyke, man.
CC from Inspired.
Yeah.
Tippers, point and click CC from.
And Isles is actually playing a good Pyke game.
Also now Delight is on Karma. Bot lane is completely even. The Mel is completely okay with this scenario.
And Karma shields mean nothing to Pyke. Remember, Pyke ignores shields.
I mean, they'll stop the damage before it comes in. Everyone's on the roam. Everyone's on the roam. Pantheon's coming. Pantheon's coming. Pantheon's coming. Pantheon's coming. Pantheon's coming.
Conqueror stacks.
Pyke's coming up too. Yeah, they have to leave there. Delight has to blow double summons, yeah. Now, they do get the Pantheon ult for that, but Swain ult is a long cooldown.
Kanavi's not here. He reset. He's got Voltaic.
Yeah, that is a very, very strong Neferi.
And just got 6. So if you overplay your hand here, you get ulted by Voltaic and die. But you need to reset now, Dokes, and just go back. You're fine.
You know, has that gold lead. It is actually pretty significant for Pyke. When you get this early gold, the amount of damage you can put out matters a lot.
It's also, it's a squishy game. So I think even if you, like, there are a lot of games where Pyke falls off hard. Pyke will still be probably, like, risky later on because you're in a game where there's so much damage you can just, like, eat a headshot and die. Like, that is very possible. We've seen Caitlyn games already this tournament where the Caitlyn just annihilates people with a single auto. It's been done. That said, I'm looking at Neferi. If the W is misused, I'm looking at Aurora, I'm looking at Caitlyn, I'm looking at Karma. All of you are exceptionally executable. Even Swain's got to be a little afraid because, again, you like to play around your health bar being low.
What a delight. I think Dokka's just dead with no flash here. Yeah, he's dead. Okay. They spot... Ooh, hang on. Might get killed there. I was wondering whether Isles would try and trade 1-for-1 there. Get the shutdown.
Not bad from Dokes on a ward. Hang on.
They might still be able to kill Delight if he gets the Q on target.
Another kill here, 5 now to his name.
Oh!
Isles goes in for the bone
skewer. It means they get grubs.
They don't have Pantheon. Yeah, they do. Isles can actually stop recall again here. Needs to be careful of Caitlyn traps.
Right now, Zeus had that push.
Navi's really, really fed. Does it matter? Oh, he's spotted him.
Looks like going to be going across. A little bit of damage there towards Isles. But now, as you say, Dokla matching
3 grubs. A Lion hitting towers that much? No, they can cross map though.
Does get Zeus back into the game a little here, because again, he was down about 6, he's now down about 4. And he gets the level advantage, which is big.
I don't think he was out of the game anyway, personally.
No, well, no, he wasn't. But it was like actually getting the Jace to a point where actually maybe that could have been accelerated was big. I'm very nervous about Neferi getting all this gold though. It's a lot more spread for Lion, and Neferi getting strong. Again, you're low CC, but you're quite high target access with Aurora, with Neferi, with Caitlyn's range. Your ability to get to a target is pretty good, and if your ability to get there and just kill them immediately, you don't need CC if they're dead.
Without too many shenanigans, is going to try and do so, but HLE not feeling confident to start up this objective, just getting the vision down and waiting to see if they can find a pick, maybe on Berserker in the side lane.
Yeah, we'll see if they can do that. They do have a ton of vision.
The Dragon's still up, no one's taking that yet, because everything's been so focused around top lane.
I mean, like, everyone's been there, right? How many times have we seen jungle supports there?
Hang on. You can't take fights around the net. Way too strong.
All right, 5-4 for HLE with control over this bot side river. It's another slow Dragon game, but very understandably so with how much attention has been in the
Agreed, Flowers.
HLE should try and start this now.
If Chap's casting today, I think that means Dracos casting finals.
He has
is Atlas still around?
Oh, it could be Atlas.
And you can see Kanavi
is in Korea.
That is in Korea, yeah, makes sense. That's actually really true. Sorry, Atlas.
I don't know. I haven't really tracked who's still in. Obviously, I know that like Raz,
just walk up towards this top side. It's a big
Orcs out there.
You got the Pantheon to cover as well.
Medic time.
Might be the play, but it looks like Inspired and Saint both going to go for a recall instead. They know that Zeus is underneath his turret. Diving Swain, even with a numbers advantage, can be very difficult. It's super dangerous. Meanwhile, back in bottom lane, Berserker just reflects
actually
slowed down.
Oh! No, they've got the heal.
Heal the shield.
No, it's a bit of a swing and a miss there. Tried to go for the big play. Delight was missing.
You do pretty much kill though if you do land it.
Because if he catches Delight there, Delight is dead to rights. You get stunned up, you get rooted up, you get
Jace.
Speaking of dead to rights, Dokla trying to get away again.
I don't think he survived this damage. Did flash Q2 maybe? Oh, he could dodge it. Okay, now he's playable. Okay, now it's playable.
Nice. Oh, hang on. Nice damage back. I get out the ult. Okay,
I think they thought that Pantheon might be ulting in. I think they baited him, so now they lose the Swain ult, and now Pantheon's actually bot lane.
Oh, boy.
Now they know that like,
Mrs. Q.
He's okay.
Nice.
Alice has gone behind back turret. You have, dude.
Good.
That's a really good chunk. That Duma plays that well.
Warding away this attempted play from
I think there was yeah, I'm not sure whether the ward was still up. Like there was a ward in that bush from HLE, and I'm not sure whether it was still visible and therefore hiding the trap underneath it or not.
There was a control ward from HLE in that bush, I think.
No, it's just a regular ward, I'm pretty sure. And I think the trap might have been put under it, and I wasn't sure whether it had turned invisible because it was a vision ward or not.
Pyke is a bait pick in this kind of draft. No, it works so well in the lane. It allows you to run. Also, just nameplates on, Delight being on an Enchanter into Vials on Pyke. I mean, Isles had a very bad Pyke the other day, but like, Delight is not the good on Enchanter's kit typically.
And it is good with Mel, because if Mel ever gets a root, it's point and click for Pyke, which is a big deal. And then double execute means that if Mel press R, you press R, the person potentially dies. So it is a good combo there. And it's a game where there's not any real tank or bruiser, which would get really annoying. But yeah, the Swain's there, but everyone else is very vulnerable to it.
I
haven't seen a Pyke ult yet. Pantheon has ult charged up. They saw someone going across the wall. I haven't really seen mid laners go into the plot.
No, at all.
So immediately Zeus backs away.
No, he's got a good angle to Saint, maybe.
Look for a play. Now they know where the support is.
Rocket Bell.
He's dead. Oh, he can get stunned. So he's holding onto his stun. Yeah, he got that from Saint.
If he uses cooldowns now, though, he just gets.
Yeah. I don't think so. I think because Pantheon's down in position. Now, if you jump in, you get Pantheon piked. Bot lane's getting roamed on, maybe.
They're not sure how close he is.
He uses ult.
Yeah, but he does have a lot of damage into the. Hang on.
Okay. Hang on, Kanavi's got to be a bit careful here.
He has E over the wall, I think.
Delight has to flash. Oh my god, he just survives. Zek is low. Oh, nice.
There goes the Pyke. Extra gold. They might be able to get Kanavi as well.
He's got 3 flashes.
His W is on cooldown.
Good
if Q doesn't hit, then he maybe gets execute though.
Delight's got to be careful, so he's burn flash.
No, he doesn't have to be careful because Pantheon's backed off and there's no flash, no ult. And they have vision on him as well.
Resetting the ward.
Dokla has the
What is stopping him? He has Rylise now, so Zeus is... I know he's had it for a little bit, but with Rylise, Zeus is actually strong.
I mean, to be fair too, Doke's up 20 on CS, good for you. Considering everyone's been there quite a lot, you take what you can there.
Okay, Guma has first item. Berserker, great Q predate. Just doesn't quite get the kill because the Calm Shield comes back up.
But you do go 1 for none, and you get 3 flashes for that, just for Inspired. Like, that's fine.
Umbral Glaive up for Isles. I think he thinks that the control will pop this. Oh no, he doesn't.
Throughout the series, across
early Umbral Glaive makes a big difference. Big difference.
And again, like, you are... Who face checks for HLE if they're not named Swain? And if Swain is in a side lane, then you don't...
Is the exact opposite.
Rylise over Leandri seems criminal. No, Rylise has been best in slot first item for Swain for many years at this point. Because your ult continually applies damage, you never escape his ult. Your job is to trap people in the meat grinder. If Pyke or Pantheon or anyone else overextends, you keep them in the fight, they die. Rylise is by far Swain's best item. Leandri's is actually somewhat of a bait item on him. He has so much damage anyway. He needs the he either needs something like a phase rush in the past, or like Ghost or Rylise. He needs a move speed differential. Great first Swain game for Zeus. His early lane was fine, level 1 was good. Oh, hang on, that's a bit of a problem. Zeus has flash ult. He might flash ult here, actually.
I mean, let's say Dokes is fast at this point.
Yeah, with form change, Ghostblade, yes, he is. I mean, the map control from Lion's pretty good. The question is, can they keep this up with... Sam, I'm feeling it. I'm actually feeling it. I don't think HLE have that many map plays. They don't have dragon stacking. They don't have 3 grubs.
And if Kanavi becomes a known quantity, which again, he went for that invade and got punished really hard. If you can keep him a known quantity, I think that your one win condition, which has been the Neferi getting all of this gold, falls away a little bit. Hang on, they've got 3 grubs. Zeka's got to be... yeah, he's going to get pulled away from the way.
Yeah, like, I'm aware that Pyke beyond like 20-25 minutes is a bad champion, but he's doing what he needs to do. And it's not like HLE have much threat themselves. They don't have any CC besides Swain E, basically. They do get second Drake. That's the first sign of, okay, that's a good thing for HLE.
Yeah.
And it's a Mountain Rift, that's a good thing too.
Yeah.
Aurora to Fury, you're thinking about Pyke, you're thinking about Annie and Pantheon to Jace.
Berserker is in a completely fine spot too on the Mel.
Either side, if they can claim Soul.
Like, yeah, if you get a Soul, like, again, you're into a burst comps on both sides. Like, it gets really tough. Zeka's got to be so careful, because the moment Pyke is ever off vision, because Pantheon's off vision.
He's permanently off vision.
Oh, good flash, Isles!
Oh, come on, Isles.
Oh, sick flash!
They're really tough. I don't like staying for this. I actually don't like staying.
You knocked him towards safe.
It's okay, it knocks him away from tower. Okay, this is good.
Nice.
Double execute. Oh, there's so much gold.
Kanavi's at half.
Sam, there's so much gold.
They can get the turret as well. Kanavi's got to be careful. He doesn't have W.
3 grubs. And then Berserker's pushing mid lane as well.
Oh, Kanavi got slowed?
He can kill Isles in like a single skill shot, and the dogs are blocking for him. Hang on, if he hits this. If that hits, he actually might die.
Yeah.
That's a lot of gold for him, man.
That was a sick flash predict. Gomez down at 10.
Yeah, because he got basic
Solar Snare. Berserker has flash. Does he need it?
He's safe, I think. Aurora's coming in, has ult. Yeah, he needs to flash the combo, I think.
Solar Snare.
Good flash, good flash, good flash.
Okay. Well, you burn teleport. Berserker's out. Fine. Really well played. Really well played.
Lion are going to 3-1 HLE. Lion are actually going to 3-1 HLE. That is absurd.
Burying HLE in this game.
I think I can't believe it.
You first pick Jace into Zeus. Everyone turns up top. The Jace still ends up 1,500 gold ahead. Kanavi gets 4 kills early. He's now 5-1. Has failed to snowball from there. Isles on the Pyke that was maligned, that could not hit a skill shot, is popping the fuck off.
Isles is like the most criticized member of Lion by far.
Yes.
Like, this guy was like, oh, he's the worst player at Worlds last year. Guy's awful. Oh my god, Isles is playing this so well. And like, he just needs to keep this up. If he isn't doing anything like this, the champion is useless. He needs to do this. And the fact that he's doing it against like Zeka as well. There's only so many places W can go. You see the animation of where the W is heading, you just flash that direction. Great stuff from Miles. And then like the teleport coming in is just a free death at that point.
We can see the Neferi on
and then I hate to say it, but this Swain is just not tanky right now.
Well, not right now. No. Especially like, yeah, not right now. Especially not while your teammates aren't like doing damage while you're on ult either. Isles escapes a Neferi play bot side, like the believers on him.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, the Pyke gold gets shared between what, Dokler and Saint, right?
Like, Guma's 75 gold up. Berserker doesn't give a damn. Like, he's been playing 1v2 the entire game. Like, literally.
And it's starting to feel like the pressure is
Mizel on the broadcast, I saw that.
This is the team that was expected to have an easy win.
If LYON win, I'll shake my head.
Let's go, River.
To be going back for
that
River. Rematch. This is
has he had to shave his head for military service anyway?
Dude, like, I'm not gonna lie, folks. Given that Zeus and Guma are on some people's shortlist for greatest, you know, in their role of all time, them losing on home turf as favourites to the tournament to NA, that is a big knock against them. I'm not gonna lie.
This map is dark, guys.
Not that it undoes their other achievements.
Oh, W's down.
W's out now.
Light's out.
Not stunned.
A little bit deep, guys.
Dokla has flash. He's safe. Swain Valley.
Doke's out. Inspired.
Inspired still has flash. That's actually not too bad.
And when Saint
goes onto a trap. This is not good.
Look at Zeka, sorry.
And I'm not gonna lie, game might actually end from this. There's no way that they should have gone for that fight. It's not Barons is not available. That actually might lose them the game because they need to keep the early advantage.
There's the Swain value.
Saint teleported onto a trap.
Yeah.
And then, I mean, Doke's going in was fine. Saint teleporting onto a trap. You never do that versus Caitlyn. Just teleport to this wall down there instead.
Yeah.
Or teleport behind them, for God's sake. You can do either.
Yeah.
You just don't teleport right on top of, like, Vision Bush, you know? Why would you teleport to that one? Teleport to the other one. Teleport to, like, down towards the Raptor Bush. That is the worst place to teleport there. Why would you teleport onto there, man?
And Zeka gets a killer angle. Flat. W flash R.
Well, I think this is now game 5, sadly.
Yeah.
And oh, how swiftly the narrative changes.
Yeah.
Choke point into Swain. I mean, I actually think they win that if Saint gets a full combo. Like,
yeah, because Zeus was still not tanky.
Guma knows how important that is.
Yeah. I mean, Saint did 119 damage, that's it. Because that was off his molten shield, by the way. That's basically people hitting him.
Yeah, that's a bad teleport from Swain. Sucks.
Well, gold's gone.
Yeah.
And there's soul point. If HLE gets soul point as well, this game is really, really done.
Muramana is in for Dokla.
And the lead that LYON spent 20 minutes building.
Yeah, the lead's gone, and now Pyke is just not a chance. It's such a shame because Isles did the hard work, and it feels like Saint just kind of undid that with that teleport. It's actually playable up until that teleport. They're actually winning that fight.
You are down a lot of flashes in general, which probably favors the team with pick.
Both teams have some... Well, I mean, you've only got the Swainy on the other side. Okay, you've got Realize Leandris for there, so he's a real threat.
Yeah, he got a lot of gold from that.
There's no anti-heal on LYON.
He was like 0-3 and 2.
I think HLE just give Dragon here, actually.
Okay, good reflect. Good reflect. They're going for the... Okay, wow, they're giving this up. Jeez, he's got TP.
I guess they feel like they don't win the 5v5 versus the Swain with these items. They can teleport in.
Battle Herald.
I mean, you can teleport behind them on that control ward. Herald's in mid.
They want gold. They want gold.
Oh man, this game is so hard to play after that throw, man.
Yeah.
Their gold is getting built back up again, but soul point is nasty.
This game that you already said it earlier, Azrael, would be a massive power spike.
I mean, Emily talked about it on the desk yesterday. LYON ceding control of objectives to get more gold.
It's what BLG do as well.
But this is risky.
Yes, it is, Dagda.
They like to play risky against these teams, but how far are you willing to push the envelope?
Okay. What does that buy Doke? Because he got a lot of gold off that. Like, a lot of gold. That's like 2 waves, full turret. It's tier 2 as well, so the base value of the turret is very, very high. That's got to be the majority of an item. Do you just go Cyrildas here for like as much raw damage? Actually, you might need to pre-build Serpent's Fang.
Against Karma, it's already fine.
Yeah.
All the 500th inspired tragedy. Yeah, I mean he's never won versus an Asian, like an LCK LPL team. He's won versus APAC, but he's never won versus LCK LPL.
And now 6-1 and 2.
He's so good. Yeah, I mean the moment that Death Dance is completed, I get very nervous again.
And he's done it before in the past.
Swain the Theory is such a good, like, slow burn teamfight team.
He wanted the Belveth. He wanted to be the carry this time around.
Belveth mentioned.
Once more on the line at
well, he did beat them at MSI 23.
Needs to be the carry for HLE.
Okay, once again, the Bone Skewer looking for a target.
I wonder whether actually you should have gone for Shock Blast first and then Hooks. It clears the dogs.
Dogs changed his mind and went towards the Hex Drinker.
Double AP solo lanes, I guess. Stops him being as much of a burst target.
I hate it. Actually,
anything. And critically, 2,000 gold here.
Most of the gold is on Neferi. Who cares? Neferi is a very good character to have that gold on. Because if you end up one-shotting instead of like 80% of the HP, the team fight's completely changed.
On the Lion side, getting ahead and making plays.
There we go.
They're gonna go though.
That's good damage. That's really good damage.
I think he just
execute.
Okay, they get this gold.
He's got the Hex Trigger still. He's popped.
This is why gold on Neferi is really scary. You have 3 grubs, so you push towers quicker. Baron is available.
You can feel how tense it is, and now Lion.
Both junglers successful plays on the enemy tops.
Yep, the wave getting cleared
Get this.
away,
3 grubs.
Yes, gone. Come
on, autos, guys. Autos.
It's the minion debuff fell off. Yeah, so they end up getting 2 trades for 1 there. 2 tower trade for 1. First tower of the game for HLE. But I mean, the map is very, very open now.
Yeah, and Caitlyn's got to be quite scared without a turret mid. There's a lot of, like, you can get jumped on very easily. She's got flash and E, so she's safe in the Pike still.
And the thing is, it feels like the game is not devolving into 5v5s. It's still very split, which means that the Pike is retaining value for a little bit longer into the game. I don't know how long that'll last, but yeah.
Really, really difficult, right? Where you have to then be able to kill him before he pops that Zonius. He's going to keep healing during it, and you have to decide, do we have the damage to do it? Or
Lions can't play against Mount Sol sounds horrible. Yeah, it does, which means that they can't afford. I mean, I get why they took the gold when they did, but yeah, that throw on topside jungle. I mean, Saint teleporting onto that ward, that actually might lose them the game.
It was already a risky play, but like it became critically poor the moment that happened.
Sucks because he's had such a good couple of days of play.
Yeah. Honestly, he played an okay game, frankly. He's still up 30 CS on Zeka, by the by.
To find the all-in, and if they do, it's into Saint. You can try and backpedal away from Zeus. I think that's where they can try and play.
Yeah, because you do outrange. You do have good CC.
I completely agree, and it's going to come down to execution. I feel like at this Dragon, you must be there first. It is very difficult to enter in to a Jason and Mel.
Yeah, if Jason Mel is set up, especially when you're then running into Pike, Annie, Pantheon, Blind, like anyone who gets picked will die.
And let me bring you gentlemen back to game number 1. Remember, it was a Guma Yushi diff, and here in this game, other than Kanavi, he's the other player on HLE who has an individual.
Kanavi. Hang on, there's spy behind.
He's got his Infinity Edge, and now
he gets the. Oh,
they got him. Nice.
He's for execute. Hang on. Rylai's on. Rylai's Leandri's on. This is a really, really scary Swain angle. Swain kills him in this kind of range.
Look at Guma. Flash his autos. Nice.
But they get 1 back from that, but Swain actually has value now.
2 for 3. Berserker.
He's very done.
That's the Rylai's diff.
Well, Leandri's on top of that now. So, like, the Rylai's means that you get stuck in the ult. Leandri's then just, like, turbocharges you damage. The top side fight is really what ends this game. But that's obviously, this is capitalization of it. They should have had the lead. Realistically, Saint teleporting onto a top lane ward, it sucks to boil down to 1 moment. But that was such an egregious mistake versus Caitlyn with a Swain and a choke point. It literally ends the game.
So they think they've got it, and then basically you can't
disengage. You can't disengage against this one. It's very good double. Yeah, he is so good.
And Saint again has a fully charged bar. Doesn't use. Saint doesn't get another combo off. He's fully charged bar. Doesn't get anything done again.
I don't think we change anything.
But I mean, but it's another fight where Saint gets to press no buttons.
No, he one-shots Kanavi. He's the guy that stuns the Neferi out of the W. That's not true.
That was no Inspired did. I'm talking Saint.
Yeah, Saint. Saint was the guy that did that too. Saint and Inspired, which is combo down.
Oh lord.
There's your combo.
Oh, double pull.
Okay, it's Mount Sol. GG. Game 5. This was. If they lose this series, it is sadly all on a teleport to a bad ward. Yeah, this game's over. This is actually this is very over now.
Berserker looking to see if they can get an execute on someone.
Lion literally choked away one of the greatest upsets of all time in this game. They have 1 more game to try it. Very, very good team fights from Zeus afterwards. And I think that Kanavi did a monster amount of work on it. But in that last fight, it was Inspired and Saint that both combo down Kanavi out of the W. So he got his first play, then Zeus came in, landed the W, and he died. So actually, Saint did actually have a fight.
I thought it was just Inspired. I didn't think Saint got involved in that. It was both.
Okay.
HLE get the soul. They're going to get the Baron. They have taken full control of this game. Lion decided it was worth.
Oh, they're going to get Baron now as well. That's very difficult. And again, the Caitlyn's now in a really good spot. Zeka's trying to get on Berserker. Oh, this gets a bit interesting. Berserker has got.
If he misses the next cooldowns, maybe.
Oh, nearly. Not quite. 0-3 and 0. Berserker's not been involved in the game.
So watch it. Like he gets the double.
Continuing to find
that was a little unfair too much.
Continuing to rub salt
Okay, well, I actually think, yeah, that's the problem with, like, Pike late game. Well, what do you do here, you know? Gets hit by the Rylers as well. He shouldn't be positioning there, that's not great, but then again, he's late game Pike, what do you do?
Renato tweeted 5 minutes ago, and that explains it. Oh,
swear to God.
Chakarez.
Hey, Luna, good
But
to
he
see you.
doesn't have anywhere close to the damage. Inspired
Hey,
can do
Drake.
nothing. Saint and Berserker can do nothing. And it feels like this one is definitely slipping away.
Flipping? I think it's gone.
Zays took the Swain.
You've lost grip on the cliff and you are in free fall, my friends.
And there is very little that Lion can now do to get Zays
I'm not sure whether
down.
Dokes could justify more this game.
Goes back to that fight at
Yep,
the HLE
it does.
Buff. Up until then, Lion was running the show. But against a team like HLE, against the LCK's #1 seed.
Dude, HLE, even HLE getting forced to 5 is like a huge thing. But Lion they should have seen this out, man.
I mean, Inspired's done this multiple times. That's not bad from Dokes.
Well, you're getting pushed. You get an objective bounty. You're still against Mountain Soul.
They've already made their way
Take what you can get, frankly.
Gumayushi setting down some traps.
You get the inhibitor? No, he doesn't. Hey.
Berserker's been on weak side. I actually think Berserker's played quite well, despite the fact that it's 0-3.
Like, his scoreline is a bit of a lie. Okay.
Now they're looking to go even further. Saint, he's the ace in the
Next starts into CHTP in. Here we go. Jason here.
Swain's teleporting.
Jason. Oh, Inspired. Kuma's nearly dead. Not quite.
Shield.
Yeah.
And Jace is still top lane.
Yeah.
It is the inhibitor for inhibitor turret for Nexus trade.
The inhibitor.
The inhibitor. Okay, well, game 5. Lion should have won that game. I think that teleport on top side jungle legitimately losing that game, which sucks.
Yeah, another NA. We almost did something. Yeah.
Potential region.
Game 5 any other way. An insane performance from HLE as the desk is going to break it down.
23.
HLE say not today. If you want to get past us, you're going to have to do it in game 5. And Zeka is waiting.
And Zeus was also incredibly clutch in that game.
It happened around about 19 minutes. It happened before
The pressure is on both sides. We were saying this before the game. Lion can play free when no one expects them to win, but when you're 2-1 up, you try and exercise all your demons, right? The NA Pike, the NA Jace, the Annie with Inspired. I actually love the slots they picked those champions in, but HLE was just better in this game 4.
They were executing.
Everything goes wrong here.
Though, Emily.
Yeah.
Let's play topside jungle. Kanavi spotted. They spot Pike heading in. This is okay for now.
And then that essentially,
this is still fine. Get the W out in this area, that's also fine. Isles going in a 1v2 briefly, not great. You take the red buff, get W cut off in the choke point, that's not great. Have flash on Jace, you're okay. This isn't bad damage. Zeus pops the ult, now you have 2 options here. You either kill the Swain or you flash out immediately and just thinks he can flash follow. Teleport is just bad though. Teleport, onto this ward hit. I mean, when does he start the teleport? You can't teleport into the clump. No. You have flash on Annie, you teleport down here and you flash onto the back line.
Up there on the Pike. They attacked it so heavily in the early
They're doing it on the other one as well, so I'm curious what the death is.
And keep it down, but they could not. It's not just this one either. That was a double never move. They also had the
teleport onto the ward legitimately ends this game. If you actually get him in another location, you probably flash onto the back line and kill him. Or at least get Goomer out of the fight.
Yeah.
And he getting any? How much did he actually get done here?
It's so hard to deal with because
every double never move is great. I mean, the fact that it's a double never move on top of that is crazy.
Pretty disgusting. Yeah, and then Zeka gets a really good angle.
I think realistically, you could have just said no, we don't want the fight, give up 1, whatever. You're still in an okay spot.
And you got flash off Kanavi, Delight, Zeka,
but it doesn't matter.
Like again,
at that point, no. But what?
No. I'm just saying, like, okay. What I'm trying to say is like. Just when Jace goes in, you get double flashes off it. Like, you're kind of going, okay, at this point, we can give up 1. We got a load of summoners. We're going to go towards this Dragon or Baron with a double flash advantage. This is fine. Like, Delight's had to flash away from that.
Yeah, so you get a double flash there, and you're probably losing 1 at this point anyway, because I think you're still losing 1 at this point.
Yeah, but you kind of be okay-ish with that. That TP, though, still sucks.
It's still a losing play, because, I mean, they've never really This play loses you the game.
Guma smiling and giving that little fist bump after the big fight. You know
right, I need myself a glass of water.
Just carefully again when I've got
We're going to head over to a break, but when we come back, we're going to set it all up. All of the stories going into game 5. The fact that Inspired is on the precipice of
something game to get more caffeine. Same, buddy.
We'll be right back after Silver's.
Okay, LPL Gold Graph right there. They're waiting in finals, buddy. Well, if LYON lose this series after that now, that is just... Someone stop Chakras and tweeting? Yeah. Well, someone's got to, you know, bring NA back down to size. They've had one good day. Got to bring it back down to size, you know. They were baited in thinking that they're stronger than they were. That's not true. That's not true. It's the execution of that play. They actually were very strong. They were very strong. They just teleported onto a Caitlyn trap. Because they teleported too close to the Caitlyn. I think if you can, even if you teleport away from the Caitlyn in the Raptor bush, you don't die, and it's fine. That is, oh my god, Vedius's reaction image of there is no cope here, we just got gapped is such a good fucking reaction image. Okay, I'm gonna go put a ad break on and we'll get ready for the next game. Wait, how is it silver scrapes against LYON? Dark World, LYON should have 3-1'd this. They should have won that last game. HLE should be out in semi-finals. They should be out in lower bracket. They should be. Basically, they ended up taking one bad fight around topside, and it was, yeah. Oh. Okay, so last game, Varus feels pretty powerful now in terms of Guma's champs. You do have other mages, I guess, in bot lane, but not many. A lot of them are gone. Talia might make an appearance now. We haven't had Silas yet. Silas, Ahri, Varus. Trundle is still around. Trundle feels very good. Those are the picks I'm thinking about right now. My prediction is coming to 3-2 LYON. Yeah, I mean, if they manage to bounce back from that kind of loss, that's crazy. Wasn't GT's run to get to that match so harder than LYON's? It was, yeah. I doubt LYON would beat T1. No, I think LYON would also beat T1, is the thing. I think T1 were on bad form. And I think T1 were much worse at this event than people consider them to be because they had a very dominant play-ins. Just because they were good in play-ins does not mean they were like... Yeah, I think they would have lost to any of the top 4 teams. They lost to BLG, I think they'd lose to HLE again, I think they lost to G2, and I think they would lose to LYON as well. Oh, so sir, the I Will Dominate song? Yeah.
In this series, made the crucial decisions that has helped them win games, and this is exactly what he's been waiting for.
They went to Game 5 against GENG in 2024 Worlds. They went to Game 5
they should have seen that one out too, maybe, but the draft was so bad in Game 5. The smolder into the Yone angle was way too good.
One thing I'm worried about with Inspired is his energy expenditure throughout the series because he is so locked in and he has to do so much shot calling. But I also feel like he's learned lessons.
You see those cams, man?
Dude, this is different. He trusts this team more than I feel like he's trusted those past teams.
Really?
So if
wow.
He's gonna do
well, I guess, I think LYON's got a really good vibe to them in terms of the way they play the game. They are making just good decisions in mid and late game. They are.
I think it just comes down to
like even when they were trading, third dragon for, when they were trading across the map for double towers for one tower, that felt pretty good for them.
In the last game of Fearless is where it all comes out. Inspired loves playing Fearless. He loves the
I think that. But my question is, what does Guma Delight do in terms of champion pool?
What are some kind of choices that have to be made here? Lay it out for me.
The Ahri and the Silas are primo.
Ahri Silas are big.
Tool for it. That's what I meant.
Oh yeah, I mean if we pull up the picks right now that HLE would have in Game 5.
They have a graphic for this.
Because we've seen so many fringe picks already, a lot is up. Like I see Zeus, Gnar, Jax,
Ahri Silas looked good here. LeBlanc is very lane dominant. LeBlanc could come out against most of these picks. Cassio is still up. That must be banned. Cassio is a must ban.
I'm gonna have my eye on.
Vayne is a must ban. I think Cassio Vayne a must ban. Bard, I think, should be must ban. You can't allow Ash Seraphine through if Sylas is on the table. Olaf isn't bad, but it depends on the matchup.
In a really good angle, but there's honestly a lot that's very normal.
I think Varus is really big for lane nullifying as well. Anyway, folks, if you want to support us in the stream, please think about downloading and signing up for Opera GX. It does make a huge difference to the way that we operate here. It literally pays our rent alongside other things like your donations.
And the solo lanes of LYON were competing.
I'd rather see HLE in finals so BLG can get another win over an LCK team. That would be more historic, I think. It'd be more gratifying to their run. But if LYON make it over them, then obviously, you know, they deserve to be there. Hey, how's it going, TT? I mean, I'm really glad this has been a good series. I'm really glad this has been a good series. If it hadn't been, it would have been just a snooze fest of finals. No, there was every chance that HLE just came in and 3-0 stomped based on pre-tournament expectations, and that just hasn't been the case. Okay, give me another set.
Some examples, maybe like a world final or something.
There's no Scion for that.
Yeah, maybe like 2020.
What do you even play set into?
Yeah, the most famous
play set into
Olaf
sometimes.
Right? Because it is
maybe into a
Cassante.
I hope for Bird. What, Xayah or Azir? Because we haven't seen a single game of Azir this tournament. Xayah's, there's no Rakan, so you can't go Xayah Rakan, so it lowers the possibility of that. I love HLE, but there's the underdog lover in me that Loki wants LYON to go to finals. I kind of want LYON to go to finals for the history of it.
Really big topside pop.
Then again, BLG is a rematch for them against either team they face. So, is Nautilus open? Yes, Nautilus is open.
I'm looking at being like, okay, we did do this last game.
We've already had Anivia for Bird. We've had Anivia Rakan in terms of Bird chance. And Swain. We've had Swain as a Bird chance. We've had three Bird chance.
To earn more world seeds for our region.
And that is very real. Did you hear this crowd? When HLE won that comeback team fight?
If LCK don't get a 4th world seed, I mean, that's gonna fuck the entire tournament, you know? Because the depth of LCK is much higher than most other places, right?
Ended up being knocked out. They're holding their breath, chat. But
if LCK don't get 4 world spots, it is disaster for them, you know? And you can't blame it on T1 not being there because they were there. You can't blame it, you can't blame it on that.
Which was personal, but a great career accomplishment would be to win this best of 5 against the best current team in the LCK. He's done it with so many different teammates, but he trusts these teammates more than he has in the past. Saint and Berserker have been popping off. Dokla has been the clutchest player. Hell, even Owl's Pike, he had some fancy moves in that game 5. Yeah. So if Inspired can do this for himself and for North America, it would be, to me, the greatest accomplishment internationally in the history of the LCS. And I know Team Liquid made it to the finals. That was the best of 5 win against IG. But the gauntlet they would run through.
Okay, one last draft. Varus is powerful.
By the power rankings into LCK 1 seed.
Silas Ari, you need to make a choice about that.
I believe it will be #1.
It would be
Bundle is powerful.
Monumental.
Cassio is a must ban. Ash Seraphine if Silas is down. Especially with Mel off the table too. We might be getting into a Talia Twisted Fate matchup in mid lane.
If you want to get that win, HLE is standing tall, bringing them
into many things left in jungle out of the typical pool.
But LYON,
the big one.
Can do it.
Wukong. Did we see Wukong in the series yet? No, but Wukong doesn't look that great. Although it might have to pick it.
Captain, it's so close, you can almost taste it.
Taste it. You can see it. You can hear it. You can feel it. Here in the arena. You hear the music, you see the lights, you feel the energy from all the fans. As after hours of back and forth,
if LYON wins MSI, but Inspired and Berserker might get the Giga Bag. They should be getting the Giga Bag anyway for this one. To be honest, I think very few players should be getting Giga Bags now because it kind of ruins off the financials of the scene.
Yeah, until Riot pulls a Valorant and sets up the Valorant skin system, it's team revenue is just well there. Compared to like Valorant team revenue is like significant.
Vayne must ban. Cassio's up right now, so. Do they give over a first pick Cassio? No, they don't. So now you have like Sylas, you don't have Ash Seraphine, you have Sylas Ari, you have Trundle. Trundle might be a first pick from HLE. If you do, Inspired might think about Nidalee. It might be Trundle early pick into a Nidalee response from Lion, just to like really dunk home on the jungle matchup. In terms of bot lane, you don't have Ash Seraphine anymore. Mid lane, we did talk about the Ahri Silas. You technically have the LeBlanc as well. Oh, Kalista Renata. Now, but actually don't play that much through bot lane pressure anymore.
No. Kuma is a good Kalista.
Okay, what you do now is legitimately, Berserker plays it, you go Taliyah bot lane. Yeah, you actually can Taliyah bot lane here from Berserker. You can go like Taliyah, Leona, and just say, okay, Kalista, I'm going to play the game. Yeah.
There are hyper
or even Taliyah Nautilus bot lane.
You
could Zeri Yumi.
I think that you can hard counter this though, no?
Oh, Renata. Takeaway.
Oh, Varus Renata?
I think that means they are going to go hyper carry.
Varus still available?
Yeah, it is. For that more defensive side.
Oh, no, sorry, ban. Sorry, no, Varus is gone. Sorry, my bad. Varus is gone, ban. Wasn't playing it, I was looking at the damn graph.
Nautilus is still up and available and unbanned, so you can go Kalista Nautilus.
Kalista Nautilus is okay. Not that Nautilus is fantastic into Renata.
What's the Nautilus here too and flex it like
we will see. It's going to be about can Berserker withstand the onslaught in that bot lane.
I'm curious what he'll decide.
Oh, is that River Shen?
Could go top, could go jungle.
It's a two-way flex.
I mean, I think it might go jungle because the jungle pool's really thin. Trundle's an auto-attack champion, struggles a bit, but not for too long.
Didn't decide to go for
Could you Zeus Aatrox into Shen if that's where he goes? What's the pairing with the Ahri though? Shinzao? Shinzao's not been as present at this tournament as I thought he might be.
Shinzao or Trundle? Yeah, I think at this point you're caring less about pairings. You just want the power pick and Zeka on the playmaker.
I really wonder would they go
Saying, does he go Silas?
You know, they did bring it out in that
honestly, Silas with a Shen is really fun, and with a Renata actually pretty good. Bailout for Silas is damn good.
And again, you can also steal Ariel, and also you get a Kalista. You get a Kalista.
Oh, ballista combo, ballista combo. And now you go Silas. You go Silas because Blitz rank ult for Silas is really good.
Yes.
There's a fat AP ratio. It's an AoE silence.
Yes, they're saying the same thing.
One of his best ults to steal. Also powerful to steal.
Plus, you've got Renata to keep you alive.
Yes.
Shen to keep you alive.
And Dag's on as well. There you go.
Much here that Sane could work
so in second round, I think LYON, they banned Trundle unless they want to pick it.
His moment to shine again.
I mean, I love
so LYON have 4th and 5th picks. HLE chose the first pick, Kalista. So LYON can let the Trundle go 3, and they can pick it on 4.
But this is Blitz Kalista,
they can ban out some of Zeus' champion picks on top side. You can ban, like, I don't know, Renekton.
Already out of the pool from earlier, including the
they can ban Maokai. But then actually, they can ban Maokai for the Blitz, Maokai Blitzcrank combo.
Tristana and try to buffer the hooks.
That's a good one there too.
You could look towards Sivir as I said, but I'm expecting that'll be banned because Spell Shield very
I think Maokai's good with the Blitzcrank.
Is the other thing in my head for the
Maokai feels pretty good versus Shen too. I think they should ban Maokai for Maokai Blitzcrank. I know it gives you like more AP with double AP mid jungle, and it does give it to Silas, and Silas is very good with Maokai. Don't get me wrong, but Maokai with Blitzcrank is very strong.
Yeah. Picks along those lines. That is how he became known. It's all about the hyper carry. The Sivir I expect.
You can just steal the Maokai ult and return the favor.
No, I already said that, but it's more about like the Maokai Blitzcrank combo, which of course LYON don't have. I mean, you can do it with like Maokai Renata because they all clump up and then you ult them, but it's not the same.
Blitz does break Shen shield theoretically. Can break Shen.
Well, it's just with his ult, so it's pretty easy to.
And we get to a point where we
can. Oh, AR slot play.
So if you try to
right, and that is really
like Shen ult the Maokai target, it's quite easy to undo.
I think they should have banned. I think they should have banned Maokai not. I guess Wukon's better into Shen.
Yeah.
But then again, actually, no, Maokai's good into Shen either. So.
Silas loves his ultimate. That's another thing.
Kanavi could look at something a bit spicy here. Aatrox always been a bit funny for Shen because you can't block his Qs. Olaf. Yeah.
What are you thinking about then? Ornn for Zeus. Very good for Silas to steal again. Maybe Kassante's better.
Yeah.
This man goes into the depths that you don't expect him to, so there is going to be so much that he's able to bring to the table.
Fun though.
He is a player of it.
Dire might be more frustrating.
Okay, we do get Bird. We do get Bird for Luna. Nice.
I actually think Xayah is pretty good here.
You don't have the rocket jump. You don't have the safety of a spell shield if Sivir wasn't banned. You don't
have
a lot of those tools.
That's different.
Shyvana, I don't think so. My understanding is that
you don't have any melees for the
Sejuani. Is crazy good.
Really? Sejuani is also very good for the Silas to steal as well. Shyvana less good for the Silas to steal.
You can go diving with the Ari, I guess.
Shyvana's pretty good versus Shen. Even though, like, you have a lot of auto damage. Oh. Oh. Okay. Well, Shen can do shit against that.
Yeah, it's a miserable matchup for Shen.
And Kanavi, this is where I gave him the name One Man Army. If you look at his games in like early 2024, actually just throughout, Kanavi was on a team that was very dysfunctional. They weren't playing very well through early game. The only time they ever had early games is when Kanavi just locked in something like Nidalee, just did it himself. So this was when we started calling him the one-man army.
Oh, and this really screws the Shen because you play Shen to Aatrox and your Spirit Refuge does nothing.
You have a bad matchup in both mid and top. In jungle and top. I would imagine just. I would have thought it would have gone jungle.
Going to be a Shen jungle now, and I think they're going to give the counter pick to Dola.
Yeah, because I think Nidalee makes Shen's life hell.
Clear speed is just not that good. I think you can't.
Yeah, so I think it's doomed either way. You might have to say Shin's out and pray.
I think Nidalee can just take your jungle.
I mean, Shin's out with Enchanter behind.
That's a good last 2 picks from HLE. They don't have great CC for the Blitzcrank.
No.
If they just get hit by random Blitzcrank hooks, it is kind of doomed. Gonna go into quick ad breaks so we get ads in the game. Appreciate you all supporting us. Thanks for watching along during our MSI Costream. If you're enjoying this, please drop a like, follow, subscribe, and you can also download OfferGX, sign up for it on that, and it'll give us a little sign up. And we get a little bit of a proceed from that too, so it helps us keep on going. Appreciate you all. And let's keep going, Sam.
Oh, yeah. What I will say for HLE here is you've got a lot of mobility. Nidalee, Aatrox, Kalista, Ari, all very, very mobile. Not that you aren't as LYON as well. It's a pretty mobile game. But I think I do worry a little bit about HLE if it gets like to 2 items and you haven't snowballed, because then you are Nidalee, Kalista into Silas, Xin Zhao, Shenel. Killing this Xayah repeatedly in a 5v5 is going to be hard.
A champion that warps the game around himself in a bit of a way, right? Blitz utterly useless.
Yeah, he does.
He can't hit pulls, but the threat of that pull is such a...
The Light is a Blitz player as well. Has been for a while.
If Jinx this game again, I'll immediately deinstall OfferGX. Wait, what did I say with the Jinx? I said... What did I say? I thought I said that HLE's last 2 picks were pretty good.
We know Delight is a playmaker, especially with the way that he likes to roam around the map and affect the top side.
Dude, I can't believe they threw that last game. Yeah, I think this is actually not a bad draft from HLE.
Once more, NA has pushed the LCK to a game 5. Once more, Inspired must try and find the success on this Xin Zhao.
E2's dead. LCK's on the right. NA's alive. LYON in 5.
The Dejan doubters have been there, but this would be a story for the history books.
I mean, it would. It would be a run where you have now beaten 4 #1 seeds at MSI. As
Exhaust for Xayah. Yeah, that's probably quite wise, actually.
Yeah, no, fair point. LYON has gone through all the #1 seeds.
You have knocked out 4 of the other 5 #1 seeds from the tournament. The only one remaining would be the one waiting in the finals in BLG. It would be unequivocally the greatest
gets the pass through, so he actually gets good damage
ever seen from an NA team.
But it's a lot
it's a very I mean, like their run to this point was before BLG was a bit fraudulent, right? Because they had to go through like some weaker teams. However, now like if they go through HLE, you can't argue that. You know?
The nameplates off, the nameplates are still there.
You're okay with this? You have Guardian, you have the shield. No, it's only really at level 2 onwards where it becomes more of a threat because you actually have damage. Blitzcrank doesn't have as much damage level 1, especially with like Renata having Guardian, heal, and loyalty program. You're surprisingly tanky for a level 1 to 3 champion.
And you put the damage onto Guma in trade, right? So actually Guma had to burn.
Yeah, damage onto it's not bad from Dokla at all.
Horrible trade. Yeah, Dokla hits the taunt, brings the Aatrox down to 200.
Pretty good early trading, actually. Thurs used to be very famous for his
Aatrox. Yes, he was.
World's 20, but then obviously World's 22 finals got diffed by Kingen, and he played the Gwen into it, and for once, because he was ill on the day, but at the end of the day, you can only play what he did.
And that was after a year where like Zeus was putting out like historic top lane diffs like the entire year in terms of number-wise.
Yeah, he was, but then obviously the finals were the problem. You know, they won 22 spring, and then they lost MSI finals, they lost 22 summer finals, they lost world finals, they lost 23 spring finals, and then MSI, they didn't get to MSI 23 finals.
That was the whole thing coming into 2023 worlds, right? It was like, oh man, are they just chokers? Oh man, that's not bad.
He's getting very consistent sword pull throughs. If those of you that don't play against Shen, basically if he gets the sword pull through you, he gets like a bunch of extra damage and extra everything. He gets extra attack speed too. Anyway, it's a lot of extra stats. It's a huge that buff.
For Zeus, and
Now the problem is, you're both going to teleport it back at full HP, so now you need to do that again. This is the problem with laning phase, you actually need to do this all again. Although it's going to be a slight CS lead for Dokla. He's actually, he's saving his TP, he's just walking top lane. He actually realizes he can go back on a quick reset time and save his teleport. You can get another free seat, you can go for really hard trades, lose them, teleport back, and get full HP.
Yeah, and again, you do get to a point where Aatrox, like, your big defensive tool is your Spirit's Refuge, right, as a Shen. And that blocks autos, does nothing into Aatrox Q, which is obviously where the majority of Aatrox's damage is from just getting your Q combos off.
Would it be wrong to say 22 Spring was the best split by a team ever?
Is giving Berserker a bit of time to push in on the bot side as well.
By what metric? Because you could argue, yeah, it depends on what metric, really. Because obviously they didn't win MSI, so then at that point it puts a lot of things into question.
Again, regionally, it wasn't very good.
Well, it was their undefeated split. Yeah, that was undefeated.
Have a good chance in the team.
But we've had like some crazy dominant splits before, right? I think GENG Spring 24 was better by my eye. I think Spring 24 was so good. Just on eye test, even if it's outside of record.
Yep, Saint does not want to get caught off guard.
It slows when they're moving away from Shen, and it gives you empowered Q. It gives you attack speed, more magic damage, max HP. Now, Zeka's Ahri obviously one of the better ones in the world.
I agree completely. I mean,
it's
use it very effectively.
An okay draft for it. There's no one that's really threatening you that much. Even hang on, this. Okay, no one's in right. I think it actually changed that.
Nice pull from Delight.
It's a chunk, that's about it. Oh, okay, that's
a chunk of damage there on Berserker.
It'll be static on Kalista, by the way, because you get your stacks and everyone with a static shock, which is quite cool.
At what point does Nidalee fall off? When you stop hitting your spears. Basically, when people get tier 2 boosts and you stop hitting spears. The later the game goes, the worse you get, because you never get tanky. There have been points in the past where Nidalee can go into like a pseudo enchanter build, where you go for Sensor, you go for like heal and shield. Used to be Athene's Unholy Grail, which was very good. Back in the day. But yeah, as soon as you stop hitting spears, you feel very bad.
Navi. No, he's there.
That was
actually
hitting that.
Genzo's coming.
I don't think you can do it. There's a bailout.
Isles is body blocking for a spear.
If they get the hook, then it's like...
Oh, Berserker, why are we walking in there?
Because they didn't know. Oh, he's safe, he's safe. Oh, okay.
They don't find the kill.
They don't get it, but Isles has to recall. Good spear.
Walk it off. Now back in the mid lane.
Level 6 diff.
Saint's dead. Let's ignite him.
The ignite prevents the
oh, okay. No Shen level 6 yet. Actually, they might go for this. Hang on. When's Dokla 6? If Dokla hits 6 on this wave, you can give him the shield. They can't do it. They can't do it because Dokla's about to hit 6. He's got 6 now. Next time this happens, you get the Shen ult in. Zeus gets the wave pushing in top side, but again, he's only even in farm. Dokla's more than happy with that. This is more what I want to see him on than compared to like.
And he's got
Berserker might die here.
Flash.
Yeah, and now that you're gonna have no flash Xayah to target when it hits level 6. You can start hitting with stuff like Kalista ulting Blitzcrank forwards into E.
Yeah, the Kalista slow can be really annoying for setting up them for Blitzcrank. Of course, they also got to reset bots. It's probably going to be Dragon for Lion, so kind of trade that out. Actually, they're looking mid. Let's pull off it. Okay.
To pull off it here once again.
And Azale, you talked about how all these lanes early on are going to be losing.
The Nidalee isn't ahead, which is kind of nice, but hey, we'll see. I think, again, if you get to 2 items as Lion and it's just like this, you are very happy. Very happy.
In terms of farm count, as Zeka has been controlling this head-to-head. Obviously, as the game goes forward, Saint is going to look to be the X factor in the team fights.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I actually think that Silas...
mate.
Flash. I mean, they get the... He's that.
Bailout in a dream, exhaust.
You need to use...
That's not bad. They got
Shen.
Oh, boy.
Bailout.
They cancel the TP. They cancel the TP.
Complete the ulti because he's interrupted by Zeus. HLE.
Where was the bailout? Was it early?
The interruption from Zeus turns everything.
They thought he would die quicker. I don't think the bailout changed anything.
Well, if it does, it might do in the fact that actually they could then turn onto Delight and kill him and get rid of
HP. All the damage gone.
By the time he died, Delight was a third.
Half, and he still had passive shield.
I'm pretty sure they could put. I think with if they had the bailout, Berserker probably still gets killed then, no? Let's have a look. We've got to go replay up here now.
And they just play this out very well. He goes
because they'd already used Xayah E.
Hex flash over, gets straight in onto Berserker. And you go to live, and this is what the Shen versus Aatrox match usually looks like. You are stuck.
Bailout times that, yeah.
It's not half. He's at full fucking HP with passive.
No, okay.
The bailout doesn't come through, and I think it was a little.
I wonder whether with the bailout it might have been enough.
Not even close. At this point, you have 0 AD and you use Xayah E. You need to like have Xayah E minimum.
But you still don't want to overlap bailout and channel. Like, that's bad.
I don't think you have a choice. I think probably, yeah. I don't think you have much of a choice there. You do need both. I think even if the bailout, because you need them to stay long enough. The bailout is probably early. That's the big thing. It's miscommunication. You need to channel early and then you bail out late. Yeah. Overlapping is still bad, but I don't think it saves. As long as the channel is cancelled, it's still bad.
Shield stays even if it's cancelled, right? The shield still stays.
One of my least favorite Shen matchups.
A bit of a panic there from Dokla Isles. And now actually do have a gold lead, and now bot lane is not in a happy spot. Berserker, I think, has been largely the better AD carry than Goom of this series. Besides game 1, where I think Goom was very good. Yeah.
Yep, you can see though, you've still got Gumayushi on the bottom side of the rift. Dokla also taking up his position down there, but he's got no stand united, he's got no teleport.
1,700 gold ahead now for HLE. I mean, Lion have come back twice from big deficits. Oh, he's dead. Really nice from Delight. Hang on.
He's alive, actually.
Hang on.
Oh, that's a mistake. That's a mistake.
Oh.
Gets the another W, gets it. Whoa, that's big, no?
Yeah, it is.
Goom is he dead?
Yeah, Dokla going in.
He has no flash. Taunt flash. Goom needs to be careful here, actually.
Down to 150 HP.
That's actually okay. Yeah, force him off bot lane. He's also he's going Titanic first. He'll do the regular build like Titanic into Dusk and Dawn, like the zombie build that BB showed at first and before that in LEC.
Why is it called a zombie build again?
I don't know. It's just what BB called it.
The zombie shoving, I guess.
Get that plate, and if Dokla can get towards that Titanic, that starts to.
And maybe because you can just never kill him, he just heals from nothing. Double Dusk and Dawn, healing procs and stuff.
I can see here though a Saint just underneath the
This is the worst kind of death to give up in an Ahri Silas lane, because it should be free. Oh, he cast the Q at a really bad angle. You shouldn't early cast the Q. You need to make sure it's going in line with those escape route, really, because that way you're never hitting the Q return. And he puts himself into turret range to try and get it.
Really nice from Inspire as well. Stacks his Q up on the Raptors, flash immediate auto as well.
No way out.
Beautiful.
Zekka's gone for Ignite as well. I'm not sure if we talked about that. I didn't actually.
I didn't mention it, no.
He's gone for Ignite, and now you're okay in terms of lane. You're 30 CS up, and they're trying to play flame. Sure, that's good, but now you're behind. Well, behind where you should be. I know you're 400 gold up, but you've given up that kill. You're not going to have the map pressure. Silas can teleport in. They've got double teleport on Shen.
Win world championships from this position, but Saint and Inspired able to stop him in his tracks there.
Yeah, and again, Saint being a bit behind, this happens on Silas. You're kind of okay-ish, but the moment you get row out, life becomes a bit easier again. And you are going to hit a point where I think this Silas got a lot of very nice ults to steal.
This is a dangerous moment for Lion.
Zekka's even a farm again.
Did we see who Saint chose to have as his Kalista ult partner?
I think so.
But
that's actually a really good point. You actually can use it on Shen really well, I think.
Shen's not awful.
Actually very good on Renata too. Use it on any of them, really. If anything, I put it on Isles because he's the least survivable. I think that Kalista Renata is used for that reason. A lot of it.
Put it on Berserker, keep the Xayah safe.
You actually can. You legit can. That's actually a legit answer in this game too. There is literally, you can make an argument for any of them. Engage for top side, safety for top side. Engage and safety for bot side, safety for AD carry.
Most of that is top lane and not too advantageous right now.
If anything, that's a really good point. I actually hadn't considered that. I actually think a stolen Kalista on the right target. God, what would I even choose? What would I choose in this game?
Do you want the engage, or do you want the ability to keep someone like the Xayah safe? Because I think both are valid. Hilariously, I think Isles with the hello.
I would give it on Isles, I think. Actually. I'd want the Renata to be able to reposition for ult. He's got Q knocked up. Oh, you need to be careful.
Okay, Fate Seal, not bad. Shield, Shen, Silas.
They've used the Ren stack.
There's Dokes.
Oh, good one, good one.
No, Goku is alive, not anymore.
Saints stole they used the Renata ult.
Isles is alive for now, not for long. Xayah's resetting.
Saints got a big ult.
He needs to really go on.
Oh, Saint missed his ult.
Doesn't matter.
Yes,
doesn't matter.
I think it does.
Doesn't matter. Oh, he's got on the wall. Hook. Triple kill from Zeka! Oh my god. The hook pulled Zeka Saint away.
No, Saint missed his fucking ball.
He did, and then Isles, Delight, sorry, pulled him over the wall, so he fell to last auto as well. He can get last auto.
He just missed the fucking ult.
Yeah, I know. Saint also didn't get the kill because afterwards there was a good hook from Delight.
For the next hook. They can maybe play now. This should have... Oh my god, Saint. The teleporting top side, the blitz ult getting stolen, and then missing it.
Yeah, like I know, like he missed it, but then straight after he gets hooked.
Instant kill.
I know.
2 people.
I know. And it's like I'm not saying it's not bad. I'm saying additionally there was the hook, which was like, oh my god, there's 2 things to go wrong there.
With the Omnivamp, and Line cannot defy him.
And it's by the slimmest of margins here. So many big plays from the HLE members as the initial fight looks like it's going to be pretty good. Inspire gets
okay. It's a good hook. Gets the cholesterol for free. You're then inside the Crescent Guard as Kalista still doing damage.
From Dokla here onto
Renata ult is good.
Down, but then in comes Zeus,
you don't have Ariel to steal. Watch Saint here.
And now watch this hook in the later end of the fight.
But Saint, I mean, you can.
Oh
my bad. So, I'm so sorry he does hit it. I'm so sorry.
Then watch his hook.
Oh, okay, so it is the hook. My bad. So sorry he actually hit it. So sorry. Yeah.
Oh man.
Fucking hell. That actually is probably game over. Yeah. That hook from Delight literally saves the game.
Keeps him in range for the
oh god, that's 4k down. Lion lose now.
They probably do, don't they?
The slimmest of margins.
Sundered Sky Viper Zeus is mental. The other thing is basically Saints only got like a 1-stack rower. It's just like there's just no damage yet, I guess.
You'd be surprised. Yeah. It's actually fine. It's actually not as bad as you think. And then again, it's not like anyone else had like. I mean, 1-item spike is better at that.
Yeah,
but you're still Silas in a fight with your stacking Conqueror.
No, I know.
He'd full stack Conqueror, so actually that's where your stats come from.
Yeah, exactly.
That's one of the reasons why Silas is actually just very good, even with like rower builds like that.
Because you get
your
well, the Lion side as Zeus is just such a monster here on this Aatrox.
Yeah, it's gonna be so
1,400 gold up.
Feels like it's that one.
Like it was a fine spot. Like that nearly works out. If Saint gets like Zeus a little bit more cleanly.
Clears out the wave.
Hang on,
jumps in after Kanavi.
Hang on. Oh my god.
Extra move speed from the extra move speed from the Silas ult, from the Aatrox ult almost goes crazy there.
Just tiny pixels away from maybe.
I think actually they've clutched it. I think
they might have.
I think there's early fights going. Oh god, Lion.
It's another inspired 5-game disappointment, isn't it? Ah. No, we good, mate.
Mikhails. There was a flash from Miles for that. Miles tried to flash handshake. Didn't respect the Mikhails.
Time and time again. Kanavi once more, just fine.
Delight is just playing an absolutely brilliant game.
Yeah, it's a very good game from Delight. You compare that to like the Lulu, which is not his wheelhouse, and it's just
much more. Match points they had to contend with. They barely
now 5,500 gold up.
Thanks to a big fight in that top side where
and Guma, who was having a weird old game, is now like not bad necessarily, but it was like there was some very close moments. Is now actually up 1,300 gold.
Yeah, this game isn't really about Guma.
No.
This game is like Zeka snowballing to hell, Zeus on an Aatrox with a really good draft for an Aatrox, really, and Delight having a mega game.
Jump on that? No, okay.
You get your Q to reduce your E stacks, it still goes pretty low. Your E cooldown,
they don't get the eye. Inspired, mate. Buddy, pal.
Early.
And now Inspired just getting caught out.
But
Shenalt was a bit late. Not bad.
Kanavi. Nice, killed.
Navi's down.
Zeus can get a lot of value there. That's
Zeka. And Saint has ult as well.
That's not bad.
Saint.
Nice. Zeus.
Saint's not doing too bad here. Can they get reset on Silas?
Oh, god. Bollocks.
And Saint's now gone too deep. Die for it? Yeah, he does.
Yeah. Really good from Delight again.
Really good from Delight. Well, it turns out Delight on melees is really good. And I think that I know he won on the Karma. Realistically, should have lost on that one. And then obviously the Lulu game was not great from. I don't think HLE can go into finals feeling particularly happy. I don't think they can. They've shown a lot here too, actually, in terms of picks. And I'm not gonna lie, I think BLG probably would have prepped more for HLE. In some ways, I think Lion making it through G2, and then if they'd made it through here as well, would have maybe slipped up some teams because they weren't prepping for them, they were prepping for their opponents.
And Zeka gets a game where he's finally looking like a genuinely the better mid.
is no taking down this HLE
what a time to do it as well.
They just don't have the damage. He keeps getting the resets, and the bailout from Isles there went on to Saint. You have to think it was meant for Berserker. Maybe that could have bought them a little time if that expires.
Maybe.
So the hook doesn't land on Dokla.
Maybe if you have the bailout, I agree as well.
But every fight is pushing it further and further.
Well, they won a game from 7K down before. They need to do it again.
For HLE,
Okay, they thinking about this.
Lion coming in, trying to see if there's anything they can do, but no,
Inspired, goodbye, mate.
It's just another beautiful.
Oh, guys, what are we doing? What are we doing?
Dying, I think. Wait, I guess one back bailout, maybe?
No, close.
Oh, Inspired, losing another fight, game 5 against LCK team. Look, HLE clutched it out. I think they should have lost in game 4, really. This series should have been well over. Well over.
Are down. That's
you gonna be live for the league show match? Yeah, we'll do that for sure. I mean, as long as it's on the feed. Yeah. We might have to get GT Watch Party early tomorrow. Then, do you know if it's an earlier start for it?
This Blitzcrank is defining
I have no idea.
It's breaking the back of an entire.
Can you also argue Lions shouldn't have won game 3? Which one's the game 3 again? They went late in that one. Well, they lost lanes and then they
the what? Was that the 7K down one they won?
1.5K ahead. He's a brick wall in the top lane.
Game 2 they won with the Akali.
Game 3 debuffs for him in the fights. They're just so
having
far
a moment
behind.
here.
They're grasping at straws, trying to find a way in. But it's going to take a series of miracles.
Game 3 was the win, but it was.
They have Bramble Vest on Dokla, but Bramble Vest is passive healing reduction.
Oh, that was the
Lucian Melee one, yeah. I mean, they smashed bot lane. I think they actually that game for topside went even worse than it should have done.
So you just can't stop the regeneration,
and it's going to be hard.
Yeah, at least the thing is, you had a win condition there.
Yeah, no, I think that Berserker like diffed Boomer, you know.
Continue the pressure. But
Navi's had a really good Nidalee game. Very good Nidalee game.
He's now taken way over as well. Like he's up 50 on CS.
As it's somewhat expected for winning Nidalee, but that was a bit much.
They're hoping that HLE gets sloppy, that they can get kill after
on a ward, guys. You're on a ward. Like Inspired, like you're sat on a control ward.
He flashes in and dies, man. Oh, Inspired.
Oh, good God.
After all the tough talk about Inspired, this game 5, like he's had a really good series outside of this, but this game 5 has been a disaster. Inspired is, yeah, this is such a shame because he's been so good over the last couple of days, you know?
Dokes, how did you get there, mate?
You're retreating from the play. He teleported. Well, no, he teleported, but that got cancelled, I guess. Wait, he had ult cancel, teleported in, and then had to retreat and die. So he's lost both his globals.
Lord. 11 minutes, Baron. So they go to Baron. They've got an Aatrox with Sun to Sky. They can just do this. Yeah. This is unreal over.
And I think they're about to get it here 20 minutes in, as you
Gotta
said.
suck for NA fans. It has to. Clean feed. We all get that clean feed? I'll get a live on on that. Okay.
11,000.
One sec. I'll put on the.
I'm worried that if they didn't snowball, that.
One sec.
And you have to feel for Inspired.
I'm worried that if the. Oh God.
You have to feel for Berserker as well. Even tried to use the exhaust, but Zeka. He's so far ahead. He just instantly.
I worry that the Blitzcrank will run into the issue of like, hey, we've kind of hit mid-game. We are Callista, Blitzcrank, Nidalee, and haven't got enough gold. It's the problem. But they do. Is the thing. They do.
That he needs to back away. Thinks he's got the supported line. Thinks he's got that Shen ult. But everyone from HLE shows up.
Oh, well. I guess maybe he was trying to bait it, but it's way too slow to be a bait. Then Shen TP's in and it's like, oh, well, everyone's dead already. Well, this sucks, doesn't it?
Lion are full sending it, and they know they would rather go.
What a disappointing end. It's a bad game 5. The game,
yeah, it is.
I don't even think the drafts are bad. I just think that Lion played it bad, which sucks. They actually played very well across the rest of it.
Now as Berserker is forced to ult immediately.
Yeah, well, not for long because it tries to get destroyed, Cap.
From the enemy AD carry as
the bot lane play is where it falls apart, isn't it? I wonder whether Saint could have picked better targets.
Now putting pressure on the mid lane. Second inhibitor.
It's a very good game from Kanavi Delight. I think Zeka snowballed well despite the. It's just the game ends, isn't it?
Yeah, Zeus reset. Good handshake away briefly.
Miles flashes for an ult which doesn't hit enough people. Whether pullback's in the right line, but I don't think he survives.
He's got no damage. It's over. GG. The dream dies.
Well, LYON, honestly, great run. HLE got lucky with this one. I'm not gonna lie, they got lucky. Game 4 should have been LYON's. This should have been a 3-1. You don't get many chances like that though against LCK, LPL. You don't get it all the time. Got to take those chances.
Yeah.
Didn't quite.
And the other side of it, HLE, hey, not sure about some of those drafts. Game 3, actually, you had a big lead. You didn't execute particularly well. Goomer and the Light got pushed pretty far behind. That's tough.
It is. It's still a legendary run. It's still a legendary run.
And HLE gonna look to end that golden
well,
run.
I mean, the sad thing for them is that they bow out of this event not beating an LPL LCK team.
Yeah.
They didn't beat top Esports.
Yeah.
They didn't beat. Well, they didn't play top Esports.
Man, yeah.
Didn't beat BLG. Didn't face T1 and then lost to HLE. Yeah, beating G2 after they beat T1, that's nice. It definitely gives you the NA EU over head to head. But yeah, fun fact for Lana. Let me have a think. Let me have a think. Oh yeah, there is a species of cherry blossom in Japan which went extinct there due to disease, I believe it was. But they reintroduced it from the UK because the UK has a lot of cherry blossom itself. And there was back in like the 1800s, there was a lot of trade between like Victorian era England and Japan, and you basically had like Victorian era weebs effectively. But basically, they took cuttings from some of the trees in the UK and they reintroduced the species back into Japan. So basically, conservation-wise, UK cherry trees ended up saving a species of Japanese cherry tree. And LYON wasn't expected to make it this team in the tournament. Yeah, for sure. It's still third place, but we're not getting the 4 LCS teams at Worlds. It is very much a a sigh of relief from HLE. They've shown 5 games of footage to BLG. I don't think with the way that they're playing right now, they will beat BLG in finals. There's obviously room for maneuver. I'm sure they're prepping very hard for BLG as well. There is a chance that they prepped harder for BLG than they did for today's match. There is a chance of that too. I still think finals should be close. BLG on the golden road still. I hope they win personally as an LPL fan, as a BLG fan. Key to success tomorrow is all on that early game. HLE are a very good early game team. BLG beat them in that. HLE must have better early games. And they weren't that clean today.
No, they weren't. No, they weren't. I mean, Delight saved their bacon there with some of those hooks because it was very close to Saint cleaning up a few of those fights. Like, this was the play, right? If this goes in LYON's favor, it's over. I don't think I'd realized that Delight's win rate on Blitzcrank was 90%. That's kind of crazy, actually.
And the hook, yeah, it's over 90%. The hook on the backside.
That is going to be someone happy? No, because we still got, like, stomped on by NA, right? Let me just check what's happening with the clean.
Game 2.
This fight for Inspired.
Right there.
This man has butched the LCK.
Oh, you have to feel for Berserk.
Okay, well, oh wait, no, that's just stop. I don't know, the clean feed just died at some point. Oh no, it's gone that. Okay, well, let's now back in. Basically, the clean feed died midway through the last game, but that's why I have the backup of the Opera GX browser, which is my backup stream for today. You can download it yourself as well. The thing is that, like, you can't really be happy as EU because, like, obviously beating T1 is historic. That is a great result, but losing to NA just, like, undoes so much of that.
You know what? It was really
well, folks, I guess we're not going to stick around like crazy amount. We'll stick around for the interviews, obviously, but we're not going to do anything after the stream. If you want to support us, we've got a Ko-fi link. We got Opera GX. Sign up for these things.
It's worth it. It's worth it. Like, it's good. It's good. Overall, good. Now, bad. Like, we were up 2-1.
Yeah, the tragedy of losing that sucks.
We were going to be in finals, so half of our league was going to.
Yeah, it does.
Half of our league was going to be at Worlds.
Right, Al, I need to go get a couple things printed. Yeah, I'm flying on my.
Sure, that's. But now you're taking that away from us because it's no longer like a cool thing.
It is a cool thing. I'm taking nothing away from that. You stomped them and died.
Moving this out then. Okay, and then tomorrow, folks, if you're in the Berlin area, we're going to the G2 watch party. Also, if you're watching on stream, there's going to be a quiz held at the finals watch party. Which actually you guys can enter while you're on the stream. We'll have a QR code, we'll have a link. You can come play that, and the best performing member of our stream and in person at the event will get some prizes. So tomorrow, if you end up signing through, and this will be available for all of them, we'll put it on the stream, we'll put the links in chat. The best performing member of our stream community will be given some prizes off of that. Yeah, well, that'll be it. So it's at the G2 office, the G2 watch party. So if you're in Berlin, you can come watch it there. It'll be at their office. Yeah, so that'll be near Potsdamer Platz if you're in Berlin. It's very, very easy. Prizes region locked. I will get back to you on that. I'll get back to you on that. I'm not sure what regions they'll be doing it to, but they tend to be very understanding, so we'll try and do our best there.
And then we finally open up a little bit of band space.
Yeah.
And he's like, the Swain, immovable.
Okay. Yeah, that Swain was really good. Not in Berlin. Yeah, well, that's where EU League of Legends is based, sadly. Good old Berlin. You can block me for a few hours, yeah. I have to say, though, I actually thought Guma looked pretty not great in that series.
26, the last hurdle before the final.
No hit on Berlin. Well, Berlin is a lot of people have mixed opinions on that city, and I understand why.
Hana Life come out on top with a 3-2-2 victory. We are joined by Hana Life Esports Gumayushi. Please give it up for him, everyone.
네, 구마유시 선수 결승에 진출하게 됐습니다. 오늘 경기에 대한
How
소감
does it feel
들려주시죠.
to make it to the MSI final? How was the match today? The game was really intense. The Lion almost swallowed us. I'm so relieved and happy that we won today and made it to the finals. Lion.
Hate Berlin and Berlin will hate on you. Well, Berlin makes it easy to hate itself at some points.
After sweeping G2 3-0 yesterday, and today's series was definitely not as easy as some might have expected. What was it like battling the Lions of NA? They were really strong. They were performance, their gameplay, their macro play was so on point.
Yeah, they played pretty well. Good series. They played well.
In the series today. Some of the games, our team fight was not as clean as we should have played, so we really wanted to kind of pull off a cleaner team fight. And as we headed to the game 5, we wanted to keep our mental fortitude strong.
그래서인지 오늘 좀 피곤하실 것 같기도 하고요. 경기가 좀 힘드셨을 것
같은데. Going all the way to game 5 must have been really exhausting. How are you feeling right now? A little bit, but we have a match to play tomorrow as well. We're veterans, so we're used to it. We're gonna do great tomorrow.
그래서 구마유시 선수가 좀 배도 고프실 것 같아서 구마유시 선수를 위해
You must be quite tired and hungry at this point. So to celebrate your grand final qualification, we prepared a Daejeon specialty for you. The Daejeon's famous pastry, fried soboro with sweet potato filling in it.
Huh? What the hell? Oh, is this the regional food? The bread thing? It's good!
야, 팬분들은 또 이 장면이 굉장히
Wow, is it? Whoa, is he gonna eat the whole thing? Buddy.
Hope this recreates your legendary cross-up moment, but Daejeon version. How does it taste? Extremely good, but in Daejeon accent.
Oh, he did that in the native, in the regional accent, right? Okay.
Thank you very much, Gumayushi. And tomorrow, you will face BLG with the MSI trophy on the line. This is your chance to get your revenge for the lost loss. Are you confident?
Still eating the damn donut, the bread.
저희는 BLG 상대로 한 번도 자신감 떨어져 본 적이 없어가지고.
We were never not confident up against BLG. And we will make sure that we will be the champion of the MSI.
He does pit. Guma does always talks a big talk. Guma always comes in very confident.
What is your prediction for tomorrow's score lines up against BLG then?
제가 마음 같아서는 그 스코어를 외치고 싶긴 한데.
I wish I could
살짝 겸손 한
say
숟가락
that
얹어서.
score line, but I want to be a little more humble. So
3-1. Okay, all right.
하나생명이 BLG를 상대로 3대1로.
I really hope BLG win, man. Oh, I hope they win.
팬분들 뜨거운 응원 다시 한번 보내주시기 바랍니다.
Please give it up one more time for Gumayushi.
Confident stuff, but then again, did just have a 5-game series. Yeah, if HLE play like this, BLG are gonna walk him. They're gonna walk him, you know.
To close out the interview, anything you would like to say all the fans out there? We're in Korea, here at Daejeon. I will make sure that Hana Life Esports will win the trophy tomorrow. And that was Gumayushi from Hana Life Esports. Thank you very much.
Cool. Well, I'm probably going to head off there, folks, because I think most of the viewers are gone anyway now, because the gameplay's over. And in the interest of keeping the average numbers higher, I'm gonna head off now. So if you're on YouTube, the show will end here, and if you're on Twitch, we shall radio over somewhere else. Appreciate all of you staying with us, and we'll see you next time. Bye-bye.
For me, still croissant number 1.
Croissant was it was way more like iconic for sure.
World's maybe hot dog number 3, like who knows?
Depends how tasty it is, to be honest. I mean, maybe it's just delectable.
Yeah, what's our NA version gonna be?
Yeah.
The hot dog's like pretty good
It's just
example.
like a giant hot dog.
Yeah, just extra big.
Yeah,
Texas toast.
I don't know.
Oh, there's someone playing Mecha Chameleon who I follow. I'm gonna send you up to them. All right, folks. See you in a bit.